Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry and Sirius found redemption beyond death. Here is short summary. Harry discovers a shocking truth. Sirius is alive but trapped between worlds. Together, they must face past regrets and uncover the path to redemption, even if it means letting go of what they hold most dear. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Now, as I understand, many of you are as eager as Mr. Weasley. He turned to Ron's direction to begin the feast. Ron was blushing at the mention of his name. Now, before I waste any more time, I say, eat up. Not a second later, a glamorous meal was right before them. Ron started eating anything that he could get his hands on. On the other hand, Harry was looking at the direction of the staff table. He saw Hagrid, who looked up and smiled at him. Then he saw that there was an empty seat. Hey Hermione, you don't think that we won't have a Dada class this year, do you? Asked Harry. Hermione for once was busy eating, but she looked up at Harry. Huh, why do you ask? Said Hermione. Well, I don't see any new face on the staff table, said Harry. Oh Harry, you worry too much. No wonder Snuffles called you his never stop worrying godson, said Hermione. Hey, who told you about that? Oh, never mind, said Harry. Besides Harry, Dumbledore will probably tell us about it after the feast, said Hermione. Yeah Harry, eat now, worry later, said Sean. I tell you, Ron would have told you the same thing if he wasn't busy stuffing himself full of food. Harry laughed and agreed. He started to eat like everyone else but was interrupted by screaming that seems to be coming from the Slytherin's table. Apparently, Peeves has broken into the Great Hall with eggs in his hands. He was throwing eggs at the students in the Slytherin table. Pansy Parkinson was the one that screamed because at the moment, Peeves threw an egg and it hit her eye. She was screaming, my eye, somebody help. I think I've gone blind. Everyone else in the Great Hall was laughing hysterically while Mr. Filch was yelling at Peeves. Luckily, the Bloody Baron came and stopped Peeves from causing further damage. Dumbledore snapped his hands and cleaned up the mess and the feast continued. Once the feast was over, the plates were cleaned and returned to its original sparkling and spotless state. Now that everyone's stomach are full and stuffed, I have a few things I want to announce before you begin heading towards your common room. As you all know, last year's tragic events were hard on many of us. Now I hope to say that this year nothing of that sort will happen again, said Dumbledore. At this, many people sadden at the thought of last year's event except of course the Slytherins. On another note, our defense against the dark arts professor couldn't make it to the start of the term feast today, but he will be here tomorrow for the first day of class. Now that it's all said and done, I believe you sleepy heads, Dumbledore chuckled at his own words, need to get some sleep because I don't want to see anyone with dark circles around their eyes or falling asleep on the first day of classes. Said Dumbledore. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sean joined the Gryffindors and walked up on the marble staircase heading towards the Gryffindor common room. As they were walking up the staircase, Wait, said Fred and George. They waited for them and began walking again while Fred and George were talking. Did you guys see Malfoy? Asked George. No, what happened to him? Got hit in the face by an egg too? Asked Ron. No, even better, you should have seen his face when Peeves scored a double, one down his front and one on his ass. Said Fred. What? Said Harry. Did I stutter? Asked Fred. Oh bloody hell, I can't believe we missed that. Said Ron. He looked like he pissed down his front, said George, trying to hold back laughter. Once they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Fred said, Dragon blood. The portrait swung open to reveal the Gryffindor common room. After they entered the common room, Harry and Ron couldn't take it anymore and started rolling on the floor clutching their stomach and laughing hysterically. Hermione looked at Sean, who seems very mature since he was not rolling on the floor and laughing hysterically. Instead, he looked like he was about to cry. A second later, he too fell on the floor laughing hysterically. Boys, I don't think I'll ever understand them, Hermione muttered. Well, we'll be off to bed now, said George. This early? That's a first, said Harry, who finally stopped laughing. Something's up. They're not acting like themselves, said Ron. I think so too, said Harry between yawns. Let's go to sleep. I can't stay awake much longer, said Sean. Just when they were about to head up the stairs to the boys' dormitories, someone came through the portrait hole. Who's he? He's a mess, said Sean. He's Neville Longbottom. Mind you, he is very forgetful and clumsy, said Ron. Neville was covered in eggs from head to toe. He doesn't look happy at all, of course, or smell good for that matter. He wasn't just covered in eggs, he was covered with what seemed to be rotten eggs by the smell of it. Whoa, what happened, Neville? Asked Harry. I slipped on rotten eggs that was all over the floor in the Great Hall, said Neville. Why, wasn't it just at the Slytherin's table? Besides, I thought that Dumbledore cleaned it up already, said Ron. Well, Peeves came back after the Bloody Baron left and he brought more eggs to throw at everyone that was still there who were trying to get back to their dormitories. I was going to leave when I slipped face first on the floor, then when I tried to get back up, I slipped, again, explained Neville. Neville, why don't you go and get yourself cleaned up before you go to bed, suggested Harry. Okay, was all Neville could say. Well, I'm sure glad we left the Great Hall earlier. Let's get to sleep now, said Ron. Yeah, I've been waiting since forever, said Sean. They put on their pajamas, climbed into their four-poster bed and fell asleep the instant their heads touched the pillow. The next morning, Harry, Ron, and Sean woke up a bit late due to their tardiness to go to sleep last night. The three of them quickly put on their robes and headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. When they got there, they found a seat close to Hermione, who was eating her toast and reading a book. She noticed their arrival and greeted them. Well, you guys are early, said Hermione sarcastically. Oh, don't start, Hermione, said Ron. Start what? You guys should have known better than to wake up late the first day, said Hermione. Oh brother, said Harry. Harry tried to change the subject. So, what do we have first? Care of magical creature with the Ravenclaws, said Sean. Great, we can talk to Hagrid and see how he's doing, said Harry excitedly. Yes, we don't have it with those damn Slytherins this year, said Ron with a mouthful of eggs. Yeah, but we still have to deal with them in potions, said Hermione. Ah, that's rotten luck. 4 years spent in potions stuck with the Slytherins and now it's about to turn into 5 years, this is getting insufferable, said Ron. Well, at least we have something to tease Malfoy about now, said Harry. The egg expert. Harry, you have that all wrong, he paused. That's Malfoy, the eggster extraordinaire, said Ron. They all burst into laughter at that comment. So, what's after care of magical creature? Asked Harry. Charms, said Hermione. Oh, talk about potions, we have it first thing after lunch, said Ron in disgust. Great, what a great way to start a school year, said Harry dully. They finished up their bit of toast and headed toward the grounds to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was waiting for the class to arrive in front of his hut. When they saw Hagrid, they noticed that he looked like he cried all morning. In fact, he looked like he was about to burst into tears any moment. Hagrid saw them and managed to muffle a, "Hey," to them. After all the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws arrived, Hagrid began the lesson. He went to get the creature for their lesson today. Hope it's not something that bites, burns, or tries to eat our fingers off, said Ron. Ron, shut it, snapped Hermione. Hagrid came out a minute later with a creature that Ron, Harry, and Hermione never wanted to encounter again, not to mention that they've become quite familiar with it. Their mouths were wide opened. What's going on? Asked Sean, puzzled at the way they were acting. In front of their eyes was a creature that is the size of a large owl and it can certainly bite your finger off. One of its special qualities is easily spotted, as it was so noticeable. That special quality is that it happens to have 3 heads. Fluffy. Ron managed to choke out. Did it shrink? Asked Harry. Fluffy. Who's Fluffy? Asked Sean confusedly. Harry and Ron ignored Sean's questions. Instead, Hermione started to explain who Fluffy is to Sean. People were whispering now, "Fluffy, you don't mean that dog that Harry faced the first year?" "No, no, no, it can't be. I heard that it was supposed to be huge, not small." "All right, quiet down everyone. I know you all are wondering if this is Fluffy. No, it is not Fluffy because three-headed dogs do not shrink nor do they get small for any reason. This is Nuffy, another three-headed dog," said Hagrid. "Nuffy!" exclaimed Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Everyone was whispering once again. "Quiet down. I will explain if you all would stop talking," said Hagrid. "Nuffy is Fluffy's pup. It was born during the summer holidays. I thought it would be a mighty interesting lesson to learn about Nuffy and his kind. Now, you should all know that three-headed dogs do not need another mate to reproduce. All young pups eat raw meat dipped in horse blood mixed with cabbage and sliced onion." "Ew. Gross," said a Ravenclaw girl. "Oh, that's why Hagrid looked teary this morning. He must have been slicing onions," said Hermione. For the rest of the lesson, they took notes on Nuffy and learned that he was very in common with his mother or father, or both. Oh, let's just say his parent Fluffy. By the end of class, almost everyone was in tears because they had to help feed Nuffy his food. After the lesson was over, Hagrid wanted to have a word with Harry. "So Harry, how ya hoddin' up?" asked Hagrid. "Great, so far," answered Harry. "Look, come to me hut tomorrow after ya defense class. I want to give ya sommet and have some tea. Bring Ron, Hermione and Sean if ya want to," said Hagrid. During the lesson, Hagrid had noticed Harry's new friend and decided to invite him too. Harry left the Hogwarts ground and joined his friends to return to the Castle for Charms class. They took the first few seats in front of the class. Professor Flitwick as usual welcomed the class joyously and as usual was standing on a pile of books due to his scarce height. "Today, we will be learning how to duplicate objects, meaning making copies of a certain object," said Professor Flitwick. "Now everyone repeat after me. Duplicatio," said Professor Flitwick. He showed them an example by making one quill into two when he said, "Duplicatio quill." When Charms was over, the four of them headed to lunch, something that many of them had been looking forward to all day. "Boy, am I starving," exclaimed Ron. "Go figure," said Hermione. Harry told them about meeting Hagrid tomorrow after their Dada's class. A moment later, Fred and George joined them at the Gryffindor table. "So, how were your lessons?" asked George. "It was fine. We haven't lost any points yet," said Ron. "We probably will after lunch," said Harry sadly. "Why?" asked Sean. "Because Professor Snape teaches potions and he favors Slytherins and just loves to take as much points from Gryffindor as possible. So, try to not give him reasons to do that. Although, I'm sure he would find ways to take points even if we didn't do anything wrong. He's very good at it, that slimy git," said Ron. "Well, sorry about your next lesson, but we had a great Dada's lesson with the professor," said Fred. "Who is it?" asked the four of them eagerly. "Sorry, but we won't and can't tell you," said Fred. "Why?" asked Harry. "Because, the professor said that he wanted the students to find out when they attend his class." "Don't worry, you'll like him," said George. Lunch was over. Soon, they headed down to the dungeons for their most dreaded class, potions. As they entered the dungeons, a cold breeze caused them to shiver. They took their usual seats in the back of the class as far away from Snape as possible. Soon after the bell rang, Snape entered his classroom and as usual, he spoke in his bitter voice. In potions class, they had to make a new potion. Neville spilled his on Crab and Goyle, for which prompted Snape to take 10 points from Gryffindor. "No wonder you guys hate Snape so much," said Sean after potions class was over. They returned to the common room to start on their essay given by Professor Snape. "First day of class and Snape gave us an essay that needs to be 2 parchments long," said Ron. Not too long after, they headed down to the Great Hall for dinner. They saw Fred and George each with a girl next to them. They were saying goodbye before sitting down at the Gryffindor table. "Who were those girls you two were with?" asked Ron. "Our girlfriends," answered George, smirking. "Looks like our hair care plan worked," said Fred. Hair plan, said Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Yep, you guys heard right. I said hair plan. Oh, I get it. You guys did that to your hair to try and get with girls, said Ron. Pretty smart, huh, said George. No, it's not smart. It's dumb. The girls you meet will probably like you for your new look. Once they get bored of it, they won't stick around. You need to be yourself, argued Hermione. Hermione, leave them alone. If that's what they want to do, then so be it, said Sean. That night after dinner, Ron and Harry ate a lot. They were very tired and sleepy, so they decided to go to the boys' dormitories earlier. Sean, on the other hand, wasn't sleepy. You guys go ahead, I'll be up in a while, said Sean to Harry and Ron. In the middle of the night, Harry awoke suddenly. Assuming that Sean had gone to bed, Harry reluctantly got out of bed to check. He had a strange feeling that something was not right. He went over to Sean's bed and found that Sean wasn't there. He should be in bed already. It is very late, thought Harry. So, Harry decided to see if Sean was still in the common room. In return, he found that the common room was empty. Everyone had gone to sleep, except for Sean. Harry went back to the dormitories. He wanted to tell Ron what was going on. Then he looked out the window. He saw someone that looked inconceivably like Sean. That someone was walking into the forest. Harry didn't want to sneak out and get in trouble on the first day. But Sean was his friend. He had to go look for him. Harry decided to wake Ron up. Huh? What's going on? Asked Ron. Sean's gone, said Harry. What do you mean gone? Sean's right there on his bed, said Ron. Huh, he wasn't there before, said Harry. What's going on, guys? Go back to sleep, said Sean. Ron, I'll tell you all about it tomorrow, whispered Harry. So, they returned to sleep, but Harry couldn't sleep. He couldn't help but to think that the person he saw walking into the forest was Sean. What was he doing out there this late? Harry wanted to tell Hermione tomorrow about it. He had a weird feeling about Sean. Harry, wake up, said Ron. Where's Sean? Asked Harry. He's already down in the Great Hall, answered Ron. Good. Look, why don't you go down to the common room, get Hermione and wait for me there? I'll be down in a sec, said Harry. All right, answered Ron. Harry put on his robe and went down to the common room. Ron and Hermione were waiting for him in the corner. Harry, why did you tell us to meet here? Asked Hermione. I called you guys to tell you about what happened last night, said Harry. What happened? Asked Hermione. Nothing happened. You were probably dreaming, said Ron, not wanting to miss breakfast. I know what I saw, Ron. Sean was out of his bed, said Harry. He could have went to the bathroom or something, said Hermione. I don't think he went to the bathroom. I believe he went to the Forbidden Forest, said Harry. You're not even sure, said Ron. I'm not sure, but don't you think it's a bit suspicious for Sean to be out of bed that late? Asked Harry. I know, I'll just tell Sirius about it. Maybe he can help us. That's a great idea. Just let me go get a piece of parchment and a quill, said Hermione. No need. Didn't Harry tell you about the communic? Asked Ron. No, Harry, you really have one. That's great, said Hermione. Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, said Ron. Harry took his communic out. He pressed the button on the bottom and it showed an image of Sirius. Apparently, Sirius was sleeping at the time. Harry checked to see that no one's in the common room. He then pressed the button on the top of the communic and yelled, Wake up, sleepyhead. Shut up, Moony, I'm sleeping here, said Sirius, without opening his eyes. Ron and Harry laughed. Sirius, wake up, said Harry. Leave me alone, he mumbled, sleepily. Sirius, it's Harry. Harry, where are you? Asked Sirius. I'm not there, of course. I'm talking through the communic, replied Harry. Oh yeah, I forgot, said Sirius. You forgot. Sirius, you really need to wake your brain up, said Ron. Yeah, okay, I'm awake. So, what's the occasion? Asked Sirius. Sirius, it's about this new guy we met on the train. His name is Sean, said Harry. What about him? Asked Sirius. Yesterday, I woke up in the middle of the night and found that Sean was gone or never came to bed. Since I went to bed first, I wouldn't know. I looked to see if he was in the common room, but no one was there. I came back up to the dormitories and looked through the window and saw someone walking into the forbidden forest. It looked like Sean, but I don't know for sure. Then I went to tell Ron and the next minute, Sean was back in his bed. That does seem a bit suspicious. Right now, we can't be sure of anything even though the clues points to Sean as the person who went into the forbidden forest. We can't jump to conclusions, said Sirius. I agree, said Hermione. You know, we just met Sean. There are many things we don't know about him. Let's get to know him better before we do anything, suggested Ron. Ron's right. You guys should get to know him better first. Hey Ron, said Sirius. Yeah, answered Ron. I didn't know that your brain can actually function with an empty stomach, said Sirius. Ha, ha, ha. Real funny, Sirius, said Ron. All right, why don't you three detectives go down and eat whatever breakfast you can get before class starts? I don't want you to starve to death, said Sirius. If anything weird or suspicious comes up again, tell me, all right? We will, Sirius, answered Harry. Now get your butt up and move. I should just kick your asses for waking me up so early. Okay, we're going, said Ron. Talk to you later, Sirius, said Harry. All right, have a good dada's class today. Huh, said Ron. With that, they headed down to the Great Hall to get a toast and juice before going to class. What took you guys? Asked Sean. Nothing. Don't worry about it, answered Harry. Oh, okay, said Sean, bewildered. Hey Harry, I think Snuffles might know who our Dada professor is, said Ron. I suspect that he knows it too, said Hermione. Yeah, maybe, said Harry. When they finished their breakfast, the four of them headed to Transfiguration. When they entered the class, Professor McGonagall got up from her desk while waiting for the arrival of the rest of the students. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sean took their seats before the bell rang. Professor McGonagall passed by Harry and said, "A word after class, please." Then she went back to her desk to face her class. I wonder what she wants to have a word about, said Ron. I haven't an idea, said Harry. Don't worry, it's probably nothing bad. After all, you haven't done anything wrong, yet, said Hermione. Professor McGonagall gave them a review in the first half of the class. Harry, Ron, and Sean all did fairly well. On the other hand, Hermione did everything perfectly, no surprise there. On the second half of the class, Professor McGonagall informed them that since this is their 5th year, they would be learning at a higher level of transfiguration. They all had to turn their chair into a horse. It was quite difficult since Hermione was the only one that made a perfect horse. 10 points to Gryffindor, said Professor McGonagall after seeing Hermione's transfiguration. While Hermione did a great job, many weren't doing so well. For example, Harry and Sean both made half a horse. Harry made the front part of the horse while the back still made of wood. Sean did the opposite. He made the back of horse, but failed in making the front part of the horse or the head. Ron did worse than the both of them. He managed to make a very nice transfiguration of the head and the tail but failed in everything else. Professor McGonagall was not impressed. Ron's transfiguration was considered fairly well compared to those of Seamus and Dean's. They only managed to transfigure the legs into horse legs, while Neville made a set of eyes on the chair. Everyone was relieved when the class was finally over. Ron, Hermione, and Sean headed out the door while Harry made his way to Professor McGonagall's desk. Mr. Potter, as you know, this year Quidditch will be held. Also, the Gryffindor team needs a new captain and keeper since Wood left. Therefore, there will be a meeting on Friday to discuss those matters. The whole Gryffindor team will meet in the Quidditch field on Friday after classes. Is that understood? Asked Professor McGonagall. Yes, Professor, answered Harry. Very well, you may go now, said Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, before you go, here's a note to explain your tardiness to your next class, said Professor McGonagall as she gave him the note. Harry took the note and left to his next class, History of Magic. Harry walked out of the classroom and was surprised when he suddenly heard Sirius' voice. "Slow down, Harry. What's the hurry? After all, you do have a note," said Sirius. "Sir Snuffles, what are you doing? You're going to get me into trouble," said Harry through the communic. "Sorry, just wanted to check on you," said Sirius. "You're lucky that I'm not in a classroom right now or I would have gotten a detention for sure," said Harry. "All right, all." Snape just appeared in the hallway towards Harry. "What are you doing out in the halls, Potter? You should be in class," Snape spat. "I know, Professor, but 5 points from Gryffindor, and if you don't get to class, it'll be 50, said Snape as he gave Harry a cold stare. "That git, how can he be so unfair?" said Sirius after Snape was out of their sight. "He's been doing it since my first year," said Harry. "What have you done to him? A prank?" asked Sirius. "No, I didn't do anything to him." "Oh, it's because you're James's son, isn't it? You should know," Harry replied. "Well, one day I'll get him for treating my godson that way," said Sirius. "Snuffles, I'm sure you will, but I got to go now," said Harry. "All right, we'll talk later," said Sirius. Harry entered the History of Magic class. He gave the note to Professor Binns and took a seat next to Ron. The whole lesson was as boring as ever. Today, Professor Binns was teaching them about the history of one of the early wars in the 1400s. Many of them were half asleep by just the beginning of the lesson. Harry was struggling to stay awake, but his eyelids seemed to have an awful amount of weight. Professor Binns' lecture wasn't helping much either. Harry gave in and fell asleep. Master, I have done what you've told me to do," said a man in a squeaky voice. "Good. Now with that done, we are one step closer to completing our plan. Wormtail, get me Lucius." Yes, Master," answered Wormtail. In a moment, Wormtail returned with Lucius. "My lord, everything is going well. He is doing what he's told, but my lord, I don't think it's wise to actually trust him. Even though he's been on our side for these many years," said Lucius. "Yes, I have a feeling about that too, but for the time being, he has come to be very useful. I chose him for this job at Hogwarts for a good reason. He's around people that he knew so well, and it makes it easier for him to help us complete our plan to finally end all that is good." Harry then heard a pure evil laugh. He then woke up and found himself back in home class. "Harry, are you okay?" asked Hermione, seeing the sweat on Harry's face. "Harry, you were clutching your scar again. Are you all right?" asked Ron, worried. "Maybe I should take you to the hospital wing," Hermione suggested. "No, I think he should go to Dumbledore," said Sean, calmly. Harry thought the same thing. He wanted to go tell Dumbledore about the dream first. "Guys, I'm okay, but I think I'm going to see Dumbledore. I'll see you guys in lunch," said Harry. Harry went to tell Professor Binns, so he'll be excused to go to Dumbledore. Professor Binns said yes right away after seeing the pale white color on Harry's face. He even offered to have a student accompany him. "No, I'll be fine," was Harry's response. While Harry was walking to Professor Dumbledore's office, he kept thinking, who was this he that they kept talking about? It sounded like he had a Death Eater working in Hogwarts. Harry recalled that in the dream, they said this person knew the people at Hogwarts very well. But who could that be? Harry was lost so deep in his thoughts that he just realized he passed Dumbledore's office. He turned back and reached the gargoyle guarding the way to Dumbledore's office. "I'm not in the mood for this. What could the password be this time?" said Harry. Harry was thinking up different kinds of sweets to say to the gargoyle, but nothing worked. Harry was really getting frustrated and he kicked the gargoyle without thinking. "Ouch, ow, ow, ow," said Harry, hopping up and down on one foot. He then remembered that he forgot to mention chocolate frogs, but unfortunately, that didn't work either. He kept trying. Tun-tung toffee, peppermint mints. Flowbomb, guessed Harry. It worked. That was unexpected, thought Harry. The gargoyle moved aside as Harry passed through it. He went on the spiral stone staircase as it moved up to the door in front of Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore came out of his office, seemingly to greet him as if he knew Harry was coming. He gave Harry a warm smile with the same mysterious twinkle in his eyes. "Ah, Harry, what brings you to my office?" asked Dumbledore, inviting Harry into his office. "Hello, Fox," said Harry as he entered the office. "Professor Dumbledore, I was just in History of Magic when I dozed off and had one of those dreams involving Voldemort," said Harry. "Would you mind telling me about the dream?" Dumbledore asked politely. Harry sighed, took a deep breath, and repeated all the details in his dream into words for Dumbledore. Dumbledore listened patiently. When Harry was done recalling the event in his dream, Dumbledore gave a sigh of his, but he was also smiling. How could Dumbledore be smiling about this? Isn't he worried at all that a Death Eater is in Hogwarts? Harry thought. "Harry, I perfectly understand what happened in your dream, really." "Well, I don't," thought Harry. "There's really no need to worry yet," said Dumbledore. "No need to worry yet? Is he kidding?" "Harry, I know that you're a bit confused here, but I promise that you'll understand when the time is right. If you experience any more of these dreams, please inform me," said Professor Dumbledore. "I will, Professor," answered Harry. "Well, if there's nothing else you wish to discuss, I suggest we head down to the Great Hall for lunch," said Dumbledore. "One question, Professor," said Harry. "Yes," said Dumbledore. "How did you know about the Flowbomb?" asked Harry. "The Flowbomb? Ah, yes, the password to pass the gargoyle. Well, it was a funny story," said Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, Fred and George didn't drop a Flowbomb on you, did they?" asked Harry awkwardly. One day I happened to come across Fred and George. They seemed to be planning tricks as usual. They also happened to carry with them those inventions that they called Flowbomb. I must say that it's quite amusing, but not appropriate for school. To answer your question, yes, they accidentally, Dumbledore gave Harry a wink, drop one near me, smoke came out and I believe you know what happened after that, said Dumbledore. Harry tried not to laugh. Harry, it's all right. Laughter is not a crime. Actually, I was also laughing at the time when that happened, replied Dumbledore. Harry didn't want to ask this but he was too curious to find the answer. Professor Dumbledore, you don't still have. Oh no, I do not have a flower on my head now. When I had it, no one knew since I had hidden rather nicely inside my hat, said Dumbledore. Harry knew that coming to Dumbledore was always a good thing. He knew how to make things better and how to solve problems that were on his mind. If Dumbledore is not too worried about the dream, then I guess that I shouldn't either, thought Harry. Harry and Dumbledore left the office and headed down to the Great Hall. When they reached the Great Hall, Harry went to join his friends on the Gryffindor table while Dumbledore went to the teacher's table. Back at the Gryffindor table. So, what did I miss? Asked Harry. Nothing much, we were all just having a discussion concerning who the Dada teacher, answered Ron. Harry almost forgot about that, he was looking forward to Dada and he's not the only one. Oh, I can't wait, said Sean. Me too. By the way, how did it go with Dumbledore? Asked Hermione. Great. Speaking of Dumbledore, you wouldn't believe what happened to him, said Harry. What happened? Asked Ron. Hold on, said Harry as he walked off. What's he doing? Asked Sean. I dunno, said Ron, puzzled. Me either, said Hermione. Suddenly, Harry returned with Fred and George who sat across them now. Why did you bring those two? Asked Ron, scrunching his nose. Because they're the masters behind it, answered Harry. Behind what? Asked Sean. All right, tell them, said Harry. After they told them what they did to Dumbledore, Sean, Hermione, and Ron were stunned. You didn't, said Ron a minute later. We did, said the twins with similar smirks on their faces. I can't believe you guys, said Hermione, somewhat angry. Does he still have? Asked Ron. Harry laughed, it was the same question he asked Dumbledore. No, he doesn't have the flower anymore, answered Harry. By the way, when did you do it to him? Asked Harry. Yesterday, answered George. Yesterday, said Sean. Dumbledore must have figured out how to get rid of it before it ends by itself, said Hermione. Guess so, said Harry with food in his mouth. We don't even know how to get rid of it before it goes away by itself, said Fred. Well, what do you suggest? Asked George. Don't even think about it, said Hermione. Think about what? Asked Fred innocently. You are not going to ask Dumbledore how he did it, are you? I don't think he'll tell you, said Harry. Oh, we'll think of something, said Fred and George. Okay, fine, have it your way. If you get in trouble and get a howler from Mum, don't say I didn't warn you, said Ron. Ronnie boy, we don't need a git like you to warn us, said George. Are you guys done eating yet? Asked Hermione hurriedly. Yes, we're done, answered Sean. Well, let's go. I can't wait to see who the Dada's professor is, said Ron. Yeah, this should be exciting, said Hermione. Yeah, said Harry. So, they picked up their books and headed to Dada where someone awaits them. When they've arrived to the Dada's class, the professor wasn't there yet. They all took the seats in the front of the class. A minute before the bell rang, the Dada's professor finally arrived. The professor walked to his desk with his briefcase in his hands. All the students in the class were so surprised at who the Dada's professor was that many had their mouths hanging open. It's Remus Lupin, said Sean. Harry and Hermione were puzzled as to how Sean knew that, but they didn't care anymore, overwhelmed with their own happiness at Remus' return. Professor Lupin, welcome back, said Hermione. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back. How are you three? Asked Lupin. Great, they answered. Professor Lupin, may I have a word with you after class? Asked Sean. Sure. Have we met before? Asked Lupin. No, I don't think so, said Sean. All the Gryffindors were so happy that they made a lot of noise cheering for Lupin. It was like a party is going on. Well, thank you for the warm welcome everyone. I'm happy to be your Dada professor once again even if the reason is due to a lack of application for this job, said Remus. I suppose I'll be the first to break the one-year rule for this position. The students laughed and clapped appreciatively. Glad to have you back, said Harry with a smile. Thanks, I'm glad to be back, said Remus who returned the smile. As it turned out, they had a great lesson as always. Today was no different than the days when Lupin used to teach it. They were going to have another practical lesson. When this was announced, excitement started to grow as they all put their books away. Wonder what creature we'll learn about this time, Seamus said excitingly. Yeah, the boggart that we had for our first lesson with Professor Lupin was awesome, said Dean. This time they didn't need to leave their classroom. They will have their lesson in the class. Loud whispers were heard as Remus went to fetch their lesson. Remus then came out and stood in front of everyone. He had something that on the top of his shoulder. They couldn't see what it was because he had covered it in a black cloth. I'm sure many of you are wondering what I might have on my shoulder. There is a reason for putting a black cloth on it. This dark creature under the cloth is called a hypnokerb, said Professor Lupin. All the exciting expressions on the Gryffindors' faces soon became confused ones. Hypnokerb. I've never heard of them in my life, said Ron. Of course, you haven't heard of it. I've only read it once about these dark creatures. They're very rare and powerful, said Hermione. Does anyone know what kind of power that these creatures possess? Asked Professor Lupin. As usual, Hermione raised her hand. Yes, Hermione, asked Professor Lupin. I've read about them in a book once. It was said that they have some kind of mind power that can hypnotize you into a nightmare. I believe that when this happens, you must fight them inside your mind. If you fail to do anything, you will eventually become blind and lose control of yourself, said Hermione. That was a very good explanation, 5 points to Gryffindor. What Hermione said was correct. Their powers are great but it does not mean that we are powerless against them. This year Vold. Professor Lupin stopped because the students were making a big fuss about him saying you know whose name. Professor Lupin continued. As I was saying, Voldemort will try to use these creatures against us, that is why we must learn about them and also learn to defend yourself from them. The reason why I covered it with a black cloth is because hypnokerbs are blinded by the color black, which meant that everything that is black is invisible to them. Now, when they attack with their mind power, they will try to take control of your mind. If they accomplish in that, They will have total control over you and you will also become blind, but you can fight that. What you must do is think of someone that you love most, concentrate, find the love that you have for this person. If your love is strong enough, you will wake up unharmed and the hypnokerb will burn to ashes. Why is that, Professor? Asked Parvati. That's because love is fatal to hypnokerbs. Now are there any more questions before we begin? Asked Professor Lupin. No hands were up. All right then. Everyone will work in pairs. One person at a time will try to fight against the hypnokerb while the partner be prepared to say a spell if your partner gets into trouble with the hypnokerb. Since one person from each group will not be hypnotized, you will be able to perform a spell to wake your partner up. The spell is Reviverlius. After you say the spell, put the black cloth that I'm going to give each of you and cover the hypnokerb. Does everyone understand? If you get in trouble, call me and I'll be right over. So they began. Harry would be working with Ron and same goes for Hermione and Sean. The hypnokerbs look like bats at first sight. Harry decided to go first for his group. He knew what he would think about. It would have been his parents but he didn't get to know them well enough to love them. He was going to think about Sirius. He is the person whom Harry loved most. He was the closest thing he had to a father. As he thought about that, he defeated the hypnokerb quickly. Then it was Ron's turn. Ron did a good job also. Sean went first for his group and he did a great job. He defeated the hypnokerb faster than Harry did. Hermione also did a good job. By the end of the class, they gained enough house points to cover those that they lost in potions yesterday. Right before the bell ring, they picked up all the materials and got ready to leave. There will be no homework. Have a nice day, said Professor Lupin. Sean, are you coming with us to see Hagrid? Asked Ron. Yeah, I'll come after I talk to Professor Lupin, said Sean. Okay, see you. Bye Remus, said Harry and they headed off to Hagrid's. Bye Harry, said Lupin. Since when did you call him Remus? Asked Ron. He told me he preferred that I call him Remus when we're alone, said Harry. Oh okay, I wonder what Sean was going to talk to Remus about, said Ron. Don't be so nosy Ron. He probably just wanted to ask something about the lesson, said Hermione. Now why would he want to do that? He practically did the best job in the whole class, said Ron. Hermione made a jealous face because Sean did do a better job than her. Would you two stop it? It's really none of our business what he wants to talk to Remus about. If it's okay for us to know, he'll tell us. Now stop fighting. It's getting really annoying and we're here, said Harry. They were in front of Hagrid's hut. Harry knocked on the door. Hagrid opened it and Harry found himself knocked down to the ground by Fang who was licking Harry's face. Ron started laughing at Harry. Stop laughing, it's not funny, said Harry trying to push Fang off. Anyone got a towel? Asked Harry because Fang just drooled on his ear. Everyone was laughing. Hello, you three, coming in? Asked Hagrid. Yeah, I'm coming, but I don't know about Harry, said Ron. I'm trying to come in, said Harry, irritably. Harry finally got back up. He went into the cabin followed closely by Fang. Hi, Hagrid, greeted Harry as he was wiping Fang's saliva off his face and ear. Tea anyone? Offered Hagrid. Sure, said the three of them. Hagrid got 4 cups and he filled them with tea. He also offered them some rock cakes. They each took one to be polite. However, when Hagrid's back was turned, they put the rock cake in their pockets. So Hagrid, did you just invite us to have tea and rock cakes or is there something you want to tell us? Asked Harry. Oh yes, I almost forgot, said Hagrid and he went to the back of his hut. Harry looked at Hermione and Ron to see if they know what Hagrid was up to but they both wore the same puzzled look as Harry. Hagrid soon came back with a small box in his hands. He handed it to Harry. Sorry that it's not wrapped, I didn't have time, said Hagrid. What's this for? Asked Harry, who was utterly confused. Well, it's your birthday present, of course. I couldn't send it to you when I was on the mission for Dumbledore, explained Hagrid. Of course, thought Harry. He had completely forgotten that he hadn't received anything from Hagrid. Well, open it, I promise, it won't bite, joked Hagrid. I'm not surprised if it does bite, thought Harry. Yeah Harry, open it, said Ron, who was more eager to find out what it is than Harry. Then Harry opened the small box and found a very expensive watch. Whoa, very nice, said Ron. Try it on, urged Hagrid. Harry put it on. It fits you perfectly, said Hermione. It should, said Hagrid. Why do you say that, Hagrid? Asked Harry. Well, it's because it belonged to your father, said Hagrid. Wow, said Harry as he admired the watch. It was indeed the most beautiful watch he had ever seen. Thanks for giving it to me, said Harry. You're welcome, said Hagrid. After that, they all had more tea and Hagrid offered them more rock cakes. Harry just remembered about Norbert and his baby dragons. He told Hagrid about the news and Hagrid couldn't be happier. My baby Norbert, it's not a baby anymore, thought Ron. Had babies. I'm so happy for Norbert, cheered Hagrid. During their visit at Hagrid's, Sean had never shown up like he said he would. Soon, it was getting dark and it was time for Harry, Hermione, and Ron to go. They said goodbye to Hagrid as they make their way back to the castle. They were wondering where Sean was now. They decided to see if Sean had returned to the common room. Dragon blood, said Harry to the fat lady and entered through the portrait hole. Sean wasn't in the common room or the boys' dormitories. You don't think that he might still be talking to Remus, do you? Asked Ron. I don't know what they would talk about to take this long, said Harry. Why don't we just wait here for him? It's almost time for supper. He'll probably be back soon, said Hermione. They agreed. Chess anyone? Asked Ron while already taking out his chessboard. There was nothing much to do, so Harry joined Ron. You never get tired of losing, do you, Harry? Teased Ron as he pulled another checkmate. Oh, shut up, Ron. I'll beat you one day, said Harry, indignantly. And when would that be, Mr. Potter? Never, said Ron in a would-be Snape-like tone. Harry scowled but ended up smiling instead. Just then Sean walked in. Sorry, I couldn't make it to Hagrid's, Sean apologized. That's all right, said Harry. Where were you? Asked Hermione, who took her nose out of the book that she was reading. Well, I was going to Hagrid's after I finished talking to Professor Lupin, but then Dumbledore asked to see me in his office. So then, I couldn't come, explained Sean. What did Dumbledore say? Asked Ron. Sean seemed to want to avoid this question. Nothing much, you know, just stuff, since I'm new and all, said Sean, and he took off. Okay, that was strange. I don't think he wanted to answer my question, said Ron. Yeah, I know, said Harry, agreeing. All right, come on you two. Let's go and wait for him in the Great Hall, said Hermione. Why the Great Hall? Asked Ron. Harry and Hermione stared at Ron in disbelief. What, did I say something wrong? Asked Ron. Ron, are you okay? Asked Harry. Why? Asked Ron. Do you have a fever or something? Asked Hermione, who was feeling Ron's forehead. Stop that, said Ron, swatting Hermione's hand away. Hermione and Harry stopped acting worried and started laughing at Ron. What? Why are you laughing? Asked Ron, who was getting very annoyed. Oh, nothing. We're going to the Great Hall because it's time for dinner, silly, said Hermione. Gee Ron, I never knew you were so thick-headed. How could you forget about dinner? Of all people but you. I can't believe it. You should be ashamed, said Harry jokingly. Shut up, Harry, said Ron. After a few more minutes of friendly teasing, they finally headed down to the Great Hall. They took their seats next to Fred and George. Not a moment sooner, Sean came down to join them too. During dinner, Harry excused himself to the common room earlier. His scar was burning. Are you going to be okay? Asked Ron. Yeah, I'll be fine. I just need some rest, said Harry. The pain in his scar increased as he walked up the spiral staircase. When he was getting closer to the portrait of the fat lady, he saw someone standing there. In the blink of an eye, that person was gone. The pain on Harry's scar was so intense that he almost thought that what he saw was just a hallucination. He said the password to the fat lady and entered the common room. He dropped into a chair near the fireplace. He couldn't bother to go up the stair lest he fall down them. After several minutes, the pain didn't cease. Harry couldn't stand the excruciating pain any longer and he passed out. When he was unconscious, many flashes of images seemed to appear. They have no relation to one another at all, yet somehow he could feel that they fit together. He was very confused that all these images had come to his head, yet he did not know what it means. "Harry, get up, are you all right?" said a worried voice. Harry began to open his eyes, but the sight was too groggy and blurry to see. Apparently, his glasses had fallen off after he passed out. His scar had stopped burning. Someone placed Harry's glasses back on. Harry looked around. He was on the floor. A strong pair of arms picked Harry up and helped him get back on the chair. "Sirius, what are you doing here?" asked Harry once he realized who was helping him. The question should be, "What were you doing on the floor?" "I was going to check up on you when I saw that you were unconscious with my communic. No one seemed to be around, so I had to come and see what was wrong with you. I got here by flow powder and I became worried when I saw you lying on the ground like you were having a seizure or something. You had me worried sick," said Sirius. "Sirius, I don't really know what happened. It was all too quick. I wasn't having those usual dreams that include Voldemort in it. This time, it was different. I got all these weird images but they don't seem to make any sense," said Harry. "Look Harry, I can't stay much longer. Here's what you should do. Get some rest tonight and tomorrow you go straight to Dumbledore, all right?" asked Sirius, squeezing Harry's shoulder reassuringly. "Okay, Sirius," answered Harry. "All right, I should go now," said Sirius. He walked to the front of the fireplace and was about to leave when. "What's that you're wearing?" asked Sirius. "My Hogwarts robe," Harry asked rather than stated. No, the thing on your wrist," said Sirius. "Oh, this. It's a watch, Sirius," said Harry like it couldn't be more obvious. "That's James's watch, isn't it?" asked Sirius, recognizing it. "Yes, it is. So, what?" asked Harry. "That's not just a watch that tells time, Harry," said Sirius. "It's not?" asked Harry. "Do you possibly expect anything that your dad owned to be ordinary and simple?" Harry shrugged. "This is definitely not an ordinary watch. Especially not after your father personalized it himself. I used to see him wearing that watch day in and day out after your mother gave it to him. This watch was like the second most precious thing to him next to the invisibility cloak. James was very smart. He could have gotten the highest scores in the school if he wasn't joking around with me too much." Sirius sighed thinking about the times he used to spend with James. "I'll tell you what this watch does. I'm the only other person that knows all its functions, besides your father of course. You see that switch there on the side of the watch?" asked Sirius. "Yeah," answered Harry. "This watch has 4 different functions. The first one, you already know, it tells time. Now turn the switch," said Sirius. Once Harry turned the switch, the face of the watch changed into something that looked like a countdown, of what, he didn't know. At the moment, it shows 15 days 18 hours 40 minutes and 50 seconds. "What does this mean, Sirius?" asked Harry. "This is one of the special feature that James added for the purpose of Remus. It's a countdown of the next full moon meaning," said Sirius. "The next transformation for Remus," finished Harry. "Exactly. James was always very careful about this. He always reminded Remus when his next transformation would be, so he could get ready." "All right, moving on, turn the switch again," said Sirius. Harry did as he was told. The face of the watch changed again. Harry stared at it for a moment and he realized what it was, a micro version of the Marauder's map. "Wow," said Harry, amazed. "Yes, incredible isn't it? It was a new improved way to sneak out," said Sirius, with pride. "This is awesome," said Harry. "But that doesn't mean that you can sneak out more often," said Sirius. "What, like you guys did?" teased Harry. "Just don't do it." "We were different," said Sirius. "How are you different?" "Oh wait, I know. You guys were more insensitive and immature, that's why you don't want me to do the same, right?" asked Harry. Sirius couldn't deny that Harry was right, but he wasn't about to let him know that he was right. "No, that's not it. I just don't want you to get in trouble," exclaimed Sirius. "Yeah, that should convince him," thought Sirius. Not that he really wanted to. He smiled thinking of the numerous times they sneaked out. All right, I won't, said Harry. So, what's the fourth function of this watch? Sirius' face became blank at that question. There is a fourth function, right? Asked Harry. Yeah, there is, but I'm not sure what it is. This watch has a special power. It can protect you, but you won't see that function until it is needed, explained Sirius. But there were sounds at the portrait. Dinner must be over. Someone was coming in. Go now, mouthed Harry. Sirius took some flow powder in his hand and jumped into the fire before the portrait opened. Soon enough, all the Gryffindors poured into the common room. When Ron and Hermione came in, they spotted Harry near the fireplace and made their way towards him. Harry, are you all right? You left dinner so early, said Hermione. I'm all right now, but I want to tell you guys something, said Harry. What? Asked Ron. Actually, I'm a bit hungry right now. I'll tell you tomorrow, said Harry, rubbing his stomach. Got you covered, buddy, said Ron. Ron took out bunches of food for Harry to eat. Harry was surprised. I knew you'd be hungry afterwards. So, Hermione and I made a visit to the kitchen before we came back, said Ron. Thanks, said Harry. You're welcome, said Ron. Well, you enjoy your dinner, Harry. I'm going to bed, said Hermione. Yeah, I will. Night, said Harry. Good night, said Ron. You know, Ron, you don't have to stay here and watch me eat, said Harry. I know, but that's not why I'm still here, said Ron. Then why are you still here? Asked Harry. Ron then took a box out. What's that? Asked Harry. Dessert. I haven't had dessert yet, asked Ron. Harry laughed. I knew you wouldn't stay here just to watch me eat, said Harry, eyeing the rather large piece of chocolate cake. Do you want some? Asked Ron. Nah, I'm all right. Sure, it's really good, said Ron as he ate a mouthful. You know it looks good. Oh, what the heck. All right, sure, I'll take a piece of that cake, said Harry. Good. It's not like you can't use putting on a few pounds, said Ron, cutting a piece for Harry. Harry rolled his eyes, but smiled nevertheless. A little while later. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, Harry groaned. Me neither. I didn't know you at all, laughed Ron. I'm so full, Harry groaned again. Yeah, me too. I can't eat another bite, said Ron. You are such a liar, said Harry. Ron licked the cream off his lips. Sorry, I guess I could eat another bite after all, said Ron. Soon, they headed off to bed. They were so blissfully full that they immediately fell asleep. Harry would tell them about the watch tomorrow. Wicked, said Ron, after Harry explained to him what Sirius said. Yeah, that's great, said Sean with an exaggerating tone. Harry, your father must have been very clever to come up with something like this, said Hermione. Well, that's no surprise. Didn't you know that Harry's father was the top of his class, said Ron. Hermione confined herself back in a book. Harry has not yet told them about the flash of images, and he wasn't planning to tell them about it, or at least not just yet. Right, Harry? Asked Ron. Huh, what? Asked Harry. Weren't you listening? Asked Ron. No, sorry, said Harry. Well, I was just telling Sean how Professor Trelawney is nothing but a lying old bat, said Ron. Oh, right, yeah she is. I'm so sick of her predicting my death every year, said Harry. They started picking up their eating pace. What's the hurry? Asked Sean. We avenue her next, said Ron with a mouthful of food. Yeah, it's all the eye in the fourth tower, said Harry. Oh, said Sean, and he too picked up the pace. All right, let's go. See you later, Hermione, said Harry. Yeah, later, said Sean. Bye, my own, said Ron, accidentally spitting on Hermione. Ori, said Ron. They rushed to the North Tower, and unfortunately came across the portrait of Sir Cadogan. Aha, draw your swords and fight me like a man, he said, pointing his sword at them. We can't. We're sort of in a hurry, said Harry. They continue walking, ignoring Sir Cadogan. Yes, I have won. Walk away like the cowards that you are. You haven't seen the last of Sir Cadogan, he yelled after them. I swear no one is more mental than him, said Ron. They finally made it to the circular trapdoor that leads to Professor Trelawney's classroom. They climbed up the silvery ladder and entered the dark attic-looking classroom. Almost immediately the stuffy perfume reached Harry's nose. They took their usual seats, which were as far away as possible from Professor Trelawney. I wonder what grand opening entrance she's going to make this time, said Ron. Then a sound of explosion was heard as smoke was seen in front of the professor's desk. As the smoke fades away, Professor Trelawney appeared out of it. Harry and Ron stifled their laughter as Professor Trelawney coughed violently, sounding very much like a cat trying to cough out fur balls. Parvati and Lavender were too busy applauding Professor Trelawney's entrance in the front to notice that she was choking on her own grand entrance. Gee, thank you, dears. Ahem. Welcome to another year of divination, Professor Trelawney said, her voice scratchy. We will be covering the basics of foresight this term. Many of you are unsuccessful at foreseeing the future because your inner eye has been clouded. This year I will try to clear the treachery of your minds that clouds many of your inner eyes to foresee the future, said Professor Trelawney. What a bunch of baloney, said Ron. We will start with foreseeing the upcoming weather, and then we will learn to foresee future events. To foresee the weather, you must learn and study the movement of the planets. Turn to page 57 in Unfogging the Future 2. Study the chart, said Professor Trelawney. They all took out their books. Is this what we'll be learning all year? Asked Sean. Learning. More like we'll learn nothing, said Ron. Professor Trelawney was walking around the classroom, checking each table's progress. When she had reached Harry's table, she stopped. Mr. Potter, it's lovely to see you here. That was quite a feat that you survived. But do let your luck blind you. I advise you watch yourself this year. Your enemy might just prevail according to my crystal glazing this morning, said Professor Trelawney. She should watch herself. All those crystal glazing will make her paranoid one day, said Ron. They sniggered. When the lesson was over, they eagerly climbed out of the suffocating room and met up with Hermione at the bottom of the tower. Together, they were off to herbology with Professor Sprout. In herbology, they worked in groups experimenting on a plant called Lotusium. By the end of the class, most of them were bruised by the plant's spikes. They gladly left the greenhouse for lunch. On their way to the Great Hall, they were unable to avoid an unpleasant meeting with their least favorite person in the whole school. Well, if it isn't Potty and the gang, said Malfoy. Well, if it isn't the bouncing ferret and his two gorilla friends, said Harry. You know what, Malfoy? You are so lame. Every time, you call Harry, Potty. That is so old. Where is your sense of creativity? Oh, wait, you don't have any. I mean, at least Harry have something new to say about you. Lame Rod, said Ron. They started laughing. Malfoy gritted his teeth and turned his attention to Hermione. Still hanging with Mudblood, said Malfoy. At this Sean had to hold on to the neck of Harry and Ron's robe to prevent them from attacking Malfoy. Mudblood. What are you going to do about it? I won't stop calling her that, said Malfoy. Don't fall for his tricks. He only wants to get you into trouble, said Sean, to Ron and Harry. To Malfoy and his friends, why don't you all go back to the jungle where you belong? Then without looking at Malfoy and his bodyguards, Sean dragged Harry and Ron away with Hermione following. You two should stop getting into trouble for me. Him calling me Mudblood doesn't hurt me anymore. If you want to get him back, you should do it when no one sees you, said Hermione. They were a bit stunned at what she just said. Do you have a plan, Hermione? Asked Ron. As a matter of fact, I can think of one, said Hermione. It's payback time, said Sean. Where is all this deviousness coming from? Asked Ron. Does it matter? Asked Hermione. No, it doesn't. I could so love this side of you, said Ron, swinging his arms over Hermione's shoulder as they walked towards the Great Hall. Thanks a lot, said Hermione, angrily. She threw Ron's arm off her shoulder and walked faster. Hey, said Ron, calling after her. He turned back to Sean and Harry, genuine confusion on his face. What did I say? Well, you practically insulted her, said Sean. How? I just said, I could so love this side of you. As far as I know, that was a compliment, said Ron. Not when you imply that you only like this side of her and hate the rest of her personality. Ron groaned. Why do all girls have to be so complicated? Harry smiled sympathetically. Let's come up with a plan tonight in the common room, said Sean, changing the subject. They all agreed. During lunch, they all stopped eating when owls were flying into the Great Hall to deliver mail to their respective owners. Harry saw Hedwig holding a letter. She flew to Harry. Harry gave her a piece of his chicken and she took off. Hermione got a copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry took his letter and opened it. Dear Mr. Harry Potter, I have heard about what happened that night. It is very important that you come see me in my office after you have finished your meal. There are some matters I think we must discuss. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts and a powerful wizard, believes that the Dark Lord, you know who is rising. He also believes that the very same Dementors that are guarding the prisoners of Azkaban will soon join the Dark Lord as his allies. However, Cornelius Fudge, the Ministry of Magic take no precaution for Dumbledore's warning. He strongly disagrees that you know who is back. Dementors are still guarding Azkaban. Will it be safe any longer? Will keeping the Dementors be Fudge's biggest mistake? I can't believe that Fudge still deny the fact that you know who is back, said Ron. After reading this article, it made Harry, said Harry. After reading this article, it made Harry realize something very important. He decided to see Dumbledore earlier. Where are you going? Dumbledore said that you should see him after lunch, not during lunch, said Ron. I have to tell him something, said Harry and left before any of them can respond. Harry quickly made it to the gargoyle. Flowbomb, said Harry. He went up the spiral stone staircase and went into Dumbledore's office. Ah, Harry, you're here. I didn't anticipate your arrival this early. Here, have a seat. He mentioned a chair in front of him. Now, I believe you had a flash or glimpse of what is yet to come, said Dumbledore. How? Sirius told me what happened, said Dumbledore as if he read Harry's mind. Professor, these images that I had were confusing at first. They didn't seem to make any sense, but now, I believe I've figured out what it's trying to show me, said Harry. Yes, these images can be confusing at first. Tell me, what do you remember from the images? Asked Dumbledore. I remembered seeing a fortress that was surrounded by water. It was dark, but I can make it out that there were people in that fortress. Then another image showed people disappearing from the fortress. The next thing I knew, I heard a voice, said Harry. What did the voice say? Asked Dumbledore. It said, my plan is almost complete, now all I need is Harry Potter, finished Harry. I think we both know who that voice belongs to, said Dumbledore. Voldemort, said Harry. Yes, and according to the images, I believe that he will try to release all his faithful Death Eaters from Azkaban, said Dumbledore. Well, we've got to do something even if the Ministry of Magic won't, said Harry. Yes, Harry, I agree. If Voldemort succeeds in rescuing his Death Eaters, history might just repeat itself back into the dark days. Harry, you mustn't tell anyone about this. It will only cause panic and discomfort. I will tell the students when the time is right. You may tell Ms. Granger and Mr. Weasley if you wish. Harry, you should head back to your common room for now, said Professor Dumbledore. With that, Harry left. He had all these thoughts in his head. The uneasiness and anxiety grew. If Voldemort succeeds, then it will turn back into the dark days. Many innocents will die. That's how. My parents died. They died, in the hand of Voldemort. Suddenly anger and rage was all that Harry feels. He hated Voldemort for the death of his parent. If it wasn't for him, Harry would probably have a loving family to be with. He hated Voldemort for his selfishness and cruelty. He hated Voldemort for breaking families apart, especially his. I won't just sit here and wait for Voldemort to destroy everything we hold dear. I'm not going to let that happen for as long as I live. When Harry had reached the common room, he went straight up to the dormitories. I wonder what's wrong with Harry, said Hermione. Me too, he doesn't seem to be in a good mood, said Sean. Ron, you better go check on him, suggested Hermione. All right, said Ron, and he went up the stairs to the boys' dormitories. When Ron entered the dormitories, he saw Harry sitting on his bed with his hands on his head. His hair was messier than ever and it looked like he had tears down his face. Ron went to sit next to Harry. "What's wrong, Harry?" asked Ron. Harry told him all about Voldemort and his plan to rescue all his Death Eaters from Azkaban. He also told Ron what would happen if he succeeds and how it reminded him of his parents' death. Ron sat there patiently the whole time listening to Harry. This helped since Harry was letting all his anxiety out. "So, how is he?" asked Sean when Ron came back down to the common room. "He's all right now. He said he wants to sleep, so I left him alone," said Ron. Ron told Hermione and Sean of what Harry told him. "No wonder he was so upset," said Hermione. "This is not good," said Sean. "I know, this is terrible. Let's not think about for now. Maybe the Hogmed trip this weekend will cheer him up," said Ron. "Let's hope so," said Sean. The next morning, Harry woke up the earliest. He saw that Ron and Sean were still sleeping. He did not disturb them. He quickly changed into his clothes and went down to the common room. It was so early that breakfast was not yet served. Harry sat down in a chair. He looked a bit better than yesterday, but he was still a mess. In fact, he wasn't exactly up so early. Instead, he didn't sleep at all. Apparently, he was up thinking all night. Suddenly, a noise disturbed Harry's thoughts. "Harry," the voice said. "Who is it?" asked Harry. The voice seemed to be coming from his pocket. Harry searched his pocket and found the communique. He had remembered that ever since he received it for his birthday, he had never went anywhere without it. Why? Because it was like having Sirius there with him wherever he went. "Oh, Sirius, it's you," said Harry. "Harry, I know what happened and I'm not going to ask if you're okay like everyone else." "Harry, I know what you're thinking and I feel the same," said Sirius. "Sirius, even though I've never met my parents, I still miss them. I can't help but to think about them and how my life would be if they were still here with me. I would do anything to have them back in my life. When I see Ron, I have always thought that he was the luckiest guy. He had everything, a family that loves him, brothers and sisters that care about him. I've never met my parents and I never will," said Harry, who sobbed. At these words, Sirius began to sob himself. "Harry, I'm so sorry that I couldn't protect the both of them. I'm so sorry," Sirius sobbed. "No, don't be sorry, it's not your fault. I'm so glad I still have you as my godfather. Thanks for always being here for me," said Harry. "No prob. It's what I do. Don't be so sad, Harry. You will meet your parents someday, I promise," said Sirius. "But how?" asked Harry. Sirius said he had to go before he could answer Harry's question. Not long after Sirius left, Hermione and Sean both woke up. "Harry, what were you doing up so early?" asked Hermione. "Just thinking. I couldn't sleep last night. One thing's for sure, you won't see me up so early again. I'm mad tired right now," said Harry, who stifled a yawn. "Oh," was all Hermione said. "So, where's Ron?" asked Harry. "Where do you think? That sleepy head is still sleeping," said Sean. "Let's go wake him up," said Harry, who felt much better after he talked with Sirius. Hermione said that she'll wait for them by the fireplace. Harry and Sean found Ron, who was still sound asleep in his bed. Harry then had an evil grin on his face. "Shall we?" said Harry to Sean. "Yeah," said Sean, also with a grin on his face. They both grabbed their pillow and stand on both sides of Ron's bed. "On 3, said Harry. "Okay," said Sean. 1, 2, 3, said Harry. At the count of 3, they both hit Ron with their pillow. "What's going on?" asked Ron, who woke up. He then realized what was happening. "This is a pillow fight." Ron grabbed his pillow and said, "This is war." Then he started hitting Harry and Sean. Soon the whole dormitory was awake. Dean and Seamus soon joined into the pillow fight. Neville woke up too, but he didn't want to join the pillow fight. Instead, he hid behind his bed trying to avoid pillows flying all over the room. When it was getting late, they picked up the mess and went down to the common room. "What took you guys so long?" asked Hermione. We kinda had a big pillow fight, and I won," said Ron. "You did not," said Harry. "Let's go down already," said Hermione, who was obviously annoyed. During breakfast, Harry saw Hedwig flying towards him with a letter. That's kind of early for mail, thought Harry. When Harry opened the letter, he found that it was from Remus. It was a very short note. "Harry, meet me in the Dada classroom. There's something I have to tell you. Remus." Harry glanced at the teacher's table and surely Remus wasn't there, and so was the headmaster. "Ron, tell Hagrid that I'll be late for his class," said Harry. "Sure, pal," said Ron. With that, Harry left towards the Dada class. While he was walking to the classroom, Harry had a feeling that someone or something was following him. When he made a turn, he looked back quickly but he didn't see anyone there. When he had reached the classroom, he knocked on the door. Remus opened the door to let Harry in. Remus took a seat, as did Harry. "Harry, there's something that Dumbledore thought you should know," said Remus. "What is it?" asked Harry. "Those images of Azkaban that you had is something that's really going to happen," said Remus. "How would you know if it was really true?" "Unless it's already happened," said Harry. "No, it hasn't happened yet, but never mind how I know it's true." "Don't worry, Harry, we will stop them before it happens," said Remus. "Who is we? What are you guys going to do?" asked Harry. "Well, I shouldn't really tell you this, but Dumbledore had tried to tell Fudge about, but he wouldn't listen. He said that he would not remove the Dementors at Azkaban. So, Dumbledore had gathered a group of wizards including some of the teachers here, and we are going to go to Azkaban to stop them before your visions come true," said Remus. "Are you going too?" asked Harry. "Yes," answered Remus. "I want to go too," said Harry. What? You can't come, Harry. You should stay at Hogwarts where it's safe," said Remus at once. "Where it's safe? How do you know if I'm actually safe here? There are many PPL out there that can be in danger if Voldemort wasn't stopped, and I want to help," said Harry. "But Harry, let us handle this. We can't give Voldemort the chance of kidnapping you. You know that he'll try to get you with every chance he can get," said Remus. "Look, Remus, I'm sorry to say this, but you're not going to stop me from helping to destroy Voldemort's plan. I cannot just sit here and not do anything. I want to help put a stop to him if it's the last thing I'll do," said Harry. Remus saw the determined face of Harry and knew that he can't stop him, but maybe Dumbledore can. He can't allow Harry to be in danger. After all, he had promised Sirius that he'll look after Harry. "You did do something, Harry. I think you've done enough to help fight Voldemort, but if I can't change your mind, then I can't help it. If you really want to go on this mission with us, the decision does not lie with me. You'll have to talk to Dumbledore," said Remus, hoping that Dumbledore wouldn't say yes to Harry's dangerous request. "I'll come with you," said Remus. Therefore, they walked to Dumbledore's office. Remus knocked on the door, and when it was opened, Harry saw that Dumbledore was not alone. "Ah, Remus and Mr. Potter, come in," said Dumbledore. Harry just noticed that Dumbledore's office was crowded with witches and wizards. He recognized some of them, but there were also faces that he'd never seen. He saw Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Mr. Weasley, some Ministry members, Mad-Eye Moody, Mrs. Fig. "Mrs. Fig, yes, and it's Ms. Fig, I assure you. I am a witch and I was watching over you when you were at the Dursleys," said Ms. Fig. Professor Dumbledore, Harry has something that he wants to discuss with you," said Remus. "Yes, very well. Harry, please wait in the next room while I finish up here. I will be with you shortly," said Dumbledore. After Harry went into the next room, Dumbledore continued to address the witches and wizards. "We will meet on the Fortress of Azkaban at the scheduled time. Anyone who does not wish to go through with this, please step out of this mission now. This mission is highly dangerous since we will be dealing with Death Eaters, Dementors, and maybe even Lord Voldemort himself. I advise you all to be prepared and also bring some chocolate as a precaution," said Dumbledore. Harry soon heard footsteps leaving Dumbledore's office. "You may come out now, Harry," said Dumbledore. Harry exited the room he was in and took a seat as Dumbledore mentioned. "Harry, Remus told me that you have something that you would like to discuss with me," said Dumbledore. Professor, I would like to be a part of this mission, said Harry. Dumbledore did not give a stunned expression, but instead his face showed that he had expected this. Harry, I do not feel that it is necessary for you to come, said Dumbledore, who was interrupted by Harry. But I feel that it is necessary that I come. Professor, I know that it's going to be dangerous, but I don't mind as long as I see to it that Voldemort fails. I feel that it's somewhat my responsibility to make sure that my vision don't come true, said Harry. Dumbledore gave Harry a smile. Ah, Harry, just as stubborn as James. You probably don't want to listen to reason, but you've made this decision in too much of a hurry. You cannot make a decision when rage, guilt, and anger are building up inside of you, said Dumbledore. Dumbledore may be right, thought Harry, maybe I did come to a conclusion too quick. No, I will go, and that's final. I need to do this. Professor, I have made up my mind clearly. I believe that it's only right that I go, and I will also be able to help fight the Dementors, said Harry with determination. Harry, this is a big decision that you are making. Are you certain that you want to go? Asked Dumbledore. Yes, I'm positive, answered Harry. Very well, then, sighed Dumbledore. Meanwhile, where's Harry? Asked Hagrid. Oh, he went to see Lupin, but I have no idea what for, said Ron. He should be back soon, said Sean. How do you know? Asked Ron. Before they knew it, Harry came back. Whoa, talk about déjà vu. You should be the next professor. Trelawney, said Ron. I rather not, said Sean. Hiya, Harry, said Hagrid. Hi Hagrid. So, what are we doing? Asked Harry. We are learning about Snuffners, said Hermione. Didn't we learn about those already? Asked Harry. No, we haven't. If you've paid attention, I did pay attention, said Harry. You would know that this is different. We've learned about those that snuff out gold. The Snuffners snuff out your most precious item, said Hermione. Oh, right, said Harry. They had a very enjoyable lesson until Harry told them about the mission after lunch in the common room. What, you're not seriously going? Said Ron. Are you crazy? You could be killed. What if you know who captures you? Don't you agree that Harry shouldn't go, Sean? Asked Hermione. But Sean wasn't there. He had left the moment Harry told them about the mission. Huh, where did he go? Asked Harry. Let's go look for him, said Hermione. No, wait, said Harry. Harry took his watch and turned the switch 3 times. It then showed a mini version of the Marauders map just as Sirius showed him. Oh yeah, I forgot you had that, said Hermione. So, where is he? Asked Ron. He's in Lupin's office, said Harry. Wonder what he's doing there, said Ron. Me too, said Hermione. Let's go see what he's doing, said Harry. Yeah, let's, said Ron. Let me grab my invisibility cloak, said Harry. So they left the common room and went straight towards Professor Lupin's classroom. When they've reached the Dada's classroom, they saw Sean near where Professor Lupin is. He seemed to be real upset. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went under the invisibility cloak and got closer to where Lupin and Sean were so they could hear what they were talking about. How could you let that happen? They heard Sean say. I tried to stop him, but you know how he is, just as stubborn as that someone, said Lupin. All right, sorry I yelled at you. I'll go talk to Dumbledore, said Sean. Harry, Ron, and Hermione couldn't believe that Sean yelled at Lupin. Why is he so mad and upset? Asked Ron. I have no idea, said Harry. Me neither, said Hermione. Sean was about to come out. Harry, Hermione, and Ron decided to go back to the common room while Sean went to see Dumbledore. They took off the invisibility cloak when they've entered the common room. Why didn't we follow him? Asked Ron. I don't think that it's a good idea to sneak into Dumbledore's office. Me neither, said Harry. So Harry, when are you going? Asked Ron, who finally accepted that Harry wasn't going to change his mind. 3 weeks before Christmas, answered Harry. That's just 5 days away, said Ron. Harry, you can still quit the mission now, please, said Hermione. Hermione, I'm sorry but I've made up my mind. I'm going. Don't worry, I'll come back alive and in one piece, joked Harry. Stop joking, Harry, this is serious. What if something happens to you? Asked Hermione. Yeah, Harry, it's not too late to change your mind. I don't want anything bad to happen to my best friend, said Ron. Look guys, nothing is going to happen to me. I'm not going to be alone. You two will just have to accept my decision, said Harry, who stormed up to the boys' dormitories. Harry went to the dormitories because he didn't want to hear Ron and Hermione's reasoning. He had made up his mind and nothing's going to change it. Maybe we should just support him instead of going against his decision since he won't change his mind, said Hermione. Yeah, he's too stubborn. Let's support him in any way we can before he leaves for the mission, said Ron. We can do something fun before the mission, said Hermione. Like what? No wait, I know, why don't we have a party at Hogsmeade this weekend? Suggested Ron. Yeah, that's perfect, Ron, said Hermione. What's perfect? Asked Sean, who just entered the common room. Sean, you're back, said Hermione. Yes, I'm back. I guess you noticed. Sorry, I left earlier without saying anything. So, what were you talking about? Asked Sean. Oh, we're planning a party at Hogsmeade for Harry, said Ron. That's a good idea. Where's Harry? Asked Sean. He's upstairs, said Ron. You should call him to come down, said Sean. Oh, yeah, said Ron as he rushed upstairs. Harry, you should go down to the Quidditch field now or you're gonna be late, said Ron. Harry forgot about the meeting. He quickly went downstairs and out the common room. Everyone else was there already, including Professor McGonagall. All right, now that everyone is here, we can vote for the now Gryffindor captain. Remember to vote for the person who you think will do the best as captain. Also, you cannot vote for yourself, said Professor McGonagall. They all took a piece of parchment and quill and put down a name. Then Professor McGonagall took all the pieces of parchment. She looked and called out each one by one, and it goes like this: Harry, Katie, Fred, George, Harry, and Harry. Fred and George voted for each other. Well, it was worth a try, said George. Very well then, Harry, you are the new captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, said Professor McGonagall happily. Congratulations, Harry, said the team. Thanks everyone, said Harry. Well, since you are the new captain, Harry, you will be in charge of finding a new keeper, said Professor McGonagall. Yes, Professor, said Harry. Congratulations, Mr. Potter, said Professor McGonagall, and she left. Since today was Friday, Harry will be leaving for the mission on Wednesday next week. He wanted to find a keeper before he left so that the new keeper can practice with the team when or if he gets back. All right team, we will put up a bulletin for the tryouts of the position of the keeper that will be held on Monday. Is that all right for everyone? Said Harry. Everyone agreed. They all went back to the common room after that. After dinner, Harry put up the bulletin for the tryouts in the common room. Almost at once, people rushed over to sign up. Monday's going to be a long day, said Harry. What's the big commotion and where's Ron? Asked Hermione. Well, I'm the new captain of the Quidditch team, said Harry. Congrats Harry, said Hermione. By the way, Ron is somewhere in the crowd over there, trying to get to sign up for the position of keeper, said Harry. Have you seen Sean? Asked Harry. No, he was here a while ago. He's such a loose cannon, said Hermione. Harry turned the switch on his watch and looked at the mini Marauders map. What he saw was unbelievable. Harry saw a little figure which said Sirius. Sirius and Lupin was in Dumbledore's office. The three of them seemed to be in a discussion, but that was not the thing that surprised Harry. Other than seeing Sirius there, he also saw a figure just outside of Dumbledore's office. The strange thing was, the figure in the map did not show a name, but instead, it said, unknown. Unknown? Said Harry. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Ron, who just came back. Harry showed Hermione and Ron the watch. Afterwards, they all had puzzled looks on their faces. Siri Snuffles. Here, said Ron excitingly. But why is there an unknown figure in front of Dumbledore's office? Asked Hermione, who noticed. I don't know, I've never seen that before, said Harry. Strange. If there is someone in front of Dumbledore's office, what is it doing there? Asked Hermione. I haven't a clue, said Harry. Look, said Ron. What? Asked Harry, turning his attention to Ron. I don't see Sean on the Marauders map anywhere, said Ron. What, are you sure? Asked Hermione, who went to look at Harry's watch once more. You're right, he's not here in the map, said Harry. Let's go tell Dumbledore, and we can also check out what unknown is since it's still there, said Hermione. Harry took his invisibility cloak along and they were off to Dumbledore's office. As they were going up the spiral staircase, they all hid themselves under the invisibility cloak with their wands out. Once their eyesight reached the front of Dumbledore's office, they saw nothing but a shadow. The shadow moved swiftly and hastily, and within the next second, it was gone. Harry looked at the mini Marauders map and the figure that was labeled unknown also disappeared. Whoa, what just happened here? Asked Ron. I have no idea, Ron, said Harry. Let's just get to Dumbledore before anything else happens, said Hermione. They hurried over to the entrance of Dumbledore's office. Suddenly, Lupin came out and saw them. What are you three doing here? Asked Lupin. We came to see Dumbledore, said Ron painfully. What are you doing on the floor? Asked Harry. Resting. What do you think? Said Ron sarcastically. Oh, sorry Ron, said Lupin, who saw that he knocked Ron down with the door. Ow, said Ron as Lupin helped him up. Come on in, said Lupin. They entered the office and surely Sirius and Dumbledore were there. Sirius, said Harry as he went to give him a hug. Hey Harry, nice to you see guys. What's wrong? Asked Sirius, seeing the look on their faces. Something real strange is going on here, said Hermione. Why don't you three take a seat and tell us what is going on? Said Dumbledore calmly. Well, we were first wondering where Sean went. So, we looked at the Marauders map and saw a figure labeled unknown in front of this office, but it's gone now, said Harry. Yes, we came to see what it was, said Hermione. We also found that Sean had disappeared. He wasn't in the map either, said Ron. That could only mean that Sean was or is still out of Hogwarts grounds, said Lupin. Let's take a look at the map again, said Sirius. Harry turned the switch again and it showed the Marauders map. They all tried to get a good look at it. Surprisingly, Sean was there. He seemed to be in the common room at the moment. Are you sure that Sean wasn't in the map? Asked Lupin. Yes, we're sure, said Ron. Yeah, we saw it too, said Harry. I believe you guys, said Sirius. Yes, I think so too, but the question is where did he went? Said Dumbledore. Also, who could that unknown figure be? Said Lupin. We don't know. It was gone so fast, we only saw a shadow of it, said Harry. A shadow? Was that all that you saw? Asked Dumbledore. Yes, that's the only thing we saw, said Ron. With this information, Dumbledore seemed to have figured out or onto something that the other don't know. Dumbledore told them to go back to the common room and he'll resort to this matter. Lupin escorted them back. Good night guys, ahem, said Hermione. And girl, said Lupin when they were in front of the portrait of the fat lady. None of them wanted to or could sleep after all that just happened. They saw Sean in the corner reading a book. Strange, he didn't seem to be the book type before, said Harry. The three of them walked over to Sean. Hey Sean, where did you go? Asked Ron. Oh, I was in the library. I had to do some research for this essay, said Sean. Sean seemed to be a bit nervous. He had all the classes with Harry and Ron, yet they don't seem to remember having any essay for homework. Oh all right, said Hermione, breaking the silence. Hermione nudged Ron and Harry. We have to go, she whispered to them. Why? Asked Ron. Come on, said Hermione. They went up to the dormitories since no one was there yet. What? Why did you bring us here? Asked Ron, who was annoyed that Hermione dragged him here. Yeah, what is it, Hermione? Asked Harry. Doesn't Sean seem a bit different tonight? Asked Hermione. Yeah, so, said Ron. I saw something on his arm, said Hermione. Spit it out already, said Ron. He has a dark mark on his arm, said Hermione. What? Said Harry. Hermione, you're sure about that? Asked Ron. Yes, I'm certain, said Hermione. I can't believe it. He can't be the one, said Harry. He can't be what? Asked Ron and Hermione. Do you guys remember the time when I dozed off in Charm's class? Asked Harry. Yeah, said Ron. Well, I had one of those. Voldemort. How many times do you have to say that name? Said Ron. Dream. He said something about having a spy at Hogwarts. Sean must be Vold, you know who's spy, but I never thought he'd be the one, said Harry. Well, he did seem a bit odd to me, said Hermione. I thought he was a fun guy to be friends with, but other than the dark mark on his arm, did you guys think that he seemed a bit nervous tonight? Asked Ron. I thought I was the only one that noticed that, said Harry. As a matter of fact, he didn't seem like himself, said Hermione. Let's get some rest and try to figure things out later, said Ron, who looked a bit sleepy and drowsy. Yeah, we should get some rest. Tomorrow is the Hogsmeade trip, said Hermione, who seemed to be eyeing Ron about the party. Thank Merlin, I need a break from all this, said Harry. Little did Harry know, morning came faster than the speed of light. When Harry woke up, everyone was already down at the Great Hall. Harry got out of his PJ and went downstairs. Ron was eating breakfast, as was Sean. They tried to pretend that they never found out about the dark mark on Sean's arm to prevent Sean from being suspicious. On the other hand, Sean was awful quiet today. Anyways, when Harry took a seat next to Ron, he noticed that Hermione wasn't there. Where's Hermione? Asked Harry. Beats me. I asked some Gryffindor girls and they said that they saw her left the dormitories a long time ago, said Ron. Really? Wonder where she went. I feel like we've been playing the game hide and seek too often these days, said Harry. She better hurry back, 'cause we're leaving soon, said Ron. There she is, said Harry. Hermione sat across from Harry and Ron. Where have you been? Asked Ron. Since we have the Hogsmeade trip today, I woke up early so I can go to the library to do some research, said Hermione. Research? On what? Asked Ron. I'll tell you guys later. Let's go and have some fun today, said Hermione. I didn't know that the word fun was actually in your vast knowledge of advanced vocabulary, said Ron. Ron, I can be fun, believe it or not. Right, Harry? Asked Hermione. Don't get involved me in this, said Harry. It's a simple question, Harry. Just yes or no, said Hermione with an if you don't answer I'll kill you kind of look. No, said Harry, laughing. Ron gave Harry a high five and Hermione gave Harry a punch in the stomach. Ouch, I guess I deserved that, said Harry, who was on the ground. Let me help you up, buddy. She's feisty today. Piece of advice. Don't mess with her today, said Ron. When Harry finally managed to get up with the help of Ron, they were off to Hogsmeade, or what Harry doesn't know, a party. Ron and Hermione had planned a big surprise party at the Three Broomsticks with all the Gryffindors and a few other students in the other house except Slytherins. First, Ron would occupy Harry to keep him away from the Three Broomsticks. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to check out the bookstore for a book that I wanted to get a long time ago, said Hermione. All right, said Ron, who winked. She came all the way to Hogsmeade to get a book. Isn't there enough books at the library back at the school? I hope that that wasn't her definition of fun, 'cause if it is, then my answer no is correct, said Harry. Hermione, however, didn't actually head to the bookstore. Instead, she went to the Three Broomsticks to finish preparing and making sure everything was ready. Ron and Harry net to the Quidditch store as well as Honeydukes for their daily supply of sweets and candy. Afterwards, they went to Zonko's, where they found Fred and George as well and stocking up on prank products and produces. When they finished buying their educational needs, yeah, right. You know, Ron, it shouldn't take Hermione this long to just get a book, said Harry. Oh yeah, she said to meet her later at the Three Broomsticks, said Ron. Why? Asked Harry. I don't know, he lied. Let's head over there now, said Ron. Yeah, let's. I'm in the mood for some butterbeer right about now, said Harry. So, they did head over to the Three. They've arrived at the front of it. The doors were closed instead of opened as usual. Why's the door closed? Asked Harry. I don't know. Go and open it, said Ron. Harry went to the door and he opened it. At first sight, it was nothing but darkness. In a snap, the inside of the Three Broomsticks was no longer dark. Surprise! Yelled everyone that was there. Hermione was standing in the front, she went and gave Harry a small key on the cheek and a friendly hug. "Did you do all this, Hermione?" asked Harry. "Yes, I did." "No, actually, Ron came up with the idea, I just helped make it happen," said Hermione. "Wow, thanks you guys. I'm really lucky to have friends this you too," said Harry. "Don't mention it, Harry. Have fun tonight. We invited everyone that you'd be happy to see and that means without the unwanted three," said Ron. "By the way, what exactly is the purpose of this, party?" asked Harry. "It's a party for you, just in case we don't see you again." "No, I'm joking, Harry," said Ron, who saw the color of Harry's face change. "Ron, don't joke about that. Harry, this party is to celebrate you on being the new captain of the Quidditch team and also to wish you success on the mission. Remember, we're here for you," said Hermione. "That's right, Harry, so, don't just stand here. Go do something. Enjoy the party," said Ron. "Thanks Ron and Hermione, for everything," said Harry. "If you say that one more time, I'm going to be sick," said Ron. "Why?" asked Hermione. "Because I can't take all this mushy stuff," said Ron, who made Fred and George choke on their butterbeers. Just then, the door bursted open with some unwanted visitors. "We'll take care of them," said Fred and George. "Look at what just got blown in, even though that wouldn't be possible 'cause the wind isn't powerful enough to blow 2 elephant in, but a ferret is possible," said Ron. "Malfoy, what do you think you're doing here? You aren't invited, so get out," said Hermione. "Why yeah, you're not welcome here," said Neville. "Be quiet and shut up, Mudblood. And as for you," he said to Neville, "I don't converse with worthless chickens," said Malfoy. "Why you?" said Ron, who was stopped by Harry. "What's the matter, Wessel? Cat got your tongue," said Malfoy, and Crabbe and Goyle smirked. This got Ron more angry than he already is, but Harry held him back. "Let me get that jerk of a Slytherin," said Ron to Harry. "No Ron, don't. I've got a plan. Let me handle this," said Harry, who whispered in Ron's ear. "Malfoy, you're right, we're sorry. You should have been invited," said Harry. Everyone was shocked to hear this. "That's much better, Potter, but your worthless little party beeps anyways." "It's way out of my league of higher level parties anyways," said Malfoy. "Well, how about you just stand over there and have a picture taken before you leave? We have a Daily Prophet reporter here and she will take some pictures for the Prophet," said Harry. "All right Potter, just because you asked politely and that I pity you," said Malfoy. "Go with Hermione and she'll take you to the Daily Prophet reporter," said Harry. Therefore, Malfoy and his 2 cronies went towards Hermione with disgust. When they were walking with their backs facing Harry, Harry pointed his wand at them, and on the back now has words written on it, and it says, "I'm in love with Crabbe and Goyle. Yes, I'm gay and I won't deny it. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger are my reason for being. I feel sorry for the way I treated them, so for my punishment, please kick me." That was the words that were written on Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's backs, but those on Crabbe and Goyle's was written that they were in love with Malfoy instead. When they walked by the Gryffindors there, everyone laughed and kicked them, but the 3 of them weren't fast enough to catch them do it. "Hey, who kicked me?" asked Malfoy. "No one kicked you, maybe you just imagined it," said Hermione with happiness. Harry then left to the counter where Fred and George were. He went behind the bar to join them since Madame Rosmerta was out today and gave them permission to have Harry's party here. "Is everything ready?" asked Harry. "Yeah," said Fred, grinning. "Planned disaster has now commenced," said Fred. "Hermione lead Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle right under the trip." "Okay, the targets are in position," said Fred. "Let's do it," said Harry. George took his wand and pointed to the flow bombs that was on the ceiling in which he placed earlier. "Dropiarcio," said George. 2 flow bombs dropped right at their feet and smoke came out and surrounded them. When the smoke starts to fade, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle had a flower on top of their bursted out laughing while the 3 of them were in panic as to what they would do to get rid of the flower. "Dropiarcio," said Fred. Immediately, water balloons fell on top of their heads and the flower. Moments later, the flowers grew into tiny trees. Their panic grew, and when Malfoy touched what was on his head, his panic turned into fear. The three of them was running out of the 3 broomsticks. "Wait, you guys didn't stay for cake," said Ron, who was amused. "They didn't got time to give them cake 'cause surprisingly, they ran really fast and out of there." "Today was the best day that I could ever ask for," said Harry, who went to stand by Ron and Hermione while Fred and George were in the front getting recognition from the Gryffindors for the humiliation of Malfoy and the 2 cronies. The rest of the day remaining was great, it was nothing but fun. Soon they were to return to Hogwarts as another day will pass and when the time from the mission gets closer. After the day was over, Sunday came. It was now 3 days before the mission and Harry planned to spend it with joy. After the non-stop partying they had yesterday, none of them was awake until 12-something in the afternoon. As for Harry, it would have been way later if Ron hadn't attempted to wake Harry up. It took at least 3 minutes to wake Harry and there was a consequence for it. Ron received a bloody nose when he tried to shake Harry awake. Harry at the moment was still asleep and it was his reflex that punched Ron. When Harry finally woke up and realized what he did, he took Ron to the hospital wing. "I'm so sorry, Ron. I didn't know that I would do that while I am sleeping," said Harry. "Well, I guess now we know. Harry, remind to never try and wake you up. The least I can do is poke you awake with a stick," said Ron. "You're not going to poke anything. Besides, take this as a lesson that waking me up isn't a good idea," said Harry. "Yeah, I'm well aware of that now. Boy, you sure can pack a punch in your sleep," said Ron while Madame Pomfrey fixed up Ron's broken nose. "There we go. Try not to let anything contact your nose today or it might starts to bleed again," said Madame Pomfrey. So, they both left the hospital wing and went to the Great Hall where Hermione and Sean was waiting for them. "How's the nose, Ron?" asked Hermione. "It's swelling, thanks to Harry," said Ron. "You're welcome," said Harry. "I didn't really mean it," said Ron. "Oh, okay, then you're not welcome," said Harry. "That should have taught you not to do that again," said Hermione. "Hey, I'm the victim here," said Ron. "Never mind, I was only joking. Where's your sense of humor?" said an amused Hermione. "I'd never thought you'd be the one to ask that," said Harry. "Ha, ha, ha, you got me this time, Hermione, but it won't stop here," said Ron reassuringly. "Ah, did our little Ronicles got beaten by a girl?" said Fred and George. "Oh, shut up, Gred and Forge," said Harry. Then Malfoy entered the Great Hall and he was grumpier than ever from yesterday's event. "Guess we're not the latest ones," said Harry. Malfoy and his 2 cronies walked to the Slytherin table without even look in the direction of the Gryffindor table. "Get out of my way," yelled Malfoy to a bunch of first years as he made his way to a seat. "Take about someone with a temper," said Ron. "Yeah, Malfoy must be too embarrassed to look this way," said Hermione. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still eating their breakfast, Sean got up from the table and told them that he had something to do and that he won't see them till dinner. The 3 of them just nod. "Wonder where he's going now," said Ron. "I wonder why he hasn't done anything to Harry yet, he is a Death Eater," said Hermione. "I don't know, maybe he's waiting for the right time or vold you know whose order," said Harry. "He seems awful quiet now from the time we met him. It's like he's a different person," said Ron. "I know. Let's just enjoy today and not think about that," said Harry. Harry wanted to avoid thinking about that. Deep inside, Harry might be a bit afraid of what's coming. So, the day went on. They decided to visit Hagrid as they hadn't in a while. "You 2 go first. I don't want to be knocked down or get saliva all over my face," said Harry. "Whatever you say," said Ron, and he knocked on Hagrid's door. The door opened and a friendly face meets them. "Oh, hello you 3, step right in," said Hagrid. "Where's Fang?" asked Harry. "He's right over there, sleepin' that is," said Hagrid. "Oh," said Harry. Hagrid made tea for them and asked how things were. When Harry talked about him being Quidditch captain, suddenly, out of nowhere came Fang. He jumped on Harry, which resulted then spilling of the tea. Fang started licking Harry's face all over. Harry got slimed. Hagrid called Fang off and handed Harry a towel. "I knew you couldn't escape, Fang," said Ron, who laughed. "What's that sound, Hagrid?" asked Hermione, who heard something. See for yourself, said Hagrid, who led them to the back door of his hut. They stepped outside and saw Buckbeak. Huh, how, what, said Ron. How can he be here? He's supposed to be with, said Hermione. Shut up, you two, said Harry. It's all right, Harry. Sirius gave him back to me, said Hagrid. So, you, said Harry. Yes, I know, said Hagrid. Harry, why don't you come and ride Beaky again, said Hagrid happily. Harry didn't really want to. The first time he rode Buckbeak, he almost slipped off. Sure, said Harry, who didn't want to disappoint Hagrid. With the help of Hagrid, Harry got on Buckbeak's back and they took off. Harry was holding on to the feathers as tight as possible as he flew high above. Suddenly, Buckbeak made a swift turn and Harry couldn't hold on and fell off. Hermione saw what happened and quickly conjured up a trampoline and Harry landed safely in it. Okay, I'm never flying on Hippogriff ever again, said Harry when they finally left Hagrid's. Later on, they were all hot and sweaty from chasing each other that they decided to go for a swim. Harry pushed Hermione off and she fell into the lake. Harry, said Hermione. Harry couldn't stop laughing until he was pushed into the lake as well, and now Ron and Hermione were the ones that were laughing. When they stopped swimming, they decided to have a game of Quidditch. Fred and George joined them and Ginny joined too because they needed another player. They weren't going to play with the Bludgers or the Snitch but only with the Quaffle. The team would be Ron, Harry and Hermione. It would be Fred, George and Ginny on the other team. The boys will be the chasers and the girls would be the keepers. They began the game. Harry had the Quaffle and he rode past Fred with George on his tail, and Harry passed the Quaffle to Ron, who was on the other side of the Quidditch field. Ron caught the Quaffle and threw past Ginny. Score. Now, Fred has the Quaffle, passes it to George, who fled past Ron but Harry blocks him. George passes it back to Fred, who tried to score but Hermione caught it. Good job, Hermione, said Harry. The game was now 60-55, Harry's team in the lead. Ron has the Quaffle and tried to fly past Fred but failed. He quickly passed the Quaffle to Harry and he flew past Fred and past George, but Ginny caught the Quaffle and gives it to George, who scored. This is where the game's going to end. Harry's team need to make one more goal and they win. It then started off with Harry. He flies towards the goal post high above while Ron was at the bottom. Fred went up to try and take the Quaffle away from Harry, but Harry passes it to Ron, who unfortunately got hit on the nose by it. It had started bleeding just as Madame Pomfrey said so, but Ron kept going and he threw the Quaffle past the side of Ginny and scored. They win. Afterwards they went down and Ron would have to make a visit to Madame Pomfrey again. Thanks a lot, Harry. That's just what I needed, said Ron sarcastically. After they visited Madame Pomfrey's to fix Ron's nose, they all decided to take a shower before heading down to the Great Hall to eat. They all ate a lot 'cause they were so hungry. When they finished eating, they had a game of wizard's chess in the common room. When they were playing, Colin walked up to them and gave them a picture that was most unforgettable. It was a picture of the party at Hogsmeade. It showed Malfoy and his cronies with the flower on their heads. It's Monday. Harry was getting ready after class for the tryouts to determine the new keeper for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A few minutes later, all the other team members arrived. Let's get this over with, said Fred. Harry would call out names one by one while Katie threw the Quaffles and they would have to catch it. It was a long night when they just tested 50 people and found no one that was good enough. They still had 20 more people to get through. Seamus, called Harry. Seamus came up and he seemed very nervous, but he tried his best nevertheless. He did pretty well, getting 22/30ths. Next was Dean. He however didn't do that well. He got scared of the Quaffles and he kept putting his hand up so that it won't hit him. Neville, said Harry. Harry was surprised that Neville wanted to try out. Neville seemed confident. He climbed on the broom and got ready to fly. He flew a lot better than the first time he was on a broom. He did really well as his scores were 26/30ths. Then it was Ron's turn. He climbed on the broom and caught every single Quaffle that Katie threw at him. It was great. Ron was surprised at his own abilities. When they were done testing all the candidates, Harry had a group talk with the team. Well, I think that it was obvious that Ron should become the new Gryffindor keeper. He was the only one that caught all the quaffles, and also, Neville can be the reserved, said Harry. Yes, I agree, said Katie. The whole team agreed. All right, we have the results of the new keeper and the reserved. It will be Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom will be the reserved, said Harry. At night, Fred and George threw a little party for Ron and Neville. It seemed like they took a whole kitchen of food to the common room. They had a fun night. Even Remus and Sirius came to join the party. Harry, Hermione and Ron was surprised by Sirius' appearance in their common room. Although Sirius had to be in his animagus form, he found a way to enjoy himself. While everyone was busy enjoying the celebration and each other's company, Sirius and Remus almost ate 3/4 of the food. Boy, they must be hungry. Isn't that right, Ron? Said Harry. Said Ron. Ron? Asked Harry. Harry, he's over there with the pigs, said Hermione. Huh, said Harry. I meant he's over there with Sirius and Remus, said Hermione, who was watching the three of them clobbered up all the food that they possibly can. Afterwards, Sirius and Remus placed some kind of object on the floor and told Harry, Ron and Hermione not to step on them. They listened to their advice, and it was lucky they did, 'cause once a person stepped on the object, it cast a cloud over their head and starts pouring ketchup, mustard and uncooked egg for a few minutes. Sirius and Remus started laughing while Fred and George was trying to find out who the pranksters were. The night went by fast when everyone had to go back to their dormitories. Harry said goodnight to his godfather as he left with Remus. Hermione left the party an hour ago saying that she had to finish up on an assignment. By the time Ron and Harry returned to the dormitories, it was 2 a.m. Ron was completely worn out, and same goes for Harry. They had so much fun that nobody realized that tomorrow was the last day before the mission. Tuesday morning at breakfast, Harry received a note from Dumbledore excusing him, Hermione and Ron from class for the day. Ron was downright happy. Hermione did want to spend the day with Harry, but she also didn't want to miss a class and afraid that she might fall behind from a day's work. Ron finally convinced Hermione to spend the day with them. The whole day, wherever Harry went, people that Harry knew or didn't know came up to him and said, "Good luck, we wish you well, we'll miss you, and if you don't make it back, can I have your stuff?" Harry replied with a, "What?" on that last comment, while Ron and Hermione shoved that person away. "They're talking like I'm not going to come back. You two believe that I'll make it back, right?" asked Harry with a depressed face. Ron and Hermione didn't even think before answering him. "Of course we believe you'll come back," said Hermione. "Yeah, Harry, don't be ridiculous. You were one of the greatest wizard, even better than Voldemort. In fact, we know you'll make it back," said Ron. That must have took a lot for Ron to say Voldemort, thought Harry. "Thanks guys, I really don't know what I'll do without you two," said Harry. The three of them spent the rest of the day wandering around the school and recalling the many different memories they've had here at Hogwarts. It was getting usual that Sean hasn't been seen much these days. He wasn't at breakfast, lunch or dinner. None of the Gryffindors had seen him either. Since Sean wasn't excused from classes like Ron, Hermione and Harry, he should have been in class, but when Hermione went to ask the professors, they all said that he wasn't in class today. After dinner, Sean was still nowhere to be seen, and Harry went to inform Dumbledore. "Harry, you should get some rest before tomorrow. We'll find him," said Dumbledore. So, Harry went back to the common room. He decided to go to sleep early since he'll need all the energy he can get for the mission. Sean never came to bed. Harry forgot that there was one thing that he hasn't tried yet. He turned the switch on his watch and it revealed the Marauders map. Harry took a quick look at the map and thought that his eyes was playing tricks on him. He thought he just saw two Seans on the map, but that's not possible, or is it? "Something wrong, Harry?" asked Ron. "No, nothing's wrong," said Harry. "Good night, Harry," said Ron. "Night, Ron," said Harry. Harry was too tired to think about something that he wasn't even sure he saw on the map. Harry soon fell asleep. The next morning, all around Hogwarts seemed tense. People were seriously thinking about the mission and the outcome if they fail. When Harry, Ron and Hermione was walking down the hall to the Gryffindor table, They saw that some Ravenclaws were crying, some had worried faces and some of them were trying to show sympathy for those that are crying. Harry would be leaving after breakfast. They took their seats at the table. Dumbledore was standing in front of everyone. He didn't seem sad or happy but determined, which Harry also was. As many of you know, today a group of trained wizards and I will try to stop a disaster from happening. Not many people know about this mission except for all of you here at Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin, Professor Snape and myself won't be here later on today. I must ask that you all be on your best behavior while we are not present. If you have any concerns, please direct them to Professor McGonagall while I'm gone. I must ask that you all remain as calm as possible. All will be taken care of. There's no need to panic or worry. We will make sure that everything will be all right. Now, let's eat, said Dumbledore. Dumbledore's speech seemed to have calmed everyone down a bit. Those that were crying stopped but still wearing depressed faces. Cheer up, eat something. Don't just sit here and mope around. Ron, you should eat something too. I can't believe I just said that to you, Ron, said Hermione, trying to lighten the mood. Harry and Ron still didn't touch their food. They weren't in the mood to eat. How could you not be sad? How can we cheer up at a time like this? I mean, what if, said Ron. Yes, Ron, I'm lying to myself here. I am sad but I'm not going to let it take over me. You two need to get a grip on reality. Moping around and dieting isn't something that'll help. Harry, you especially need to eat something so you'll have full energy to fight. Don't lose hope already. The battle hasn't even began and look at you two. Is this the way to act? Said Hermione. I'm sorry. You're right, Hermione, said Harry, and he took a bite of his eggs. Thanks for waking us up. We needed that, said Ron. When breakfast was over, Harry walked to the front of Hogwarts accompanied by Ron and Hermione. At the front gate, Remus was there waiting for Harry. Ready, Harry? Asked Remus. Harry took a moment and said yes. Then let's go. Everyone else is waiting on the train. Sirius is also waiting for you, said Remus. Sirius is going? Asked Harry. Apparently, yes, he wouldn't thought of letting you go without him, said Remus. That seemed to make Harry feel a bit better that his godfather will be by his side, but he also worried that Sirius might get hurt. Ron, Hermione, don't worry, Harry will be fine. I'll make sure of it and so will Sirius, said Remus. Thanks, Remus, good luck, said Ron. We'll wait for your good news, said Hermione. Harry went and embraced a hug from Ron and Hermione. Be careful, pal, whispered Ron to Harry. We're always here for you, whispered Hermione to Harry. Harry then walked to the train with Remus. Harry, kick you know whose butt, yelled Ron after Harry. Be careful, Harry, yelled Hermione. Harry stepped into the train and almost immediately spotted Sirius sitting by the window with a terrorized expression on his face. Harry knew that Sirius never wanted to be anywhere near Azkaban again, but now he was going to go there again. Harry could almost imagine how Sirius felt right now. The terror of just think about it gives Harry the creeps. Sirius, called Harry. Sirius, face immediately lit up at the sight of Harry. They were off to fight evil together. Harry took a seat next to Sirius. The train took off once Dumbledore got on the train. Why are we going on a train? Isn't Azkaban on an island? Asked Harry. Yes, but we are going to Knockturn Alley first to purchase something for the mission, said Sirius. Purchase what? Asked Harry. We're going to purchase cloaks that resemble those of the Dementors, said Sirius. Are we going to disguise as Dementors? Asked Harry. Yes, that is part of the plan, Harry, said Sirius. Sirius, why did you come? Asked Harry very seriously. Because I'm not going to let you do all the hero work, said Sirius jokingly. Sirius, I know that this is the last place on Earth that you want to be in. You didn't have to come, said Harry, who was half happy that Sirius came and half not. Harry, you know I came because of you. You're one of my reason for living, and if I don't look after you, who will? Besides, I'm not about to let you have all the ass kicking and fun. I'd be missing out, joked Sirius. Soon, they arrived at King's Cross where they were able to apparate. Harry, hold on to me. We're going to apparate to Knockturn Alley, said Sirius. Okay, said Harry. As soon as Harry grabbed a hold of Sirius, they started moving in what seemed to be a whirl of wind, and the next thing Harry knew, they were at Nocturne Alley. It was just as Harry remembered it when he landed here by accident with the flow powder. "Are you all right, Harry?" asked Sirius. "Yeah, just a bit dizzy," answered Harry. "Okay, Harry, we'll have to stay here while Cerberus go but the cloaks. Remember, we can't be seen because there might be Death Eaters here since this alley is full of stores devoted to dark arts. We mustn't be seen, so lay low because people can recognize you," said Sirius. Harry nodded as he sees Sirius change into a big black dog. Harry saw Snape went inside a store that was in shades of darkness. Few minutes later, Snape came back out of the store with a small box. It was the cloaks in which a spell was cast to make it small. Afterwards, they went to the abandoned shack in Diagon Alley where they all put on the cloaks and apparated straight to the fortress of Azkaban. The moment they stepped foot on the island, chills and coldness spread through their spine, making them shiver. "I hate this," said Sirius. Everyone's face became whiter than usual. Remus handed Sirius and Harry a piece of chocolate which warmed them up a bit. They moved on. They entered the gate of Azkaban. They walked cautiously with their wand ready in hand to perform any spell. "Everyone, we must take out all the Dementors and lock them up," said Dumbledore. All the wizards separated into groups and walked separate ways. Meanwhile, back at Hogwarts, "I hope Harry's all right," said Ron during lunchtime. "Me too," said Hermione. A moment later, an owl dropped the Daily Prophet on Hermione's lap. She took the prophet and saw some real bad news. "Oh no, how did that wretched woman find out about this? Harry and the other wizards could be in big trouble," said Hermione. "What's wrong?" asked Ron. Hermione handed Ron the Daily Prophet and Ron had the same reaction. "I can't believe her. Harry could be going to a trap," said Ron. This was the article on the Daily Prophet that Ron and Hermione saw. A mission in process. Written by Rita Skeeter. Albus Dumbledore believed that you-know-who will break into Azkaban and rescue his loyal Death Eater with the Dementors on their side. Therefore, Dumbledore planned a secret mission. "Well, it's not much of a secret anymore," said Ron angrily, "to stop the Death Eater and you-know-who from succeeding. This was said to happen today at night. Will this day mark a new era of you-know-who? If it does happen, then it's probably going to be your fault," said Ron. "Or will Dumbledore and other cooperating wizards save the wizarding and Muggle world? We will provide you with any more news for this matter. This is horrible. If you-know-who read this, then he would be prepared to take out Dumbledore and Harry," said Ron. "What can we do?" asked Hermione. "I don't know. You're the genius," said Ron. "Back at Azkaban. This is strange. I don't see a single Dementor in sight," said Remus. "Yeah, but all the prisoners are still in their cells," said Sirius. "The question is, why aren't the Dementors here and where are they?" said Harry. "Beats me, but without them here, it seems to creep me out more than when they were here," said Sirius. "Ditto. Let's head back and find Dumbledore and see if the others found any Dementors," said Remus. "Good idea. Let's go," said Sirius. Everyone else seemed to be at the entrance of Azkaban because they too didn't find any Dementors. "Something isn't right here. The Dementors are missing and it's getting dark. In a few hours, Voldemort will be arriving if he's on time," said Dumbledore. "So, what are we going to do?" asked one of the wizards. "Right now, we don't know where the Dementors went, but we can wait here for Voldemort and pretend to be the Dementors and then we can attack them," said Dumbledore. "I hope this works," said Remus. While they were waiting, Harry just remembered that Sean was still missing and he wanted to ask Dumbledore if he had found him yet. "Professor Dumbledore," asked Harry. "What is it, Harry?" asked Dumbledore. "Have you found Sean yet?" asked Harry. "No, sorry Harry, he hasn't been found yet," said Dumbledore. Harry wasn't really worried about Sean's disappearance. After all, Sean is a Death Eater. Harry thought that Sean was probably back with Voldemort. He hoped that he wouldn't have to face Sean in a duel or anything because Harry did consider him a friend once. Dumbledore told everyone to be in position pretending as Dementors. Harry, Remus, and Sirius stood next to each other. Harry didn't want to stay there for another minute. Even without the real Dementors, Azkaban was a cold place, just the sight of it makes your mood change. Harry bet that Sirius felt the same. Get ready, it's almost time, said Remus. We're ready, said Harry and Sirius. Their plan to ambush Voldemort and his Death Eater would have worked perfectly, but that won't happen because what they didn't know is that Voldemort already knew their plan of ambushing them. Yes, he saw the Daily Prophet. Thanks to Rita Skeeter, she might have just gave the victory to Voldemort's hands. This won't be a definite victory for the dark side because Dumbledore won't let that happen. He has something up his sleeve as well. Suddenly, a sound interrupted everyone's thoughts. This was it. Voldemort and his Death Eaters have arrived, and that's not all that Voldemort brought with him. He had the missing Dementors with him. At the looks of this, Dumbledore and the trained wizards were outnumbered by 100. This was not looking good. The Dementor disguise doesn't help much now. They were surrounded, but they were all ready to fight to the end. Let's do this, said Sirius. Harry just nodded. Albus Dumbledore, what an honor. You and your people will have the chance to witness the biggest change in wizarding history, said Voldemort. I'm afraid that's not why I'm here, Tom, said Dumbledore. Well, then you shouldn't be here, said Voldemort hotly. Ah, but you know what I'm really here for, said Dumbledore. Voldemort winced while some Death Eaters flinched. Dumbledore, I did not come here to chat, said Voldemort, and he shot a spell behind his back at Dumbledore. Dumbledore saw it coming and he dodged it. Go and do your job, said Voldemort to the Dementors and Death Eaters. Careful everyone, said Dumbledore as the wizards shoot some spell back at the enemy. Harry was getting pale again by the effect of the Dementors, and same goes for Sirius and Remus, but they weren't as pale as Harry. Harry quickly took the piece of chocolate that Remus gave him earlier and ate it. He can't afford to faint now. Harry thought of the happiest thought and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A silvery figure of a stag flashed right in front of Harry's eyes and made some of the Dementors back off, but there were too many. They kept coming back, time after time. Harry, Sirius and Remus continuously making Patronus. We can't hold them off much longer, said Sirius. Hang on, you two, said Remus. We're trying, said Harry and Sirius. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was having more trouble as Voldemort and his Death Eaters outnumber him in a handicap duel. Tom, you're not scared to fight me alone, said Dumbledore. I'm not scared, Dumbledore. I can defeat you alone any day, but that would just take the fun out of it, said Voldemort. By the looks of it, things aren't going well at the moment. Dementor and Death Eaters seem to be increasing and the wizards are decreasing. Harry, Sirius and Remus were surrounded by Dementors. Just then, Voldemort spotted Harry. His attention went on to where Harry was. Harry, stand behind me, said Sirius, trying to protect Harry. No, said Harry. Voldemort was walking closer to Harry. There was nowhere to go, they were trapped. Harry Potter, how kind of you to make my objective easier, said Voldemort. Voldemort, I didn't come here to make it easier for you, I came here to stop you, said Harry. Really? Then you shouldn't have come. Now, I don't need to find you since you're conveniently here, said Voldemort evilly. You won't get your hands on Harry, said Sirius angrily. Voldemort just laughed. Sirius Black, is it? As good as your effort and intention are, I'm afraid you can't do much to stop me, said Voldemort. That's what you think, said Remus. Watch out, said Dumbledore suddenly. It was too late, the Dementors has gotten to them. Sirius, Remus and Harry felt a surge of coldness flowing down their body, making them weak as the Dementors touched them and now was holding them in their tight grips. Didn't I warn you, said Voldemort. It seems that not only Harry, Remus and Sirius were being held in Voldemort's control, all the other wizards were also captive by the Dementors, but Dumbledore was still fighting. Harry was struggling with all his might to be free from the Dementor's grip, but it was no use as he got weaker by the minute. Voldemort walked right up to Harry and inches from him. This is a moment that I've been waiting for, Harry Potter, said Voldemort as he raised his wand at Harry. Harry, for the first time, he wasn't afraid to die but ashamed to die by the hands of Voldemort. Harry Potter, take your last breath. Avada Kedavra, said Voldemort. Harry saw a flash of green light shot out from Voldemort's wand. It was heading straight at Harry, but Sirius jumped in front of Harry in efforts to block it for him. Then Harry saw the green light bounced off to the side and Sirius was on the ground. Sirius, are you all right? Asked Harry worriedly. Sirius didn't move. Harry was devastated. No, yelled Remus. Suddenly, something made Voldemort's eyes grew wide. Things had just changed. Voldemort and his followers were all surrounded by Ministry members led by Arthur Weasley. Harry was keeling next to Sirius. Suddenly, Sirius rose up with his wand pointed at Voldemort's chest. Sirius, said Harry. Don't worry, I'm all right. Thanks Arthur, said Sirius. Apparently, at the moment when Voldemort shot the spell, Arthur hit that spell with another spell causing it to bounce off target. Voldemort, you are done, over with, said Sirius still pointing his wand at Voldemort. Ha, laughed Voldemort evilly. What are you laughing about? Said Sirius. Sirius pointed his wand in a warning and dangerous way. Just then, more Death Eaters arrived. Both sides pretty much have the equal amount of people now. What took you so long? Said Voldemort. I'm so sorry my lord, said a Death Eater who apparated right in front of Sirius and did the stunning spell. Sirius was really knocked out now. Harry with the help of Remus quickly pulled Sirius' body away from Voldemort. Surrender now or we will obliterate you, said the Death Eater. I recognize that voice, said Harry. Ah, you should, said the Death Eater. The Death Eater took off his hood and it was a face that Harry recognized. Sean, said Harry. Harry, I'm not what I seem to be, said Sean. I know, you're a Death Eater, said Harry. No, there's something else. You see, Sean doesn't exist, said the Death Eater. What are you saying? Asked Harry. Harry, you must be so lost. Let me show you, said the Death Eater. The Death Eater took a look at his watch. 1 minute, said the Death Eater. Harry had no idea what was happening or what was about to happen. Was this a trick or something else? The wizards wasn't about to just stand here and wait to see what's going to happen, they wanted to arrest them. It was a tense moment because everyone was pointing their wands at each other. Wait, don't do anything yet, said Dumbledore to the wizards. It's going to pass 1 minute in 10 seconds, said Remus. I don't know what that Death Eater's playing at, he's not getting away, said Sirius who just regained his consciousness. 3, 2, 1, said Remus. The Death Eater's face and body was changing. What's going on? Asked Sirius. The Death Eater grew taller and his face and the shape of his head also changed. Even his hair changed. The Death Eater looked up and it made everyone, especially the Ministry members, gasps. It revealed the face none other than Cornelius Fudge, the Ministry of Magic. You, said Harry. Yes, that's right, said Fudge in a tone that Harry had never heard before. Fudge, I should have known that you were part of this seeing as how you kept denying that this very event would happen. This is the lowest you've ever sank, said Dumbledore. Enough. Come on out now, said Voldemort. Everyone was puzzled at what Voldemort said. Everyone, stick together, he had called upon them, said Dumbledore. Harry and every wizards were ready for what's coming. In a matter of seconds, a disaster would break out. You may even call it a global war between the forces of good and evil. They all knew what was coming. It was Voldemort's second ally aside from the Dementors. It was worst, the Divisibilitors were coming. These Dementor-like creatures have their own special power that was as deadly as those of the Dementor's key. Everyone knew beforehand that they would be facing the Divisibilitors. It was 2 days before the mission when they all received the information. 2 days before the mission. It was just after dinner did Hermione told Ron and Harry to follow her to Dumbledore's office. Why are we going to Dumbledore? Asked Ron. I have something crucial to tell him, that's why, said Hermione. She was walking in a fast pace. Harry and Ron had to run a bit to catch up with Hermione. Slow down, yelled Ron after Hermione. Come on, hurry up, she said. Go without me, my stomach is hurting. I just ate, you know, said Ron a bit annoyed. Hermione ignored this, she instead walked a bit faster. When they finally made it to Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore was standing right in front of his office. I had a feeling that you would come to see me, Ms. Granger. Come in, said Dumbledore. They all went into Dumbledore's office. Ron gladly sat down, clutching his stomach for running after a meal. Harry was just curious of what Hermione was up to. "Professor, I believe I know what that unknown was on the Muralder's map." "I wanted to see if you have any idea, Professor," said Hermione. "Yes, Ms. Granger, I know what it was the moment you said that you only saw a shadow," said Dumbledore. "I did some research the day after and I believe that it was a Divisibiliter," said Hermione. "Yes, I have informed everyone that they have joined Voldemort," said Dumbledore. "Professor, what are they?" asked Harry. "They're creatures that have the power of invisibility and stonage. Stonage is their ultimate power. It is extremely deadly. What it does is that it turns its victims into stone," said Dumbledore. "What can we do to avoid being turned into a stone?" asked Harry. "First of all, you must be able to see it before you can do anything to them. In order to make them visible, you must throw this magical powder at them, then when they are visible, you say the spell, Extire Laxto," said Dumbledore. Back to the mission. Everyone was equipped with this magical powder in their cloaks. All that was left to do was wait for them to appear. They will know their arrival by listening to their cries. At the moment, the Ministry members that arrived earlier are keeping the Dementors and Death Eaters occupied while Dumbledore, Remus, Sirius, Harry, and the other wizards stand guard for the arriving Divisibilitors. Then they all heard loud cries or squeal that sounds that they're here. "Excellent. Prepare to suffer," said Voldemort. This was not a time for mistakes. Divisibilitors were dropping in all over the place. Harry grabbed a handful of magic powder and threw it around him. The Divisibilitors appeared in their physical form. Harry found that he was surrounded by them. He took his wand and said Extire Laxto continuously. Everyone else was busy with the many other Divisibilitors surrounding them too. It was getting really dangerous when Harry didn't see the Divisibilitor behind him since he was busy trying to take care of the ones in front of him. The Divisibilitor raised his hands ready to turn Harry into a stone. "Harry, move," yelled Sirius. Harry wasn't fast enough, but Dumbledore saw what was happening and blasted that Divisibilitor away. "Thanks, Professor Dumbledore," said Harry. "There is no time for thank yous. It's too dangerous right now. Voldemort told his servants to kidnap you. We can't allow that to happen. Harry, I need you to leave this area. It's too much of a risk with all these Dementors and Divisibilitors here. For now, find somewhere as far from here as possible," said Dumbledore. "But Professor, I'm fine, I can handle it," said Harry. "Harry, this is no time to argue. As I said, it is too much of a risk. Now go, before the enemy sees you. I'll hold them off while you go," said Dumbledore. "What about Sirius? I can't leave him here." "And Remus," said Harry. "Harry, listen to me, go all right. I'll be fine, me and Remus will come get you when this is taken care of," said Sirius. Harry finally decided to go. He gave Sirius a quick hug. "Be careful," said Sirius. "You too," said Harry. "All right, Harry, go when I give you the signal," said Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Remus, and Sirius raised their wands and shouted, "Extire Laxto," together, all the Divisibilitors in the front vanquished. "Go now," said Dumbledore. Harry took off. He didn't know where to go since he didn't exactly know his way around Azkaban, but he did what Dumbledore told him and ran as far as he can from where the battle is taking place. Harry went really far until he couldn't hear the distant sound from the fight. Harry was breathing heavily. He was exhausted. He found a small room and he went in. In it was many brooms and weapons such as axes of different sizes. There were huge ones as well as small ones. Harry sat down on the floor, resting for a moment. He wondered what this room was for. Suddenly, Harry was startled by a creaking sound. All of a sudden, Harry knew that there was someone or something outside this room. Harry holds his wand tightly as the door slowly creaks open. "Who is it?" asked Harry. There was no answer. Harry walked slowly to the door and he flung it open. He found nothing. Harry was starting to feel really insecure. Was he hallucinating? No, he couldn't be. Harry closed the door and stepped back. Suddenly, out of nowhere, in front of Harry appeared a man, in Death Eater clothes. Harry was completely taken by surprise. The Death Eater didn't do anything yet. He just stood there facing Harry. "Back off," said Harry, who didn't exactly know what to expect or do. The Death Eater still did nothing. Harry wanted to know who this person was, but as the stranger's face was hidden under his hood, there was no way that Harry can make out the face. "Harry," said the Death Eater. Harry was startled that he spoke. His voice was somehow so familiar, yet Harry couldn't quite put his hands on it. "You're here to capture me, aren't you?" asked Harry stupidly. It took a while before the Death Eater answered. "No," he said finally and firmly. This was really puzzling Harry. Maybe he isn't a Death Eater, thought Harry. "Who are you?" asked Harry. "I don't think this is the time to discuss this." "Come with me," said the stranger. Harry didn't know what to do. "Are you a real Death Eater?" asked Harry. "No, now come with me, I will take you someplace safe," said the stranger. "Why should I trust you?" asked Harry. "I don't know, that's for you to decide," said the stranger. Harry didn't want to go. He had no idea who this person was and who he's working for. Then again, if Harry said no, he might put himself in danger. Who knows if this stranger is really a Death Eater and is trying to bring him to Voldemort. "No, I'm sorry, but I don't know who you work for and I'm not going to come with you," said Harry. "I don't think that you've made the right choice," said the stranger. The voice of the stranger changed. It was a voice that Harry couldn't forget. That's because he hears this voice almost every day at the Hogwarts castle. "Malfoy," said Harry. "Yes, it's me, Potter," said Malfoy. Draco Malfoy removed his hood. "I should have known." "What did you do, Malfoy?" "You used a growing potion so you can get taller," said Harry. "You better watch yourself, Potter. My master will get you," said Malfoy. "Following your father's footsteps, huh?" asked Harry. "That's right, he is," said Malfoy's dad, who just apparated into the room. "Father," said Malfoy. "Good job, son, you found Mr. Potter. Our Lord will be pleased," said Lucius. In Harry's mind, he was trying to find some way out of this room, but the Malfoys were blocking the way out. He had nowhere to go. Harry had to try something. He held his wand tight behind his back, ready to perform the stunning spell. "Let's make this easier, shall we? Come with us now," said Lucius. Draco was grinning from ear to ear seeing Harry in their control. Harry didn't move. "I've asked you nicely, but I guess I'll have to do it the hard way," said Lucius. After that sentence, Harry quickly pointed his wand at Lucius and said, "Stupefy." And he swiftly pointed his wand at Draco afterward. "Stupefy," yelled Harry. Both of them were flung back to the wall and was knocked unconscious. Harry ran out of the room and went straight down the hallway when Harry was suddenly knocked down by something. "Harry," said a voice. Harry picked up his glasses from the floor since it was knocked off of his face. His eyesight came back into view when he put them back on. "Sirius, Remus," said Harry. "Sorry, I didn't see you coming," said Sirius. "I guess I didn't either," said Harry. "Are you two okay?" asked Remus. "Yeah, we're fine," said both of them. "Come on, we can't stay here, we've got to keep moving since we found Harry," said Remus. "Yes, you're right, let's go," said Sirius with sweat all over him. "What's happening?" asked Harry. "Harry, let's just talk and walk at the same time," said Remus. "Listen, Harry, things had gotten out of hand, that's why we came to find you before something happens to you," said Sirius. "That's right, Harry, Voldemort has enough people to help him fight and release his Death Eaters from their prison cells, and that means that the balance of wizards on the good and dark side has shifted," said Remus. "Yes, that's why we came to get you before he gets his hands on you, and you know what will happen if he does get his hands on you," said Sirius. Harry nodded. "So where are you taking me?" asked Harry. "We're going to take you back to Hogwarts," said Sirius. "No, I want to stay," said Harry. "Harry, they're a big risk that Voldemort will," said Remus before he was interrupted. "I know that it's a big risk and all, but that's what I came prepared for. It's a risk that I'm willing to take. I've made that decision and that's why I'm here, to stop Voldemort," said Harry. "Harry, I know that you are determined, but it's just too dangerous," said Sirius. "Sirius, I'm always in danger. Instead of hiding or running away from it, I want to face it, finish it," then I would no longer be in constant danger, said Harry. Harry, I think you're right. I'm with you, said Remus. Thanks Remus, said Harry. Sirius, said Remus. Sirius sighed. Harry did make a lot of sense, thought Sirius, and running from it won't always be a solution. Well, what are we waiting for? There are fellow wizards that needs our help. Let's go kick some Death Eater butts, said Sirius. Harry smiled at Sirius. He was happy that Sirius understand what he felt. Harry, Sirius and Remus have their wands in hand and head back to where the fight was. When they've made it there, many wizards and Death Eaters alike were lying on the floor. Dumbledore was having a duel with Voldemort. Suddenly a Divisibiliter appeared right next to Sirius. Extire Laxto, yelled Harry. Thanks, said Sirius. Let even the odds, said Remus. How? Asked Sirius. By joining in the fight. Duh, said Remus. It still won't be even, said Sirius. What did you do? Count the Death Eaters? Asked Remus. Yup, said Sirius. Hey, stop chatting you two. Let's go help, said Harry. All right, sorry, just trying to lighten the mood, said Sirius. Aha, said Harry. All right, I'll be serious now, said Sirius. The three of them went toward the lot of Dementors that were giving trouble to the wizards. Expecto Patronum, yelled Harry, Sirius and Remus. Half a dozen of the Dementors went away. Yes, it can be, said Remus happily. Thanks for saving our butts. You could have come earlier and spared us the dramatic entrance, said Sirius. Shish, said Remus to Sirius. The man was standing inches away from Harry. He had his eyes on Harry. Harry also had his eyes on the man. They were staring at each other and not know what to say to each other. It wasn't an awkward moment but a moment that was speechless as well as overwhelming. It was true that everyone at this moment saw the happiness in Harry's and the man's eyes. Harry was the first to say something. Dad, asked Harry innocently. The man couldn't answer because Voldemort interrupted them. I knew you would betray me for your no good son. You have made a big mistake, but it was obvious that this was bound to happen sooner or later, said Voldemort. If you knew that this was bound to happen, then why did you keep me in your ranks? Asked the man with gritted teeth. Because you were part of my utmost brilliant plan. You didn't actually think that I believe that you're a true Death Eater, do you? Said Voldemort. This was the first time that Harry heard his father's voice. Well, not exactly, but in person. It sounded much different, or maybe it was just in this situation did his father sound so brave, like there's nothing in this world that he's afraid of, except to lose someone dear. Voldemort, why don't you just keep this between me and you? Keep everyone out of this, said James with an intense tone of voice. Dumbledore seemed a bit worn out, but he was still standing. Don't, said Dumbledore to James. You seem to have forgotten me. I'm not done, said Dumbledore with power in his voice. Voldemort didn't like the idea of fighting with Dumbledore once more, and he wasn't going to play fair. Sirius, Remus, take Harry and go, said James. Harry was too overwhelmed with having to see a person that he hadn't seen since he was a baby and a person that he never thought possible of seeing. It scared Harry of the words that his father just said. It was the same thing he saw in his images of the night when Voldemort came to the Potters. It was the same thing his father said to his mother. Harry didn't know if this was all just a dream or not. It seemed too good to be true. Sirius saw Harry's expression and knew what he was going through. Harry, it's true, he's alive, said Sirius. Harry once lost his dad for an unknown reason, and he wasn't about to let him out of his reach again. It cannot end like this, thought Harry. I said go, yelled James. James, you might as well leave too. It's no use staying, but either way, you won't live to see tomorrow, said Voldemort. Sirius and Remus didn't want to leave, but for Harry's sake, they hesitantly grabbed Harry and started to go. No, I'm not leaving. Let me go, said Harry with his eyes on his father. Like father, like son. Making decisions without thinking about the danger you are putting yourselves in or the consequences that comes with your choice, said Voldemort. Don't you make any remark that involves my son. I swear that I'll make your life a living hell if you mess with Harry again, said James angrily. James, don't overreact, said Dumbledore. Tisk, 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 how fatherly of you, but you just don't learn. Harry, your father's right, you should have left when he told you to, now you'll have to watch him suffer. Then it will be your godfather and his friend. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten you. Yes, you will watch them all suffer, then it will be your turn. By the way, feel free to feel guilty because you are the reason why they all have to suffer, unless you give yourself up now, said Voldemort. Harry, said James when an intense pain was cast upon him. James, Dad, yelled Harry, Sirius and Remus at the same time. Flammouse, said Dumbledore. James stopped rolling in pain as Voldemort was knocked down. He was struggling to get up and he looked like he was in a lot of pain. Professor, what did you do? Asked Harry. I put a burning curse on him. His whole body feels like it's on fire, but I don't think that it will last much longer, said Dumbledore, and he was right. Voldemort slowly got on his feet when the pain in his eyes stopped. Nice try, old man, but not good enough. My turn, said Voldemort. Crucio, said Voldemort. It hit Dumbledore hard and it inflicted a lot of pain. Now, let's take care of you. This is for betraying me, said Voldemort. Voldemort tried to inflict pain on James just as he did a while ago, but nothing happened. Voldemort, you underestimated me again. You can no longer put me in pain with your mind because I no longer have the dark mark on my arm, said James. Voldemort was shocked. How did you remove it? It's not possible, said Voldemort. Oh, it's not. That's what you think, said James. Strekister, yelled Remus. Voldemort was tied up, but it only took him a few seconds to get himself loose. Sirius helped Dumbledore up as he stopped the curse, but he didn't realize who was behind him. Sirius, move, yelled James. But it was too late. Voldemort was behind Sirius and he grabbed him and had his wand to Sirius' heart. Sirius had no way to escape because his wand was knocked out of his hand on the floor. He couldn't reach it, and if he make any sudden move, who knows what Voldemort will do to him. Let him go, yelled Harry. Harry, Remus, James and Dumbledore all had their wand pointed at Voldemort. I've warned you, Harry Potter. Your godfather will be history, said Voldemort. Voldemort seemed to be in trouble himself. Many of his servants were down, as for many were captured by the Ministry by this time. You have nowhere to go, Voldemort, said Remus. Yes, give it up now, said Dumbledore firmly. Sirius saw the distraction that his friends are giving Voldemort. This could be his chance to escape. Remus, James and Harry saw what Sirius wanted to do. They tried to distract Voldemort more so that his attention would go to them. Harry was worried. What if Voldemort catches him? What will he do to him if he does? Thought Harry. His godfather was in the hands of Voldemort. He at the moment felt that he was useless, that he couldn't do anything. Yeah, you can't escape Voldemort, said Remus to create distraction. You sure won't, you slimeball, said James. Remus whispered to James, we're trying to get him distracted, not mad. Ops, sorry, said James. Sirius saw the moment. Voldemort's arm was on the side. Sirius quickly seized the moment and ran away from Voldemort. Voldemort saw him. Stupefy, said Voldemort, and it hit Sirius. Sirius seemed to be knocked out. He was inches away from James. James tried to grab him, but Voldemort got him first. Accio Sirius, said Voldemort. Voldemort had Sirius' body in his possession and he then vanished with it. No, he apparated, said James. This is horrible, said Remus. Harry was speechless. He was now in devastation. What are they going to do? No, the question is, what will Voldemort do to Sirius? Everyone, lock up these Death Eaters, said Dumbledore. Albus, what do we do with him? Asked Moody, who pointed to the unconscious Fudge. He'll come with us. I need to talk to him when he wakes up, said Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, what are we going to do about Sirius? Asked Remus. We'll talk about that once we get back to Hogwarts. It won't be easy getting Sirius back. We will need to plan first, said Dumbledore. Remus, James and Harry wanted to object, but Dumbledore's words were final. Harry couldn't imagine what Voldemort could be doing to his godfather this very moment. He didn't want to wait longer because the longer Sirius is in Voldemort's hands, the more danger he will be in, and James and Remus felt the same. Come on, Harry, "We're going to apparate," said James. Harry nodded and took his father's hand, then they were off. They landed at Hogsmeade, where they arrived at the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta was there and knew that they would get back to Hogwarts from the fireplace in her bar. "Thanks, Rose," said Remus as he threw Flo powder into the fire. "Anytime, Remus," said Rosmerta. Remus jumped into the fire and he was gone. "James, is that you? James Potter?" asked Madame Rosmerta, suddenly realized the person next to Harry. "Yes, it's me, Rosie," said James. "But how is that possible?" asked Rosmerta. "It's a long story. Maybe next time I'll tell you, but right now we're in a hurry," said James. "Oh, no problem. I'm so glad you're back," said Madame Rosmerta. "Thanks. Ready, Harry?" asked James. "Yeah," answered Harry. "You go first. I'll be right behind you," said James. Harry threw some Flo powder into the fire and jumped in just as Remus did. Harry then stepped foot on what seems to be Dumbledore's office. Remus lent a hand to help Harry up. "Thanks," said Harry as he straightened his glasses. James appeared right after Harry, as he said he would be. "Harry, you should rest," said James. Harry still couldn't believe his eyes of the person in front of him. "Are you really my father?" asked Harry just to make sure. "Yes, I am," responded James. Harry was curious. Where did his father came from? All these years, he thought that he was dead, and one day, his father popped out of nowhere and saved them. Where has he been all these years? If he was alive, why didn't he show himself to him? With all these questions swimming inside Harry's mind, there was no way that he can rest. Not to mention, Sirius is captured by the worst person that you can possibly be captive by. "I don't mean to be rude, but where have you been throughout my life?" said Harry, who seemed a bit upset. "Harry," said Remus. "No, I'm sorry, but I really want to know. I think I deserve an explanation. Sirius knew. He told me that I would see my parents someday, and here you are." "It's just that." Harry didn't finish his sentence because he was in tears now. "Harry," called James softly as he put his warm hand on Harry's shoulder, "I'm sorry that I didn't get to let you know before I left. If there was a way that I could have told you, I would have. You were only a baby at the time. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I couldn't leave a letter for you to read or find some way to tell you, but I had to leave, for your sake as well as everyone," James said painfully. Harry was silenced for a moment, then asked, "Why? How is it going to help when you left me years ago?" I don't understand," said Harry. "You will understand why your father did this, but now is not the time," said Dumbledore, who just appeared through the fireplace. "Professor Dumbledore, how is everything?" asked Remus. "Everything is fine for now. The Death Eaters, Dementors and the Divisibilitors are kept under control. We succeeded our mission, but with one bad casualty," said Dumbledore. "What is it?" asked James. Dumbledore didn't say anything yet because he knew that the news would devastate Harry even more. "Harry, I suggest you go back to the dormitories. Ron, Hermione and everyone else is waiting for you. I will inform you any news of Sirius," said Dumbledore, whom saw the look on Harry's face. "I'll escort you," said James. "No, I'll do it. You don't know how the students going to react if they see James Potter," said Remus. "Right, I'll see you tomorrow, Harry," said James. Harry didn't want to head back to the dormitories yet. He knew something was wrong by the comment that Dumbledore made and that he suggests Harry to be at the dormitories. "It must be something real bad if Dumbledore didn't want me to hear it," thought Harry while walking back to the Gryffindor common room. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," said the portrait of the fat lady. Harry just nodded and gave a weak smile. He wasn't in a good mood. "Well, who would after all that's happened?" "Milkshake," said Remus, and the portrait opened. The common room became silenced. Harry then saw two very happy faces greeting him. "Harry," said Ron and Hermione. "Ron, Hermione," said Harry, who was given a tight hug from his best bud Ron and Hermione. Ron and Hermione was so happy to see Harry, they had nothing to say, but they didn't need to say anything. Seeing his best friends, Harry cheered up a bit. "Harry, I knew you'll do well. It's great to see you. The last time I saw you, it seemed like forever," said Ron, who gave Harry a pat on the shoulder. "Oh Harry, We were so worried when we saw the article on the Daily Prophet. I kept getting horrible thoughts of you not coming back," said Hermione in tears. "It's okay, Hermione, relax. I'm fine and in one piece," said Harry. "Took her advice, did ya?" said Ron. Hermione gave Ron a stern look for joking. Fred and George prepared a feast again for Harry's return, but Harry wasn't hungry nor was he happy. Harry was greeted by everyone and had been patted on the shoulder with people saying good job or welcome back. Harry at the moment could care less. He didn't join in the celebration and went up to the dormitories. "Hey Remus, what's up with Harry?" asked Ron. "Yay, I thought he'd be happy to be back," said Hermione. "Oh, he is happy to be back. This was the first time he smiled since he left, but something happened during the mission," said Remus. "What?" yelled Ron after Remus told them what happened to Sirius. "Shish," said Remus. "Sorry," said Ron. "Oh, poor Harry. No wonder he was so sad," said Hermione. "Well, I should head back. Take care of Harry, I'll see you guys tomorrow," said Remus. "Okay, bye," said Ron. "Bye Remus. Let's go check on him," said Hermione. Hermione and Ron head up to the boys' dormitories. "Wait, you can go up there, it's the boys' dormitories," said Ron. Hermione gave Ron an "I know but it's for a good reason" look. "Oh yeah, I forgot, you're part male," said Ron trying to keep a straight face. Hermione suddenly gave a stare that can kill to Ron and he immediately shut up. When they reached the entrance of the dormitories, they saw Harry on his bed looking at a photo album. "Harry," said Hermione softly. No answer. "Harry, buddy," said Ron softly as well. Harry suddenly realized who called him and looked up. "Hey," said Harry sadly. Ron and Hermione walked over to Harry's bed and both sat on each side of Harry. "What are you looking at?" asked Ron. "Oh, just an old photo album of my father and Sirius," said Harry. "Oh," said Ron. "Harry, we know what happened and we really feel bad too," and Hermione tried to say but didn't finish. "I know you two care about me and that you're here to try and cheer me up, but I just need, said Harry. "Us," finished Ron. "Harry, we'll help you get through this," said Hermione. "No, you two haven't got a clue how I feel right now," said Harry. "We know how you feel. You're not the only one that knows Sirius," said Ron, who was getting frustrated with Harry. "You two haven't heard everything," said Harry. "Then why else are you so damn upset other than Sirius?" said Hermione. Hermione, "Yikes. The world just ended." Hermione said. "Damn," said Ron. "Look, I'm sorry for acting the way that I am. It's just that so much happened in so little time. The pressure is just too much," said Harry. "Well, what's wrong, Harry? You can tell us," said Hermione. "Yeah, Harry, what's going on?" asked Ron. Harry sighed deeply. "My dad's alive," said Harry. "What are you saying?" asked Ron. "My father, James, is alive," said Harry again. "That can't be," said Hermione. "I thought the same thing, but he appeared out of nowhere and saved Sirius and Remus from some dementors," said Harry. "Freaky," said Ron. "How is he alive?" asked Hermione. "I have no idea. He said he'll tell me tomorrow because Dumbledore had to talk to them," said Harry. "What about?" asked Ron. "Don't know, but it must be something bad. They didn't want me to hear it," said Harry. Meanwhile in Dumbledore's office, "What is the big casualty?" asked James. Just then Remus returned. "You're just in time. You two remember that Fudge was one of the Death Eaters, we had captured him. Moody was going to bring him to us so we can try and get the location of Voldemort's hideout from him and we would have found Sirius," said Dumbledore. "Yes, so, what's the problem?" asked James. "Fudge is gone," said Dumbledore. "What do you mean gone? He escaped?" asked Remus. "No, he's gone. Dead. Turned to ashes," said Dumbledore. "But how?" asked James. "The Dark Mark. Voldemort was unsuccessful at releasing his Death Eaters, not to mention his faithful ones, but a bigger mistake was leaving Fudge here. He figured that we would use him to find where his hideout is. Fudge is a coward and with a little intimidation, he would have told us everything we needed to know. The dark mark that Voldemort planted on his Death Eaters has the power to take their soul out of their body with their body burned to ash, said Voldemort. Thank Merlin that I removed it in time, said James. So now, we've lost the chance to find Sirius? Asked Remus. For now, yes, it would be difficult, said Dumbledore. Can't we ask the other Death Eaters that are locked up? Asked James. I'm afraid we can't, said Dumbledore. Why is that? Asked James. They're also gone, said Dumbledore. What? He killed his most faithful Death Eaters that tried to release just today, said Remus. Remus, you must realize something. There is nothing that Voldemort values most than his survival, and he doesn't trust anyone fully. Therefore, in order to ensure his safety, he destroyed his own so that they can't say anything at all, said Dumbledore. I knew he would do something like this. That selfish son of a bitch, said James. Please, mind the language, said Dumbledore. Sorry, Albus, said James. So, what are we going to do now? Asked Remus. Moody and Arthur had set up a search, they're working on it. So, in the meantime, there's nothing else that we can do. I believe that you two should also get some rest, said Dumbledore. Remus and James were about to leave when Dumbledore stopped James. Remus waited outside the door. James, Harry is really taking all this too hard. I don't think that he can take much more pressure. I suggest you tell him everything tomorrow, said Dumbledore. Everything? Wouldn't that trouble him even more with all this info? Said James. No, tell him. Understanding is a part in getting better mentally, said Dumbledore. All right, if you think that's what I should do, said James. Good night, said James. Good night, James, said Dumbledore. Remus and James was given a temporary room in the teachers' dormitories. When they both reached their separate rooms next to each other's, they said goodnight and went to their own room. James's things were on the floor next to the closet, but he was too tired to unpack now. Once he entered the room, he dropped onto the bed. He was so tired that the bed seemed to be the most comfortable thing he had ever been in. All these years, he had nothing but stress on his shoulder. Now the stress and pressure on his shoulder seemed to have softened. No matter how tired or sleepy James was, he couldn't sleep. James thought about how he would tell Harry all about his past and why he left Harry when he was only a baby. James felt so bad for leaving Harry when he was so little. He didn't blame Harry if he was mad at him. It was a horrible thing. He had to watch his son be raised by the Dursleys. James didn't actually think that this would happen. He thought that when he left, Harry would be taken care of by his best friend and Harry's godfather, Sirius, but who could have thought that that slimy git of a rat, Peter, would do such a thing? James then thought that Dumbledore was right, he needed to rest. So, James laid down and tried to sleep. It was hard for him. The bed, the room, everything seemed so empty. He missed his lovely wife Lily, the women whom he loved so dearly, and the women who gave birth to his son. He had never felt so alone, but he slowly made himself to sleep. The next day was a very cheerful day, for every student at Hogwarts at least. Harry wasn't a bit happy, neither was Remus, James and all the staff members. Even Snape had nothing bad to say to his worst enemy or Harry today. Dumbledore excused Harry from classes that day. He felt that Harry needed to spend time with his father and understand the situation and the past of James that he never knew much about. Harry went down to breakfast with Ron and Hermione, and it was only because they dragged him. At the Gryffindor table. Come on, Harry, eat your breakfast, said Hermione. No, I'm not hungry, said Harry. Harry, you've got to eat something. You haven't eaten in 2 days, said Ron, stuffing his own mouth with food in the meantime. Harry then stood up. You two enjoy your breakfast, I'm gonna go, said Harry. But where are you going? You haven't even touched your food, asked Ron. Harry left before he could answer. Harry went to see his dad. He didn't want to wait any longer. He wants to know what reason could there be that his dad would leave him when he was little. Harry didn't know where his dad was and decided to go ask Professor Dumbledore. On his way there, he saw Remus. Hey Remus, called Harry. Hi Harry, what's up? Asked Remus. Well, I want to know where my dad is, said Harry. He's in his room. That's in the teacher dormitories. Do you know where that is? Said Remus. No, not really, said Harry. Here, why don't I show you, said Remus. Harry followed Remus through a passageway that was very close to Dumbledore's office. The passageway was pretty dark as well as a bit creepy. You guys sleep here? Asked Harry. Well, yeah, just temporary, said Remus. Remus led Harry to another corridor of the passageway and stopped. Well, you go ahead yourself. It's that room right over there, said Remus. Thanks Remus, said Harry. No problem, said Remus. The door of James' room was open. Harry slowly walked over by the doorway and saw James sitting on the bed, looking at something that Harry couldn't see. Harry knocked on the door softly. James turned his head and saw Harry. He quickly put down the object that he was looking at and gave Harry a weak smile. Come in, said James. Harry went into the room. He noticed that the room was very empty. He could see that he hadn't touched his things or unpacked. James grabbed a coat from his bag. Harry, let's talk outside. We'll walk and talk, said James. Okay, said Harry. So they went out of the passageway and headed to the Hogwarts ground. Harry, I know you want an explanation and I'll give it to you right now. It's a really long story, said James. I have all of today, said Harry. All right, okay, well, let's get straight to it. I'll start at the night when Voldemort found us. Me and your mom was worried. We felt that something was wrong. I should have made a better judgment than to trust Peter as our secret keeper. Anyways, before we went into hiding, Albus called me to him and he told me about a plan that will end Voldemort. There would be a person that will stick with Voldemort undercover and that person will deliver us all the information of what is going on the dark side. True, it was a very dangerous and risky mission, but if it succeeds, this world would be a lot happier. Of course, not just anyone would qualify for this job. Dumbledore trusted me, but he didn't force me to go on this mission. He knew that I would want to stay with my family, and besides, your mother wouldn't have let me go, said James. Then why did you go? Asked Harry. The truth is, I wasn't going to go, but when that night came, I changed my mind. Everything changed when Voldemort killed your mother. I knew that as long as Voldemort lived, you will always be in danger, and when your mother died, you were the only thing left of your mother and me. I couldn't lose you, so I did what I had to do as a father, and it was to protect you. Voldemort always wanted me on their side. The night he came, I made the choice to join him if he would let you and your mother live, but I knew that he wouldn't actually not kill you or your mother. That night, I told Sirius to take your mother and you to somewhere else, but it was too late. Voldemort came and took your mother away from me and you. I did everything I could to save you, but it didn't work. Luckily, you saved yourself, said James. So, you were an undercover Death Eater all this time? Asked Harry. Yes, and I took lots of information from Voldemort to our side, hoping that it will get us a step closer to stopping Voldemort. I'm sorry, Harry, said James. Harry didn't know what to say. Harry thought that it was brave of him to sacrifice so much to bring peace to the wizarding world, yet at the same time, Harry felt mad that his father left him. So, I'm leaving you guys here. Will Harry forgive James, or would he be mad at him? He started thinking, was he really that important to him? Obviously, I wasn't important enough to make him stay and take care of me. No, snap out of it. I shouldn't think that way. He cared for everyone, and he did it for me and all the good wizarding families out there, just as I did when I went to Azkaban. What was I thinking? I shouldn't be so selfish. My dad did a good thing and I'm proud of it, and I'm glad that he's back. James had a nervous, anxious, scared expression on his face all at the same time. He seemed to be waiting for a response as to see if Harry was mad, and if he is, would Harry forgive him for what he did? Harry then looked into his father's eyes and smiled. This relieved James a great deal, but he still wasn't sure how Harry felt about this. It's okay, said Harry. Really, you're not mad or think that it was too selfish of me? Said James. Well, I was mad and thought that you cared about other people more than me, but then I thought about it and knew that you did what you thought was right. You did it for the good of everyone. So if anyone's selfish, it would be me thinking that you were selfish, said Harry. No, I understand why you would think that, but I'm glad you're not mad anymore, said James. I have a question that I have been curious about, said Harry. What is it? Asked James. You had the dark mark when you joined Voldemort, right? Asked Harry. Yay, I did, but I don't have it anymore, said James. But how did you remove it? Asked Harry. Oh, that. It's quite simple actually. Before I joined Voldemort, I knew what I was getting myself into. I didn't want an ugly tattoo on my arm. Dumbledore figured out a way that I can remove it when it was over, and that was a potion. It took some time, but we finally made the potion. Here's how it works. I rubbed potion at the spot on my arm that the dark mark would be put on. This allowed me to be able to remove it later on, explained James. That's brilliant, said Harry. Then there was silence between them until James decided to break the silence. So, what should we do for the rest of the day? Asked James. I don't know, said Harry. Wait, I know. Be right back. Wait for me, said James, and he went off into the castle. Oh, okay, said Harry, but he didn't think that his dad heard him. Harry went and sat down on the side of the lake and skipped stones while waiting for James to return. Sorry, said Harry, because he accidentally threw one of the stone at a sea creature. The creature seemed a bit mad that Harry didn't look where he was throwing the stone, but went back to what it was doing anyways. Just after that, James returned. Hey, Dumbledore gave me permission. Come with me, said James. Permission for what? Said Harry while James pulled Harry to follow him. James brought Harry to the opening of the secret passageway to Hogsmeade. Do you have my watch? I mean your watch, asked James. Yay. What do you want to do with? Asked Harry, but didn't get to finish the question. Good. Give it to me, said James. Harry took off the watch and handed it to James. Grab onto a part of me, not the bottom part. Grab my shirt or something, said James. Harry did. James held the watch and he did something to it. But what? Harry was now felt that he was swirling through the air. He felt dizzy and also like he had a headache. Suddenly, without notice, Harry stepped foot on solid ground, not knowing where he was because his eyes hadn't come to focus yet. James extended a hand and Harry took it. Where are we and how did we get here? Asked Harry. Welcome, Harry, to the headquarters of Zonkos, said James. What? Said Harry. His eyes grew wide as he saw a big factory-looking building in front of him. Like it? Asked James. Yeah, said Harry. He thought that this was really cool, but how did they get here? How did we get here? Asked Harry. We apparated, said James. But we can't, said Harry. We did. Oh yay. Sirius hadn't told you and Remus probably didn't know. Well, this watch has one extra option that only I know. It has the power to allow me to apparate anywhere. I was quite the inventor back then, said James, grinning. He handed Harry the watch back. Harry was amazed. My dad is so awesome, thought Harry. They went to the front gate of the Zonkos headquarters. It bared a sign that said, "No trespassing, employee and working personnel only." We can't go in there. You're not an employee, said Harry, feeling a slight disappointment. You're right, I'm no employee. I'm a VIP, said James as the gates opened. A man was on the other side of the gate and he was surprised to see James. Oh my, is it not our VIP? When I saw the newspaper and it said that you're alive, I didn't believe it, but now I do. How are you, James? Asked the man. Good, and good to see you, said James. The guy was a chubby guy. He was in wacky-looking designs on his cloak and had a very jolly face. Harry thought that he could pass as Santa Claus. Well, what do you know? You brought someone. Oh my, it's Mr. Harry Potter. What an honor. Two Potter here at the same time. Why don't you two come in? Said the man. See, Harry, VIP. By the way, he's the manager of Zonkos. He's Mr. Defoe Heist, said James as they entered the headquarters. It's amazing how James has connection with such wizards. Harry couldn't wait to see the inside of the Zonkos headquarters. Wow, said Harry excitingly when they entered. It was like the world of toys, pranks and anything fun that you can think of. The place was filled with very tall shelves. It was so tall that Harry thought that you would need to ride a broom to get to the top of the shelf. They walked past numerous number of shelves until they reached an office. "Come in, have a seat," said Mr. Defoe with a wide smile. It was a small office with a nice desk. There were drawers on the side of the room. Mr. Defoe took a seat and mentioned Harry and James to sit down as well. James didn't sit, but Harry was about to sit down when James put a hand in front of Harry to stop him. "What?" asked Harry. James gave a wicked smile and took out a piece of paper. It didn't look like an ordinary piece of paper. James dropped it onto the chair and the paper starts to dissolve into white powder. Then James blew the powder off and saw that the chair had some kind sticky glue on it. Harry took a piece of those paper from James and dropped it on his chair as well, and the same substance showed up. "Geez, James, guess you still got it. I thought that I might finally get to trick you, but I should have guessed that you can't be touched," said Mr. Defoe. "Oh Heist, is this the best you've got?" "Tisk, tisk, this was the worst one yet. Invisible sticky goo. Ah, you've gone soft. You can sit now, Harry," said James. "James, it's so good that you're back," said Heist. "Yeah, it's good to be back. So, how about giving my son a tour?" said James. "Sure, you might even get to test out some of our new products," said Heist, who gave Harry a wink. The rest of the day was a blast. It distracted Harry from missing Sirius. Mr. Defoe showed them all around the headquarters where they made all kinds of different jokes and pranks. The place wasn't just filled with shelves but also different rooms as well. All the different rooms had a label on the door. Harry was real surprised when he saw one that labeled Marauder's Lair. "Ah, here's a very interesting room," said Heist. Harry raised an eyebrow as to show that he had no idea what this was. "Let's have a look in here," said James. "Sure, it's kinda yours anyways," said Heist. So, they went in. It was the most beautiful sight in the whole place. It had the best pranks in there, thought Harry. "Wow, this place is awesome," said Harry. "Of course, these products are from the Marauders Inc., said James. "You mean, you made these?" asked Harry. "Sure, me, Remus and Sirius. We used to make the best prank products and sell them through Zonkos," said James. "Yay, you made millions off of them, huh?" said Heist. James laughed. "Anyways, we better get going. It's getting late," said James. Harry whispered to James about something before they left. "Sure. Hey Heist, mind if I?" asked James. "Oh, sure, have fun with them. Come visit anytime. Bring the rest of the gang next time," said Heist. "All right, thanks Heist." "Harry, got the watch?" said James. "Yeah," said Harry. "Thanks Mr. Defoe," said Harry. "No problem, call me Heist," said Heist. Harry and James were gone now. They arrived back at where they were before, which was in front of the secret entrance to Hogsmeade. "Well, hope you had fun today," said James. "Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to meet you, Dad," said Harry. "Yeah, well, you should head to dinner now." "Oh, and don't get into too much trouble," said James. "I won't," said Harry grinning. "I'll see you tomorrow. If you need me, I'll be in my room," said James. Harry then started walking to the Great Hall. Harry found Ron and Hermione sitting at the Gryffindor table having a conversation with Seamus and Dean. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" asked Harry, who sat down. "Oh, hey Harry," said Ron. "We were just talking about you, Harry," said Seamus. "Oh, what about me?" asked Harry. "Nothing bad. It was just about the mission you went on," said Dean. "Hey Harry, is it true that I heard that Sirius is your godfather?" asked Seamus. "Yes, it's true," answered Harry. "Are you mad at him?" asked Dean. "No, there's no reason to be mad at him because he's innocent," said Harry. "Hey Harry, does he kill people without blinking?" asked Dean. "No," said Harry. "I heard that he laughs after each time he killed someone." "Is that true?" asked Dean. "No, he didn't kill anyone. Now stop asking me all these stupid questions," said Harry, and he left the Great Hall with rage. "Now you've done it, Dean," said Ron, who ran after Harry. "Yay, good going, Dean," said Seamus. "What did I do?" asked Dean stupidly. Hermione also went after Harry as well. "Harry, come back," yelled Ron. Harry was up in his dormitories now. Ron and Hermione went up there as well. "Don't worry, I'm not mad," said Harry. "So, why did you leave?" asked Ron. "I want to avoid the questioning," said Harry. "So, what are we gonna do about Sirius?" asked Ron. I don't know what to do anymore," said Harry. "Harry, don't lose it. We can figure something out like we always do," said Hermione. "Hermione, it's been 2 days. This is long enough for Voldemort to kill Sirius," said Harry. "Harry, there's no way that you could know that. Sirius might still be alive," said Ron. Harry lied down on his bed. "Ow," said Harry. "What is it?" asked Ron. Harry felt something inside his pocket that probably poked him. He found his communic in it. "It's the communic, I've completely forgotten about it," said Harry. "Harry, you know what we can do with this," said Hermione. "Yeah, looks like we've got a chance to find Sirius," said Harry. "Woohoo," said Ron. Harry and Hermione laughed. Their hope were up now that they figured out a way to find Sirius. "Let's just hope that he's still alive." "All right, let's try this out," said Harry. "Okay," said Ron. "Sirius, Sirius, are you there? It's Harry, please answer," said Harry. There was no answer. "Oh, come on," said Hermione nervously. "Sirius, if you can hear me, please say something," said Harry through the communic. "Why won't he answer?" asked Hermione. "Maybe something's wrong," said Ron. "Ron," said Hermione, who nudged Ron with her elbow hard. "Ow," said Ron. "Would you two shut up?" said Harry, who was worried. "Sorry," said Hermione and Ron. Harry kept telling himself that nothing was wrong and that Sirius is okay. He decides to try again. "Sirius, are you there?" asked Harry. A faint grunt was heard from the communic. "Sirius, Sirius, is that you?" asked Harry once again. Yet another grunt was heard, but still no answer from the voice. The grunt turned into a yell of pain. "Ah, what is that yelling?" asked Ron. "I'm not sure. I just hope it's not what I think it is," said Hermione. Then the yelling stopped and a low-pitched laughter was heard. "Just the sound of it makes you sick." "It's Voldemort," said Harry. "No," said Ron in a would-be surprised voice. Harry, Ron and Hermione listened closely as they heard another voice. "How do you work this thing?" said a voice. "Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk. What is going on?" asked Ron. "Be quiet and listen. If you don't shut up, we won't find out," said Harry. "Wormtail, stop mesmerizing and hand me the thing," said Voldemort. "Sor RRY, Master. Harry," said Wormtail. "Oh, no, they have the communic," said Hermione. "What if they heard me?" said Harry. "Maybe they didn't. What should we do now?" asked Ron. "You two stay here and keep listening. I'm going to get Dumbledore and my dad," said Harry. "Hurry back, his voice frightens me," said Ron. "Okay," said Harry. Harry quickly ran out of the common room and headed to his father first. When he made it to the passageway, he hurriedly found his way to James' room. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Asterisk. James opened the door and was surprised to see Harry standing there. Harry thought that he must have interrupted his sleep because James was in his Quidditch PJs. "Something wrong, Harry?" asked James. Harry went back to concentrate on Sirius and the situation. "Yay, I need your help. Quick, it's something to do with Sirius and I think we need to see Dumbledore as well," said Harry. "What is it?" asked James. "No time to answer. Let's find Dumbledore first," said Harry, who dragged James with him. James only had time to grab a robe to cover his PJ. Harry and James rushed to Dumbledore's office. "My, a late-night visit. Is there a PJ party that I didn't heard of?" said Dumbledore, who was in his PJs as well. "Sorry to bother you, Professor, but there's something I need to show you," said Harry. Dumbledore saw the seriousness on Harry's face and he followed Harry without farther questioning. They soon reached the common room and went to where Ron and Hermione was. "Thank God you're here," said Ron. Ron and Hermione noticed that James and Dumbledore were in their PJs and found that it was quite funny. Dumbledore had a blue PJ on. Harry must have dragged them out fast, thought Ron. Anything new? Asked Harry. No, all we hear is someone yelling in pain, said Hermione. What's going on? Is that a communic? Asked James. Yes, it a communic. Sirius gave it to me for my birthday and I just realized that I can use it to find Sirius, said Harry. Yes, that would work, but it seems that there's something else that's bothering you, said Dumbledore. Professor, there's a problem. Harry already tried to talk to Sirius through the communic but he didn't answer, said Hermione. And we heard someone yelling in pain as well as Peter, and you know who. He was banging the communic because he didn't know how to work it, but I think you know who already figured it out, said Ron. Yeah, I think he heard me as well, said Harry. A look of terror erupted on the faces of Ron and Hermione. Harry was nowhere near fear. He felt nothing but rage and anger toward that voice. Voldemort, spat Harry. Potter, thanks for the warm greeting. If I'm correct, James is there as well, said Voldemort. What do you want with Sirius? Asked James as calmly as he possibly can. Nothing really. It's your son that I want, said Voldemort. Well, think again because that will never happen, said James. Temper. I am afraid you don't have a choice. Sirius, life is in your hands. Your choice will determine whether he lives or die, said Voldemort. You son of a bye, said James, who stopped when he realized everyone in the room. Ron, Harry and Hermione didn't blame James for being so mad. It is after all, his best bud. Harry would feel the same if it was Ron or Hermione. Dumbledore finally spoke. Voldemort, there's no need for murdering. We can make a compromise, said Dumbledore. Ah, you're there as well. I'm afraid that won't do. Either I get Harry or his godfather dies, said Voldemort. We can't and won't hand you Harry. That's not possible, said Dumbledore. Albus, I'm not the kind of person that makes compromise. I will kill Sirius if Harry isn't delivered to me. I'll make you a deal. Harry nor Sirius will die if you do what I say, said Voldemort. James' immediate answer was no. It wasn't because he chose his son over his best friend, but because nothing good would come out of it. He knew that Voldemort never keeps his word. Once he gets his hands on Harry and that he was no longer useful, Voldemort would kill him. James knew because that's what Voldemort did to his own Death Eaters. If they were no use to him, they would be slaughtered. Harry, on the other hand, was more worried about Sirius than maybe even himself. He knew Voldemort don't usually keep his word, but what else could they do? Voldemort, we'll think about it, but if you lie and kill Sirius, you don't want to know what I'll do to you, said James. Oh, a threat. Am I supposed to take that seriously? Ha ha. Watch yourself, James. You have no idea who you're dealing with here. I'll give you 24 hours to think about it. Make a wise choice or regret it, said Voldemort. What do you mean we'll think about it? Said Remus, who was standing by the door. You heard? Asked James. Yes, I heard everything. This is bad, said Remus. I only said that to buy us some time, said James. Great. Time isn't the only thing we need. What we need is a plan, said Remus. Yes, that's probably the best thing to do. Remember, we mustn't give Harry up. The result would be more disastrous than we can even imagine, said Dumbledore. We need to go save Sirius, said Harry. Wait, there's still a way that we can find him. The communic's probably still at the site where Voldemort is, and I'm sure that's where Sirius is as well, said Remus. You're right, Remus. Harry, hold the communic in your hands, close your eyes and only think of Sirius. If you do it correctly, you will see in your mind where Sirius is, said James. Harry did what James told him. He took the communic in his hands and concentrated on Sirius as hard as he could. At first, he couldn't see anything but the black background of his obstructed eyes. He tried with all his might and finally, he sees an image of someone lying on the floor. As he continued to concentrate, the image got clearer until Harry sees clearly that the figure was Sirius. He was looking pale and weak. It seems as if he would pass out any moment. They must have been torturing him. It was hard for Harry to see this, but he had to find out where they are. Then Harry saw that Sirius closed his eyes. A faint sound was heard in Harry's ears. Harry, said the faint noise. Who is it? Asked Harry. Harry, it's me. Sirius, said Sirius' weak voice. Hold on, Sirius, we'll come get you. Do you know where you are? Asked Harry. No, but I'll look, said Sirius. Harry saw in his mind that Sirius slowly got himself up. He struggled to stand. Harry then got a clear view. Sirius was locked in a dark room with no windows, but there was a tiny crack by one side of the wall. Sirius slowly walked towards it. Sirius looked like he was in a lot of pain. His legs didn't seem to want to support the weight of his body and he fell down. Sirius, are you okay? Asked Harry. I'm okay, said Sirius as he tried to reach the crack. It was really painful to see Sirius this way. Since Sirius' leg couldn't support him anymore because of the pain, he crawled to the crack and looked out from it. A few moments later, Sirius sat himself back against the wall. Sirius, can you tell where you are? Asked Harry. CC cold, SN snow. I'm up north. Alaska, said Sirius. Are you sure? Alaska? Asked Harry. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I believe that we're in a cabin somewhere in Alaska. Harry, no matter what, don't come look for me. You don't need to come. It's too dangerous, said Sirius. Sirius, try to stay warm. I'll tell Dumbledore and the others where you are. Stay put, we'll get you out. I love you, Sirius, said Harry. Love ya too. See you, said Sirius. Harry's mind was back at the common room. He sat down on one of the chair with a look of concern. Harry, did you see Sirius? Asked Ron. Yeah, I saw him. He's in a real bad shape. He's hurting, said Harry with sad tears. Harry, did you find out where he's being kept? Asked James. Yeah, he's kept in a cabin somewhere in Alaska, said Harry. What? Said James and Remus at the same time. That was unexpected, said Ron. Harry, but where in Alaska? If I'm not mistaken, Alaska isn't that small a state, said Hermione. I don't know. He could only tell that it was Alaska. Oh, this is all my fault, said Harry, who was frustrated with himself. It's not. Don't blame yourself. We'll find him, said James. Yay, thanks to you, we have a clue on where to start searching, said Remus. Mr. Potter, I suggest you get some sleep. Class resumes for you tomorrow. Wouldn't want you to fall too far behind now. We'll figure something out for Sirius, said Dumbledore and headed out the room. Yay, Harry, listen to Dumbledore, get some sleep. It'll help, said Remus. Thanks, said Harry, who smiled weakly. Right, said James, who was took by surprise. Harry couldn't help it and grabbed a hold of James and hugged him. James patted Harry as he let his tears out. James was glad to be here in Harry's time of need. James swore that he'll never leave Harry. Harry needs a family. Sirius and James would be the ones to give him that. After a few minutes, Harry stopped crying and looked up. Thanks for letting me cry on your shoulder, said Harry. No problem. My shoulder will always be available for you to cry on. Just make sure you find me when you need someone to talk to, said James. Thanks, Dad, said Harry. The next morning, Harry woke up before anyone else. He soon woke Ron up and went down to breakfast. Harry took a seat away from Dean. He didn't want to be questioned again. Hermione was already at the table waiting for them. Fred and George sat across from them. Morning, guys, said Hermione. Hey, said Harry. How ya feeling? We heard what happened, said Fred. I'm fine, Harry lied. Yay, he's fine. Harry can handle it, said Ron. So, what do we have today? Asked Harry, who was trying to change the subject. We have transfiguration first, then Remus and potions after lunch, said Ron. Harry wasn't too concerned about potions class or Snape anymore. There's nothing else that can possibly make him feel any worse at this moment. Harry ate a bit of his breakfast, but not much. He knew he shouldn't starve himself. He ate a bit because he had lost his appetite. Let's go, said Harry. Wait, but I'm not finished, said Ron. Come on, Ron, you're done, said Hermione as she dragged him by the arm. All right, All right, I can walk by myself, now let go, said Ron. They entered Professor McGonagall's classroom and took their seats. Good morning, everyone. As you all should know, you will be taking the OWLs this year. Therefore we must prepare for it. Transfiguration is an important part on your owls, said Professor McGonagall. All through the class, Professor McGonagall talked about the OWLs and that next class they'll have a little quiz. When class was over, Ron whined about the homework that she gave them. This is a lot of work and she's talking about the OWLs already. It's not happening until we're near the end of the year and it's not even Christmas yet, said Ron. Christmas is just a few days away, Ron, said Hermione. I know but still, said Ron. Oh, Ron, said a irritated Hermione. Christmas already, said Harry, who didn't seem to be too happy about it. You say it like it's a bad thing. I thought it came slow, said Ron. What's the matter, Harry? Asked Hermione. Nothing. Let's just get to class, said Harry. So they moved on to Dada class with Remus, but Remus wasn't there. They had a female substitute. Please take a seat, everyone. I'm Professor Sanies. I'll be your substitute today. I'm afraid Professor Lupin couldn't come, said Professor Sanies. Professor Sanies, so you have any idea why Professor Lupin couldn't come today? Asked Harry. I'm sorry, but I do not know. Please sit down so we can begin our lesson for today, said Professor Sanies. This made them suspicious that Remus was away. There was definitely a reason. Harry intended to find out what that reason was. The rest of the time in Dada wasn't so bad. Professor Sanies was a pretty good professor, but she was also pretty strict like Professor McGonagall. She didn't like interruptions. Hey, I kinda like that professor. She was strict but she didn't give us homework, said Ron. Ron, homework is what helps you learn, said Hermione. Yeah, sure, said Ron. Where's Harry? Asked Hermione. I don't know, said Ron, who just realized that Harry disappeared. He probably went to find Remus. Let's just wait for him in lunch, said Hermione. Yay, he probably did, but he could have said something, said Ron. Meanwhile, they were right. Harry was going to find Remus. While walking in the hallways, he was stopped by a person that hid his or her face. Who could it be and what does it want? You are Harry Potter, am I correct? Said the stranger. Yes, I am. Who are you? Asked Harry. That, you don't need to know. I'm only here to deliver a message or a warning in your case, said the stranger. A warning about what? Asked Harry. It has to do with the one that's lost as well as the one that capture him. You will be in grave danger if you journey north. You will soon need the ones you cherish most in what's in store for you, said the stranger. What are you talking about? Asked Harry. Just remember my warning and you'll understand. Heed my warning, for I never lie. To believe or to disregard, that is your choice. Use it to your advantage, said the stranger, and it vanished. Wait, called Harry. It was too late, the strange figure was gone. Was he hallucinating or was it all real? Whether it was real or not, Harry did not forget what the stranger said to him. He will try to figure out what exactly did the stranger mean. Could this all just be a trick or someone sent by Voldemort to confuse him? He had a feeling that it wasn't fake, and he took the stranger's words seriously and considerably. Harry continued to look for Remus but ran into Snape instead. What are you doing in the hallways, Potter? You should be in lunch, not wandering all around, said Snape. I'm looking for Professor Remus, said Harry. And why is that? Asked Snape. Harry didn't want to tell him that it was because Remus wasn't in class today and that he wanted to see why. If that was the reason, Snape would probably tell Harry to go back to lunch and take away points for wandering around. Professor Lupin told me to see him and that there was something that he wanted to discuss with me, said Harry, hoping that he'll believe it. I don't want to see you in the halls again. He's in the headmaster's office. Move before I give you a detention, said Snape. Harry was surprised that he got away and he went immediately to Dumbledore's office. When he got to the front doors of Dumbledore's office, he stopped when he heard the word of a mission. Another mission, said Harry in his head. He knew that it wasn't right to just listen to someone else's conversation, but he couldn't help it. He got closer to the door and listened. "Yeah, we can do that. I'll go. He needs us," said James's voice. "I'll go too," said Remus. "I'm afraid that with just the two of you won't be enough. It's too dangerous. You need more people or you might just end up being stuck there as well, and that won't do any good," said Dumbledore's voice. "Well, who can we ask to help?" asked Remus. "No, only a few people know about this and some of them needs their rest to recover. We shouldn't bother them. We'll just do it by ourselves," said James. "I think we should get more people, James," said Remus. "Why, we can handle them," said James stubbornly. "James, look at this logically. Sirius is the only way now for Voldemort to exchange for Harry. They'll probably have tons of Death Eaters guarding Sirius. We need to be prepared for them because we don't know how difficult it might be to rescue Sirius," said Remus. James agreed that Remus was quite right on this, but that was not a reason to involve others in this rescue mission. "Remus, we can't afford to do that," said James. Harry lifted his head finally. He couldn't believe that they're planning a rescue mission for Sirius without involving him. He couldn't stand it anymore and opened the door without knocking. "Sorry, Professor, but I overheard what you were talking about and I'm outraged that I wasn't informed of this. Sirius is my godfather, the only family I had when no one else was around. I think I deserve to go," said Harry. "We'll go too," said voices behind the door. "Ron, Hermione, what are you two doing here?" asked Harry. "The same thing you're doing," said Ron. "Hold on a minute, you can't all go. This is not a job for you guys. Let us adults handle it," said James. "Why is it always just adults? I know you care about our safety and all, but we can protect ourselves and help as well. Take Harry, for example, he's just in 5th year and he's more powerful than most grown wizards," said Hermione to prove her argument. "Go Hermione," said Ron. "We still can't risk your safeties," said Remus. "Well, maybe you're right. I mean, we could use the help," said James. "Not you two," said Remus. "Chill out, Remus. You tried to stop Harry the last time and it didn't work. He went on the mission anyways," said James. "This is indeed dangerous, but I believe you're entitled to make your own choice on this, Harry," said Dumbledore. "But Albus," said Remus, but didn't question farther as Dumbledore seemed so sure on this. "Wait, how did you know about that?" asked Harry. "Know about what?" asked James. "About Remus trying to stop me from going to the Azkaban mission," said Harry. "I'm sorry, Harry, I haven't told you everything," said James. "What do you mean?" asked Harry. What is James going to say? Harry, when I was away as an undercover Death Eater, it wasn't as simple as just observing and transmitting back information for our side. Voldemort did order to do things for him," said James. "What things?" asked Harry. "He didn't ask you to kill somebody, did he?" asked Ron. "No, he didn't ask that. Even if he did, I would never kill another wizard," said James. "So, what was it that he told you to do?" asked Hermione. "Harry, I never told you it because I don't want to upset you. Voldemort sent me back here at Hogwarts to spy for him. He made a potion that changed me to look like myself when I was in my 5th year and told me to watch you. I would never do anything to you and Voldemort knew that. It's still quite unclear why he did this." "Okay, so I was Sean," said James. "You were disguised as Sean," said Ron. "You can't be Sean, I thought Fudge was," said Harry. "He was," said James. "Well, how could you and Fudge both be Sean?" asked Hermione. "That's simple. One day we switched. Voldemort told me to switch because he needs me back. So, he sends Fudge as a decoy. They took a piece of my hair when I was in my 5th year form and made a polyjuice potion with it. Therefore he looked the same as the Sean you knew. I bet there was one night when he seemed different," said James. "Come to think of it, yeah," said Hermione. "Oh, I remember, that day Sean wasn't seen all day long until after dinner in the common room. He seemed a bit nervous and different than usual," said Ron. "That's right, that was the night when Voldemort switched us," said James. "So, you were here all this time without me knowing it?" said Harry. Yes, you would be in more dangerous if Voldemort found out that you knew and it wasn't the right time to tell you that I was alive, said James. When was it supposed to be the right time? I can't believe that all of you knew and didn't tell me, said Harry. Harry, calm down, said Hermione. You know what, I don't want to know anymore, said Harry, and he burst out Dumbledore's office and left. Harry, yelled James. I think you should go get him, said Remus. James sighed and ran after Harry. James was pretty tall and fast. It didn't take him long before he caught up with Harry. Harry, wait, yelled James. Harry ignored and continued running. Harry, stop running, yelled James. Again Harry ignored. James then grabbed Harry by the arm. Harry couldn't go anywhere because James was really strong, especially compared to Harry's skinny body. Harry, please listen, said James. What more is there for me to know? Do you have any more secrets to tell me or not tell me? Said Harry. Harry, you've got to understand that I didn't do it because I was afraid you'll react like this. I could change the past, but I can't. Whether you like it or not, you'll have to live with it 'cause no one can change what has already happened, said James. Harry was silent for the moment. How about it, Harry? Forgive me, asked James. Yay, I'm sorry for acting this way. I don't what's gotten into me, said Harry. It's all right. I'm glad we made up. Let's head back, shall we? Asked James. Okay, answered Harry. So, they walked back to Dumbledore's office together. In Dumbledore's office, Harry told them about the mysterious person that seemed to be trying to warn him. It has to do with the one that's lost as well as the one that captured him. You will be in grave danger if you journey north. You will soon need the ones you cherish most in what's in store for you. Just remember my warning and you'll understand. Heed my warning, for I never lie. To believe or to disregard, that is your choice. Use it to your advantage. Harry repeated those words to Dumbledore and the others. Stang. This so-called stranger seemed to know of the rescue mission. It's not an ordinary wizard if it can just vanish, said Dumbledore. Harry, I don't want to do this to you, but I can't allow you to go. As your father, I will not let you go, said James. But, you can't possibly believe the stranger, said Harry. Whether I believe the stranger or not, it's still dangerous. What if that stranger is right? What would I do then? I know you love Sirius, I do too. For your sake and his, it's best to do what I say, said James. Fine, I won't go then, said Harry. Harry, said Ron. No, it's okay, said Harry. You should go back, your next class is about to start, said Remus. Harry, Ron and Hermione left and head towards the Dungeons to Potions class. Harry, you're really not going. You usually don't just give up like that, said Ron. I think it's a good thing what Harry chose, said Hermione. Hermione, what do you know? Sirius needs Harry, said Ron. Yay, he needs Harry alive, said Hermione. Stop it, you two. I was just saying it, but I didn't mean what I said. I'm still going no matter what anyone says, said Harry. How are you going to do that? Asked Ron. I don't know, but I'll find a way, said Harry. Late, said Snape when the three of them entered his classroom. We're not late. Harry checked his watch. There's still a minute before class officially start, said Harry. Well, on my watch, you're all late. 10 points from Gryffindor. Now take a seat, said Snape. Geez, his watch, his watch. The school doesn't run by his watch, said Ron angrily. Shut up or you'll get us in more trouble, said Hermione. Mr. Weasley, what is the main ingredient for the Lapidort potion? Asked Snape. Air, said Ron. You obviously weren't paying attention. 5 more points from Gryffindor, said Snape. The rest of the class, Ron stayed quiet. When class was over, Hermione left to go to the library and Ron said he wants to go take a walk alone. Harry wasn't sure what was going on, but he can sure guess. Ron probably blamed Hermione for being called on, and Hermione was just mad that he lost more points. Harry wasn't too concerned about them, they'll get over each other. Harry decides to go to the common room to do his homework since he had a lot. The profs loaded them with tons of work that was supposedly to help prepare them for the OWLs. Harry hated the weeks before Christmas. Profs Seems to like to ruin those days. 2 hours later, Harry's eyes were getting sleepy from reading the boring Transfiguration book. He was so sleepy that he didn't understand what he read. It was just words that he was reading because the words he read wasn't being absorbed, so he decided to take a break before he falls asleep. He thought that Ron was taking an awfully long walk but couldn't think anymore as his sleepiness drowns in and he fell asleep on the couch in the Gryffindor common room. When Harry finally woke up, no one was in the common room. He checked his watch, it was dinner time. So, he decided to freshen himself up before he went down. He went to the bathroom and dumped water on his face. He didn't even bother with his hair because he knows that it won't do anything to it. "Oh, well," said Harry as he went out of the bathroom and headed towards the Great Hall. When he entered the Great Hall, a bright red and blue color caught his eyes. "Huh," said Harry. Something red and blue was sticking up from the Gryffindor table but Harry couldn't see what it was. So, he walked closer and saw something that explained why he saw what he saw. "Oh, I should have known, it just Fred and George," thought Harry. Harry was right. Fred and George decided to start a new hair trend, again. They spiked up their hair and colored it like some Muggle rocker. Fred had bright blue hair while George had bright red hair. Harry sat across from them. "Nice hair," said Harry. "Thanks, but we can never beat your natural one," said Fred. "Is that supposed to be a compliment comparing mine to yours?" said Harry. Yes," said Fred in a pretended tiny voice. "Yay, sure. Okay, on a more serious note, do you know where Hermione and Ron is?" asked Harry. "Nope," said Fred. "Don't know. Haven't seen them," said George. "I better go look for them," said Harry. "Don't worry, I'm sure that our little brother will come back in time for dinner," said George. "Let's hope so then," said Harry. They were wrong, however. Ron nor Hermione came back for dinner. Harry was really starting to worry and decided to skip dinner and look for Ron and Hermione. It was really dark already. He hoped that they weren't in some kind of trouble. "Where could they have gone?" said Harry. Harry went to look for Ron on Hogwarts grounds but had no luck finding Ron. He then checked the library for Hermione and didn't find her either. Maybe they went back to the common room, thought Harry, trying not to panic. So, he went up the staircase towards the Gryffindor common room. As he walked up the stairs, the lights suddenly went off and all was dark. There was no sound at all, just silence as you've never heard in the roaring castle before. Harry didn't want to stay in the quiet, awfully quiet and empty stairs of the castle alone, so, as carefully as possible, he reached for the railing on the side and started walking upward once again, not knowing what might happen next. He then reached the top of the stairs, just a few corridors from the Gryffindor common room. As he continued to wonder about the castle in the dark, he suddenly felt a cold chill running through his body and was gone the next. This was starting to really creep Harry out. Harry heard a sound and turned to the left, nothing. Turned to the right where a new sound came, nothing. Then, turned around and met a face so horrid that he thought he'd pass out. As he met the face, it made a huge high-pitched laugh and Harry realized that it was all just a joke that Peeves was playing. "Hey, you're in so much trouble. I'll get Dumbledore and tell on you for this," said Harry. Peeves then flew off elsewhere and continued laughing of what he just did. Harry's heart finally slowed down of fright. He then reached the common room. He said the password without even looking at the portrait, and when he turned to look at the portrait of the fat lady, it wasn't there. Instead, he saw the face of Voldemort and then about 10 Death Eaters surrounding him. Harry's forehead erupted with terrible pain that was almost too much for him to withstand. His eyelid became heavy and closed as if he had no control over it. Then he heard a voice. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Potter, are you all right?" asked a voice. Harry got up and saw the portrait of the fat lady speaking to him. He shook his head as if he just had a massive headache. "Are you all right?" asked the fat lady. "I think so. What happened?" "You weren't here," said Harry. The fat lady had a confused expression on her face. "Are you sure you're okay?" "I was here the whole time," said the fat lady. Now Harry had the confused look on his face. He remembered seeing Voldemort on the portrait and Death Eaters surrounded him. Was it all fake? No, It couldn't be, even his scar had hurt. He decides not to mention it to the fat lady to make her think he's more paranoid than she probably already thinks he is. "Oh, never mind, I'm sorry," said Harry, and he entered the common room. He still had his hands on his scar when he entered the common room. He found Ron and Hermione sitting at one side of the common room, talking. Ron was sitting by a table full of food. "Where were you two?" asked Harry. "Oh, sorry Harry that we didn't tell you. We came back to the common room instead of to the Great Hall," said Hermione. "Why?" asked Harry. "We found something and decided to do some research," said Ron. "Research? Do you know how worried I was that something might have happened to you two? I searched all around the school grounds while you two were here all along," said Harry, a bit angry. Chicken," said Ron. "No thanks," said Harry. "Look, Harry, I said we're sorry. It's just that we made a big discovery and we wanted to see if we can find any info on it." "Are you still mad?" asked Hermione. "No, it's just that something happened when I made my way back here," said Harry. "What?" asked Ron. So, Harry told Ron and Hermione about what happened. "That Pevies," said Ron. "That's not the important part," said Harry. "Oh, sorry, the other part was too scary to talk about," said Ron. "That's not good, Harry," said Hermione. "Your scar hurt when it happened, right?" asked Ron. "Yay," said Harry. "We should tell Dumbledore. Maybe he'll know what it means," said Hermione. "Tomorrow. I'm too tired," said Harry. "All right, but first thing tomorrow," said Hermione. "Oh, by the way, what did you two find that was so big?" asked Harry. "Well, it all started when I was walking by the lake before the sunset," said Ron. "And?" asked Harry. "I heard something from the lake. I got closer to it and it became louder. It was weird, it didn't sound like any sea creatures that normally lives there. I tried to look down at it but didn't see anything until the sun came down and set. The moment when the sunset came, I saw a beautiful shine under the water. It looked like it's on the deep floor of the lake. Another strange thing was that it no longer shined when the sun was completely set," said Ron. Was the only reaction from Harry. "I went with Ron to check it out and left to the library to see if I can find any info on it," said Hermione. "And," said Harry. "Nothing. We better do more research," said Hermione. "Not now. I'm tired. You two can continue researching and I'll be going to bed," said Harry. "All right," said Hermione, a bit disappointed. "You coming, Ron?" asked Harry. "No way," said Ron. "What, you want to stay and do more research with Hermione?" asked Harry. "No, that's not it. I'm not done with my dinner." "You crazy, me research. And with Hermione," said Ron. "Oh, okay. For a moment there, I thought I was going nuts. Where did the food come from anyways?" asked Harry. "Well, we stopped by the kitchen first and got some food." "You didn't think that I'll actually skip dinner, did ya?" said Ron. "Some food. You call a plate of never-ending chicken wings, cake, potato, steak and ham as some?" "That's a lot," said Harry. "So, it's not much. You want some?" asked Ron. "No thanks, I'm going to bed. Enjoy your meal and come to bed, if you ever finish that is. Maybe you'll still be here in the morning eating," teased Harry. Ha, ha, very funny. "I don't eat that much," said Ron. "Yay, sure you don't. Anyways, I going, night," said Harry. "Aight," said Ron with a chicken drumstick in his mouth. Harry went upstairs and fell in bed. Harry thought about Ron. He couldn't imagine a better best friend than Ron. He always had fun with Ron. He had a pleasant dream that night and woke up late in the morning. When he woke up in the morning and put on his glasses, he saw the bottom portion of someone under his bed. "Ouch," Harry heard someone say. It seems that the person had hit his head on the bottom of Harry's bed. "Ron, is that you?" asked Harry. "Yay," said Ron. "What are you doing down there?" asked Harry. "Help me out first and I'll tell you," said Ron. "Okay," said Harry, and he bent down to help Ron to come out from under his bed. "Ha, I couldn't breathe down there," said Ron, rubbing his head where he hit the bed. "Are you okay?" I think you're growing a little hill there, said Harry. Yay, 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 shut up Harry, said Ron. So, what were you doing under my bed anyways? Asked Harry again. I was trying to get the letter, said Ron. What letter? Asked Harry. Well, Pig came in and dropped off a letter and it fell under your bed, so I went to get it, said Ron. So, did you get the letter? Asked Harry. Yay, right here, said Ron as he took it out to show Harry. There's no name or anything on it, said Harry. Open it for me will ya? Said Ron, still rubbing his head, which started to have a bump as well as reddish looking. Harry opened it and read it out loud to Ron as well. A key you have found, which lies the lives of others. Retrieve and use it, keep it from danger, it's no object for evil. To hold or savage, that's all it says, asked Ron. Yay, that's it, said Harry. What was that, a poem or something, said Ron. No, it's a haiku. Well, two in fact, said Harry. Did you suddenly become Hermione or something? Well, do you know what it means? Asked Ron. No, not really, we haven't found any key, said Harry. Why don't we just go down to the Great Hall and see if Hermione knows? Besides, I'm starving, said Ron. Okay, said Harry. So, the two of them walked down to the Great Hall where they found Hermione and everyone else. Pancakes, said Ron, and he rushed over and grabbed a plate of pancakes. Harry just shook his head and sat next to Hermione. Hey Harry and Ron, said Hermione. Hey, said Ron. Yay, please don't talk with food in your mouth, it's really unpleasant, said Hermione. Hey Ron, what's the hurry? Haven't you ate enough last night? Said Harry. Yay, but now I gotta eat enough for today, said Ron. Okay. Hey Hermione, we gotta talk after you're done eating, said Harry. Okay, said Hermione. When the three of them were done eating, they found an empty classroom. Harry told Hermione about the letter and the haiku. She took a moment and thought that maybe it was talking about the thing they found in the lake. Oh, yay, I forgot about it, said Ron. Let's check it out today before the sun sets, said Harry. Yay, okay, let's do that, said Hermione. They walked out of the empty classroom and found that Peeves was just around the corner. Let's try to avoid being seen by him, 'cause I really don't want to get a detention right now, said Ron. Me too, said Harry. They all walked by the side of the walls quietly. They needed to go to History of Magic class and they better get there soon because in a few minutes, they would be late. Then a sudden blow of breeze by an open window blew in some flower pollen. No Ron, said Harry. It was no use, Ron sneezed. Oh no, said Hermione. I see you, said Peeves slyly. Then the bell just rung signaling that they're late for class. Great, let's go before we're caught, said Harry. The three of them ran to class. Peeves wasn't about to let them go so easily, he was about to yell out that there are students in the hall after the bell rung. No, don't say it Peeves, said Harry. Of course, he didn't listen and screamed out. Come on this way, said Harry. Then out of nowhere, Filch's cat appeared in front of them. It surprised Harry and all of a sudden something weird happened and the next thing they knew, they were sitting in their seats in the home classroom. What happened? Asked Ron. I don't know, said Harry. No one seemed to have noticed their strange arrival. Be quiet or you'll blow the cover. No one noticed us, so just zip it till after class, said Hermione. Okay, no need to be so bossy, said Ron. Well, I just don't want to get into trouble, said Hermione. For the rest of the class, they were silent or sleeping in Ron's case as the lesson was boring as usual, but Harry wasn't paying any attention. He wanted to know how he ended up here without walking to here. Hermione wasn't taking her usual notes. Her mind was half concentrated on the lesson and half thinking about the same thing as Harry. Ow, said Ron. Harry nudged Ron because he had started to snore. After class, they went down to Hagrid's hut for care of magical creatures. Hiya Harry, Ron, Hermione, said Hagrid. Hey Hagrid, said Ron, Harry and Hermione. Malfoy wasn't there after what happened in Azkaban. It seems that he had escaped with his father. Thanks Harry, said Ron. Huh, for what? For getting rid of the Malfoys. Now we don't have to deal with them in school. I wish I was there to see you kick their ass, said Ron. Hey, I'm glad too. He's not here to call me mudblood. Know that it bothered me before, said Hermione. Harry grinned. Crabbe and Goyle were harmless without Malfoy. They didn't dare bother them. When COMC was over, they went to the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione didn't stay. It looked like she was headed toward, where else? The library. There she goes again, said Ron. Well, there you go again with the food. I think you should slow down. I don't want a chubby buddy, said Harry. Okay, don't tease me, said Ron. I'm serious. If I wanted a chubby friend, I would have befriended, Crabbe or Goyle, said Harry. Ha ha ha, said Ron. Come on, let's go see how Hermione is doing in the library, said Harry. Okay, just because I want to know what happened, said Ron. All right, then let's go, said Harry. They walked towards the library. On their way there, they heard a loud sound coming towards them. What's that? Asked Ron. I don't know. Sounds like a cart, said Harry. I think you might be right, said Ron. A cart out of nowhere came hurling towards them. Move, yelled a boy. It was Fred and George. They were probably playing a trick and Filch was right behind them. Then it happened again. Harry grabbed Ron and suddenly as the cart was heading towards them, the next thing they knew, they were in the library. Whoa, said Ron. They also happened to land right behind Hermione who was checking out books on the bookshelf. Huh, said Harry. Whoa, what are you two doing? Are you trying to give me a cardio arrest? Said Hermione. A what? Said Ron. A heart attack in other words, said Hermione. Sorry, it was an accident, said Harry. What happened? I didn't see you guys walk to the back of me, said Hermione. That's because we didn't, said Ron. Yay, it happened again, said Harry. What was the last thing you saw? Asked Hermione. Fred and George crashing into us with a chart, said Ron. Aha, why don't you two go to the common room and wait there? I do research better when I'm alone, said Hermione. Okay, said Harry. Hey, don't be late for our next class, said Ron. Come on, said Harry to Ron and they left. The two of them went up to the common room which was quite empty. Harry decided to work on his transfiguration homework. Ron wanted to play a game instead but since there was no one to play with, he decides to work on his homework as well. Half an hour later. Finished, said Harry. Oh, this is so boring, said Ron. Are you done? Asked Harry. Almost. Do you think if Hermione found something yet? Asked Ron. I don't know. I hope she does, said Harry. Let's get going to our next class, said Harry. Okay, said Ron and he picked up his things. Meanwhile in the library. I think this will help. I better get going, said Hermione. The three of them met in the hall. Hey, Hermione, did you find anything? Asked Harry running up to her. Yes, and no, I couldn't find anything on what happened to you but I did find something about the object we found in the lake, said Hermione. Great, we'll head over there after Charms, said Harry. In Charms, they had no difficulties doing. Today they learned to light a fire on something. Professor Flitwick had prepared a fireplace for today's lesson. Each of them gets a try at lighting the woods to start a fire. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had no prob. Seamus almost had no prob. Instead of lighting a fire, he managed to do what he was always capable of, he made an explosion but nevertheless started a fire. Ah, not too bad Mr. Finnegan, said the professor. Neville didn't do too well because he accidentally set himself on fire. Professor Flitwick had to conjure up some water to put out the fire. Other than that, it was a nice lesson. Afterwards, the three of them went up to the common room. We have an hour before the sun sets, said Ron. Great, then we have time to prepare, said Hermione. What do we need? Asked Harry. First of all, we need a spell or something that can help us or at least one of us to breathe underwater, said Hermione. Ron and Hermione started eyeing Harry. What, me? Oh fine, I'll go, said Harry. Great, said Ron. Hermione, have you found a way for me to breathe underwater? I really don't want to do it the same way as last year 'cause I don't feel like growing gills right now, said Harry. Lucky you, I did find an easier way. Here's a spell we can use. It will give you the ability to breathe underwater like a fish but without a gill. We must do it near the water because once the spell is cast, you won't be able to breathe out of the water, said Hermione. Okay, said Harry. Let's go, it's 5:30, the sun will set soon, said Ron. Right, said Harry. He took a towel and a t-shirt before they left. It didn't took long before they reached the perimeter of the lake. We have 2 minutes, said Ron. Hermione, got the spell? Asked Harry. Right here, get in the water and I'll say the spell, said Hermione. Harry took off his robes and shoes and was now wearing only a short. He then jumped into the water. Oh, it's cold, said Harry. Okay, here goes. Letivjus breathless, said Hermione. Suddenly Harry felt a tingling feeling inside and a second later, he was forced to go underwater because he could no longer breathe above the water. The sun was just about to set when a bright gold light shined at Harry's eyes. He swam toward it. When he reached the shining object, it started glowing in a relaxing amount of brightness. Harry walked towards it and reached for it. He then decides to grab it. The moment he grabbed it, he felt a strong surge of goodness and warmth like he had never felt before. He took it up and Hermione cast another spell to reverse the Letivjus breathless spell. Whoa, look at that, said Ron. Harry grabbed the towel that Hermione handed him and put on his t-shirt. Did you work out over the summer or something? Asked Hermione, who saw Harry's small six-pack. Kind of, I worked outside. You know the Dursleys, I do practically all the heavy-duty work in the house, said Harry. Hey, can we get back to this thing, said Ron. Yay, all right Ron. Geez, said Harry, we're just messing with you. You've always strike me as the jealous type and I have a feeling that I'm right, said Hermione. Since when did you become this evil, Hermione? Said Ron. All right, joke's over, let's bring this up and take a good look at it. I have the strangest feeling that this isn't something to play around with, said Harry. Yay, let's get you dried up before you catch a cold. Why don't you two go to the common room? Harry can take a shower and Ron, you can sit there and wait, said Hermione. Where are you going? Asked Ron. I'll be back real soon, just need to check out a book. Let me hold the thing, said Hermione. Okay, said Ron and he gave it to Hermione. Harry and Ron proceed to the common room. Harry decides to take a shower and Ron went to play chess with some Gryffindor in the common room. Soon enough, Hermione came back, with a nice big book. Harry just came out of a shower and was drying his hair with a towel. What's that? Asked Harry. The book that will tell us what this thing is, said Hermione. Oh, cool, so, what is it? Asked Harry. Yay, what is it? Asked Ron. It's said to be an ancient key that was used once to lock up some kind of strong evil, said Hermione. What is doing in the Hogwarts lake? Asked Ron. Don't know, but it said that over the years, it was in the hands of many different evil in the wizarding world but none of them has found a way to open and unlock what's trapped within, said Hermione. I told you it was something that we can't play around with. When I touched it, I felt something weird. Weird as in a good way, said Harry. I wonder what that means. I didn't feel anything when I touched it, said Ron. Me neither, said Hermione. So, what should we do with it now? Said Ron. Hermione, are you sure that the book doesn't say anything else about this key? Asked Harry. Yes, I'm sure but I don't think that it tells us everything about this key, said Hermione. I know, there's got to be more to it and like what does that feeling I get when I touch mean, said Harry. Why don't we go ask Remus or your dad, Harry, suggested Ron. Hey, good idea, said Hermione. All right, I'll go ask my dad and see if he knows anything. You guys want to come? Asked Harry. Yay, sure, I want to get to know your folk, said Ron. Yay, I want to get to know him too, said Hermione. Okay, then let's go, said Harry. Harry brought Ron and Hermione to the dark corridor where James's room was. Where are we? asked Hermione. I'm not exactly sure, but this is where my dad's room is, said Harry. I don't like this place, it's so creepy and dark, said Ron. Yay, I didn't like it the first time I came here, said Harry. When they turned to another corridor, there were some creepy crawling sounds. What's that? Said Ron. It's probably nothing, Ron, said Hermione. Just then, something fell on Ron's forehead which gave him a startle. Ah, something fell on me, something crawly. Get it off, yelled Ron. Harry took his wand out. Lumos, said Harry, and his wand light up. Ron, don't move, turn around, said Harry. Okay, said Ron. Harry looked on the back of Ron and it was a spider that dropped on him. He knew how much Ron is afraid of spiders, so he quickly grabbed it and threw it on the floor. There, it's gone, said Harry. Let me guess, it was a spider, wasn't it? Asked Ron. Yes, a real small one, said Hermione. What's going on? Said a voice down the corridor. It was James. We're sorry, Mr. Potter, if we disturbed you, said Hermione politely. Oh, it's quite all right. Please call me James, I'm not used to being called so proper, said James. Hey Dad, said Harry. Hey, so, what are you three doing here? Asked James. We wanted to ask you about something, said Ron. Ah, you must Ron Weasley. Your father is a great man, said James. Thanks, said Ron. You three can come in, said James. So, the three of them went inside James' temporary room. Ron and Hermione didn't know James too well yet and felt a bit awkward. They just stood around since they couldn't find any place to sit except for James's bed, and they weren't about to sit there. Sit down if you like, said James. Where? Asked Ron timidly. Oh, sorry, I forgot all about it. Revelius, said James, and the furniture showed up. How did you do that? Asked Ron. Oh, I was playing around with spells and I made the furniture invisible, but you can sit now. So, what brought you guys here? Something you want to talk about? Asked James. Actually, we want to see if you can help us, said Harry. What about? Asked James. This, said Hermione as she handed the key to James. What's? James started. He then took a close look at the key. He kept checking it as if he would find something else from it. Where did you guys find this? Asked James. In the lake, said Harry. Really? I wonder why no one has found it before, said James. Do you know what it is or does? Asked Harry. Kind of, I know a bit about it, but if you want to know more, I suggest you ask Dumbledore. I think he'll want to see this, said James. Guess we should go to Dumbledore then if we want to know more about this, said Ron. Let's go now, said Hermione. Yay, I've never seen Dumbledore's office before, said Ron. Just then a beeping sound was heard. What's that? Asked Ron. Sounds like it's coming from you, Harry, said Hermione. It does, said Harry. It's the watch, said James. Why is it beeping? It's never done this before, said Harry. Turn the switch twice, said James. Okay, said Harry, and he did. Oh, no, said Harry. I hope Remus remember, said James. We should look for him just in case he didn't, said Harry. What's going on? Asked Ron. It's Remus. Tonight's full moon, said Harry. If he did remember, was he supposed to go to the Shrieking Shack? Asked Hermione. Yay, he should be, said James. Let's start searching for him, said Harry. Right then, I'll check at the Shrieking Shack, said James. I'll come too, said Harry. Fine, but be very careful, said James. Me and Ron will search the castle, said Hermione. All right, said James, and they left the dark corridor. At the entrance of the corridor, they split up. Harry and James walked toward the Shrieking Shack. Hagrid was outside his hut and saw them. Where are you two going? Asked Hagrid. Don't worry, Hagrid, we'll be back, just need to check something out, said James. All right then, be careful in there, said Hagrid. Harry and James walked closer to the Forbidden Forest and heard a loud howling. Great, he remembered, he's in there, said James. They started to walk through the Whomping Willow when Harry noticed. He forgot to prod the knot back and anyone can just walk in," said Harry. "Are out," said James, and the werewolf jumped on him and ran out toward the castle. "Are you all right?" asked Harry. "Yay, I'm fine, just a bit sore. We better go after him before he bites someone," said James. Luckily, it was night and not many students were in the halls or wandering around. Harry and James rushed into the castle when they saw the werewolf went in. "Come on, this way," said James. They ran past the great hall where many students were. "Harry, you wait here. I have to go tell Dumbledore to keep everyone inside the great hall until we find Remus," said James. "Okay," said Harry. So, James opened the door to the great hall. Students were surprised to see him because not everyone knew about him yet. Some just had puzzled faces as they did not know who he was. James ignored everyone. This was not the time. He walked straight up to Dumbledore and whispered to him of what had happened. Dumbledore told the staff to keep everyone there. He was about to leave with James to find Remus. Meanwhile, Harry was still waiting outside for James. He had hoped that Ron and Hermione were okay. Harry then turned his head when he heard a sound, then turned to the opposite direction and saw a tail whisk by. "That must be Remus," said Harry, and decided to run after it. He turned left to the corridor that the werewolf went in, and on the other side of the hall, he saw the werewolf on the other side. It was showing his vicious teeth as saliva drooped down from it. He was growling at Ron and Hermione. "Oh no," Harry muttered. "Ron, Hermione, don't make any sudden move," said Harry. "We won't," trembled Ron. Harry didn't know what to do. He took his wand out. He was on the far side of the corridor, and any moment, the werewolf could jump on Ron and Hermione and bite them into shreds. "GG go OD werewolf," said Ron. The werewolf growled louder. "Shut up, Ron, you're not doing any good," said Hermione. Harry tried to get closer from behind the werewolf. It still had his eyes on Ron and Hermione. Harry stepped closer and closer until he was a feet away from the werewolf, Ron and Hermione. The werewolf still hadn't noticed Harry, which was good. He was about to raise his wand and stun him. "Sorry, Remus," said Harry, and he raised his wand at the werewolf before him. The werewolf suddenly noticed Harry behind him and turned on him. The werewolf scratched and left a big gash across Harry's chest. Then a stag jumped out of nowhere and started to fight off the werewolf. Harry knew that it was James. The stag started jumping up and down, and with his large legs, he managed to keep the werewolf in place. Then the werewolf calmed down as the stag looked him in the eye, and it seemed to have understood. The stag guided the werewolf back to the Shrieking Shack. When Remus was back at the Shrieking Shack, James put the knot on the Romping Willow and went back to Harry. "Are you okay, Harry?" asked Hermione. Maybe," said Harry, feeling the pain on his chest. Harry's shirt was now bloody. The wound on his chest was bleeding excessively. Harry was getting real pale. "We better get you to the hospital wing," said Hermione. Just then James showed up. "Is he hurt?" asked James worriedly. Then saw the blood on Harry. "I'll take him," said James. He picked Harry up and took him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was sitting in her office when James called her to come over. James softly placed Harry on one of the beds. Ron and Hermione also came. Harry had passed out from too much loss of blood. "What happened?" asked Madame Pomfrey. Took a look at Harry's body. "He was scratched by Remus," said James absent-mindedly. "Well, we need to take off his shirt so I can clean the wounds," said Madame Pomfrey. "Okay," said James. He didn't want to hurt Harry by touching near his gash, so he said a spell that removed his cultus. "I'll take it from here, you should wait outside," said Madame Pomfrey. The last thing James saw before Madame Pomfrey closed the curtains was Harry laying there with a huge bloody gash that went from his shoulder to his abs. It was really painful to see what happened. He wished that he had gotten there earlier, just a second earlier. Ron and Hermione was waiting outside as well. When they saw James, they went over to him. "How's Harry?" asked Ron. "I think he'll be fine," said James, who wasn't even sure himself. "I saw the scratch he received, it was pretty big. I hope he'll be all right," said Hermione. "Yay, he was trying to save us," said Ron sadly. Is everything all right with Remus? Asked Hermione. Yes, he'll be back to normal in the morning, said James. Hermione saw that James's face didn't look any better than Harry's. Are you all right, Mr. Potter? Asked Hermione. I'm fine, and please, call me James. I think you two should head to your dormitories. It's really late. Harry probably won't leave the hospital wing for a few days, said James. Okay, we'll come see him tomorrow then, said Ron. Good night, James, said Hermione. For the rest of the night James stayed in the hospital wing. He sat by Harry when Madame Pomfrey was done mending the damages that were done. Sirius suddenly popped into James's mind. I wish you were here, Sirius, whispered James as he wiped the sweat from Harry's forehead. The next morning, it was a really chilly and cold day. Harry was awoken by snores. He opened his heavy-lidded, tired eyes and only saw a big blur. He reached for his glasses on the table on the side and slipped it on his nose. He slowly sat up, obviously tired. He lifted his sore body. He felt pain from his chest to his abdomen even though there weren't any visible mark now. The snore that woke him up came from James. He saw his father sitting in a chair next to him while laying his head on the side of the bed. Harry saw James shivered. He decided to take his blanket and put it over James's shivering body. He left a portion of the blanket on himself as he felt the freezing cold temperature outside the blanket. There was no doubt that winter had arrived. Harry saw great piles of snow outside. Hagrid's hut looked like an igloo, and the Hogwarts castle was covered with snow from every inch. As he looked around his environment, he thought about Sirius more and more. Compare the coldness here to the coldness that Sirius is probably feeling right now. This would be nothing close to it. Harry couldn't help imagining Sirius being frozen to death laying in that cold and crappy place in Alaska which he saw when he had the chance to see him. It had been weeks since they last saw Sirius. Still, he hadn't been rescued. Time flew by from day to day and yet, Harry had no idea whether his godfather was still alive. He felt even more miserable, now that Christmas was just a week away. He really wished that Sirius didn't have to suffer through Christmas. Remus had just rushed into the room, interrupting Harry's thoughts and awoken James who was beside Harry's bed. I heard what happened. I'm so sorry, Harry. Are you all right? Did I hurt you? Remus spit it out. Remus, started Harry, it's okay, it wasn't exactly your fault. I'm gonna be fine, said Harry. So, I did hurt you. Gosh, I feel so bad. It's all my fault. I should have carefully checked to see if the romping willow was moving. I'm sorry, Harry. Oh, my, I didn't bite you, did I? Said Remus worriedly. Remus, it's all right. You didn't bite me, said Harry. Remus was relieved to hear that but was still concerned. I just got a small scratch, no big deal. I don't blame you, accidents happen, said Harry. I know you're lying. You wouldn't be in the hospital wing if you've only got a small scratch, said Remus. Moony, chill. Harry is going to be fine. Relax, said James. Remus finally calmed down. Harry smiled slightly at him. Remus smiled back. I'll leave you so you can rest, said Remus and he left. Just after Remus left, Ron and Hermione came. Hey Harry, you okay? Asked Ron. Yay, said Harry. We brought you some candy, said Hermione. Thanks, said Harry. Soon they left because they had classes. We'll see you later, said Ron. Okay, said Harry. Harry stayed in the hospital wing the whole day. He was left all alone with Madame Pomfrey because James was called by Dumbledore. Harry was bored to death. He wanted to go outside, maybe have a snow fight with his friends, but instead, he stayed in his bed and once in a while, Madame Pomfrey would give him a nasty potion because she found that one of Harry's rib was broken. This also meant that he was to stay there longer. While Harry was in the hospital wing, people came to visit often. Remus came to visit Harry each day, bring him candy or other goodies. Harry knew that Remus felt that he had to repay Harry for what happened. On the other hand, Harry hadn't seen James that often. However, he did drop by once in a while. When Harry asked Remus what was going on with his dad, Remus always changed the subject or pretend that he hadn't heard it. Harry knew that something must be up but had no idea what. He would soon be out of the hospital wing since his ribs and abdomen has healed up nicely as Madame Pomfrey indicated. One morning, Harry was looking out from the window of the hospital wing and saw his friends, Fred, George, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione having a huge snowball fight. He wished that he could just rush outside and join them. Madame Pomfrey just came in and noticed the desire in Harry's eyes. She gave Harry the last of the potion. Harry thought it tasted horrible. "Mr. Potter, you may leave now," said Madame Pomfrey. A huge grin appeared on Harry's face. "You mustn't exercise your abdomen too much if you do not want to end up here again." "Stay warm," said Madame Pomfrey. Harry smiled and he went up to his dorm quickly and grabbed a sweater. He slipped it on and went towards the snowball battlefield. Ron and Hermione was getting slammed by George, Fred and Ginny. "Time to make this more even," said Harry as he rolled up a snowball in his hands. Ron and Hermione was dodging snowballs behind a pile of snow. Harry took advantage that no one noticed his presence and threw one right at Fred's face and quickly threw another one at George. "What?" said Fred. Ron and Hermione turned around and saw the person that threw the ball. "Thought you two might need some help," said Harry. "Harry," said Hermione. "We sure do," said Ron happily. Then Harry was hit. He turned and saw Fred. "I got you back," yelled Fred. "Come on, are we still playing or what?" said George. "Here," said Ron and handed Harry a really big snowball. Harry grinned and took it. The snowball continued for another 30 minutes until everyone was wiped out. Everyone was red in the face from the hits to their face. They all got so tired that they just laid on top of the snow for a while. The girls made snow angles. Soon, they returned to the castle and warmed up. Christmas was just around the corner, it was so near. Yet, no sign of Sirius. All they knew was that Sirius was hidden somewhere in Alaska. As it came closer and closer, Harry became less and less cheerful. Harry started to wonder if he was still alive. He wished he could stop himself from feeling so sorrowful, but he just couldn't. Not anyone or anything could cheer Harry up, not even Christmas. Over the past days, Harry hadn't touched any food. His face always wore a frown and he could care less what his appearance was now. His messy hair even messier. He was slimmer than ever, white as snow, his eyes were lost. It didn't look like a happy boy, instead it showed nothingness. Ron and Hermione was really worried. Harry looked like a twig. They didn't know what to do. They thought of getting help from James or Lupin, but strangely, they weren't around. They asked Dumbledore and he told them that James and Remus was out for important errands, so it was up to them to take care of Harry. Today, they were going to Hogsmeade. Ron and Hermione thought that this might help cheer Harry up and it was also give them a chance to buy presents. "Wake up, Harry, we're going to Hogsmeade today," said Ron, who slapped a pillow at Harry. Harry didn't even flinch, it was as if he hadn't felt it. He got up. "Put on some decent clothes, will ya?" asked Ron. "Fine," said Harry with no emotion in his voice. They put on some long sleeves shirts and put their uniforms over it. Then they went downstairs. Hermione was waiting for them. "Morning, guys," said Hermione. "Morning, Herm," said Ron. "Morning," said Harry. At breakfast, Hermione managed to push Harry to eating some food. Afterwards they arrived at Hogsmeade. Harry didn't felt like hanging out with anybody and he told Ron and Hermione that they can meet back at the Three Broomsticks. Normally, Ron and Hermione would disagree, but today, it would give them free time from Harry, so they could get him something. Harry knew that Ron and Hermione cared about him very much. He decided to go look for their Christmas gift as well. They deserve it, thought Harry. It was the least that he could do, or so he thought. Carrot back to Ron and Hermione. Carrot. "What do you think we should get him?" asked Ron. "I don't know. Let's browse around and see what we can find," said Hermione. "This looks like an interesting store. Let's check it out," said Ron. They then went into a store that had a dusty old sign that said, "Arcane Sorcery." Harry was just around the corner from that store. He came a second after Ron and Hermione went into the store. Harry decided to go to the Quidditch store to see if he can find something for Ron there. 20 minutes later, Ron and Hermione came out of the store. "What a weird but cool store. Wonder why we haven't noticed it before," said Ron after they came out. Most important is that we found something nice for Harry. Speaking of weird, I agree. Most of the items that the old couple sell are rare and valuable. Some were said to have special or ancient magical powers. Half of the things there were said to have been lost for centuries, said Hermione. Really? No wonder they're old enough to have collected such items. Hey, they were really nice though and gave us a discount on Harry's gift, said Ron. Yay, they're nice, but I'm still curious how they got those antiques. Even if they were alive a long time ago, it isn't easy to get those things. It was supposed to be found all over the wizarding world. It was said that most of the ancient items came from Russia, said Hermione. Okay then, maybe they traveled to Russia and found them. Let's just go, said Ron, who was tired of Hermione's talk. Carrot back to Harry. After visiting the Quidditch store, Harry came out empty-handed. He didn't find anything he wanted to give Ron. This Christmas, he wanted to get something special or something other than Quidditch for once. I'm sure I can find something that Ron like and it doesn't have to do with Quidditch, muttered Harry. Harry continued to walk down the street and then a store caught his eye. Might as well look in here, said Harry, and he entered the same arcane sorcery store. Arcane sorcery, read Harry as he opened the door. A ring sounded when the door opened. Harry didn't expect to see such a clean and new-looking interior when the outside looked old and moldy. I guess the phase, "Don't judge a book by its cover," can be referred to by this, said Harry, surprised. Welcome, young man, said an old lady by the counter. Are you looking for something for your great-great-grandparent? Laughed an old man who stood next to the woman. Jake, said the woman grumpily. What, my queen, Lithia, said the man. Don't mind him, dear. Are you here looking for anything particular that I can help you with? Asked the old lady. Not really, madam, just looking through. I'm planning to buy Christmas gifts for my two best friends, said Harry. Oh, what a polite young man. You may call me Lithia, said the lady. A ladies' man, are ya? What's your name, young lad? Asked the old man. My name's Harry, said Harry, who didn't really want to tell them exactly who he was. Right then, Harry, I'm Jake, which you probably know by the nagging from my lovely lady, said Jake. Harry stifled a laugh. The old couple was pretty silly for their age, thought Harry. He liked them, they were amusing and in love. I'll go to the back and help you find something, dear. Behave, kid, said Lithia. Huh, said Harry. Oh, nothing, I wasn't talking to you, Harry dear, said Lithia and gave a look at her husband. Who are you calling a kid? Said Jake, who wasn't mad at all. Jake took out a bottle of whiskey and drank from it. Want to have a drink, son? Asked Jake. Jake, yelled Lithia from the back of the store. Just joking, kid, I swear she has ears of a dog, no better yet, a wolf. Said Jake. Harry could help but laughed some more. Just look around if you like. She'll take a while, said Jake. So, Harry walked around, not looking for anything in particular but just browsing around. He walked past shelves of wired-looking things when he came across an old parchment that was protected by a glass cover. Harry inched closer to take a glance at it. It was a parchment that had writings or symbols on it that Harry couldn't understand. It must be an old dialect or something, said Harry. Although Harry couldn't understand what it said, he did know what the picture was. It had a hand-drawn drawing of the key. Why was that? If only Harry understand the dialect and he might know more about the key. Harry, called the old man. Oh, there you are, said Lithia. See, I told you that I didn't scare the kid away, said Jake. Lithia gave Jake a look that seemed to say, you better not have. Then she turned her attention back to Harry. Harry dear, I've found something that your friends might like, said Lithia. Oh, dear, said Jake. Lithia nudged Jake in the ribs, although she didn't do it very hard. Ah, hey, watch the bones. I'm an old man, you know. I'm not as young as you are, said Jake. At this, Lithia smiled. Yes, I'm young and you're old, laughed Lithia. Okay, let's get back to business. You got money, kid? Asked Jake. Jake, said Lithia. What, a man's gotta earn a living, said Jake. Harry, I've found these necklaces. They aren't just necklaces. They have hidden powers that can do great things. I think your friends will like them, said Lithia. Harry looked at the necklaces. They looked great. This would be perfect. Thanks, I'll take them, said Harry, and he took out some gallons. He gave them to Lithia. Lithia handed him 3 necklaces. Oh, I only needed 2, said Harry. No, son, this one is for you, said Jake. Well, then I should pay you for it, said Harry. No, it's a gift from us. Take it, said Lithia. Come on, kid, we're giving you a peace offering. Take it before I make you eat it, said Jake. Jake, don't worry about dear. Just take it. It's a friendship necklace. Its power would only work if you 3 wore it together. Wear it with your friends. It'll be useful, said Lithia sincerely. Harry saw the kind couple's eager faces and decided to take their kind offer. Okay, then, thanks a lot, said Harry. He took a glance at his watch. Oh, I got to go meet my friends at the 3 Broomsticks. Thanks for the necklace, said Harry. Come visit, said Lithia. I will. Bye, said Harry as he rushed to leave the store. Bye kid, said Jake. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.